I just like inhale dust or something. Jesus, did I eat a fly? Alright, I think we're good. Okay. Jesus. Okay. Thanks, OBS. I definitely did not want to dock this anywhere. Okay, I'll just keep it down there. I got a lot of shit open. San Marino to Moldova. Well, I know I'm gonna need Italy. And then I'm assuming I'm gonna need Austria-Hungary. And then I'm pretty sure Romania borders them both. Yeah, easy. Not even hard. Not even hard. Is this new at all? Nope. Do like 2 more real quick. Practice. Benin to Cambodia. Okay, so China, I know I'm gonna need. And then we're gonna do the Afghanistan, Iran. I need Iraq too, but Iran, Iraq, Syria, Israel, Egypt. And then there, see, now I don't know how to get from Egypt to Benin, and I don't know how to get from Cambodia to China. Although that should just be... Does Vietnam border both of them? Yes, okay. I'm gonna guess the fastest... Okay, it's not Algeria. So, do we need Libya then? And then... I would just do Mali and... Oh, I don't know what's in between these two. But I didn't need Mali either. Chad? Didn't need Chad. Niger? There you go. Okay, Niger. I mean, not that bad. Just did 3 African countries I didn't need. Sweden and Cameroon. What, Finland, Russia? Maybe? Finland, Russia, Georgia, Turkey. What's up, Kinley? Georgia, Turkey, Syria, Israel, Egypt, and then to get to Egypt to Cameroon. What's up, Kingdo Twitch? Welcome back. Long time no see. True. Dan. I don't know if Sudan will be defense. Sudan? Okay. And then and then I really don't know. I really have no clue. The Central African Republic, do you think? Hell yeah. Perfect score. Look at that. Okay. Genius. Was never a challenge. Never hard. Make it harder next time. Your text indicates you're speaking about politics. That's crazy, yeah. People in my Discord are talking about this. Kamala Harris says brother-in-law who represented American Taliban John Walker Lind to campaign team. Vice President Kamala Harris' brother-in-law, who once defended the notorious American Taliban, has joined her revamped campaign team. Tony West, 58, serves as a powerful advisor to the Harris presidential campaign. What's your question? According to Axios, a move that comes after his 5-year stint in the Obama administration's Justice Department and subsequent high-level roles at PepsiCo and Uber. I guess if he's a lawyer or whatever, I guess that makes sense. West, who's married to Harris's sister, also worked as an attorney for the San Francisco-based law firm Morrison and Forster. We defended the infamous John Walker Lind. Lind, who abandoned the U.S. to train with Osama bin Laden and fight for the Taliban in Afghanistan, was captured by American forces as an enemy combatant in 2001. Have you seen a David Pakman Yosa debate between actual voter fraud investigator and malding Trumpist? LMAO. I haven't seen that. That sounds fucking hilarious, dude. Oh, between the My Pillow.
It is
Oh boy, okay. We'll watch that after this. Did he actually... Ask yourself which extremist is the greater threat. The groups of racist dickheads no one likes and are easy to identify. The large organization promoting scheming for socialism, communism under the guise of social and economic reform. Well, who are you lumping in as people scheming for socialism and communism? Are you lumping in people just like fucking Kamala Harris into that? Because I obviously wouldn't agree with that. But I have a feeling you think half of these Democrats are scheming for socialism or whatever. Plus, I'm like a social democrat. So, Revolutionary Communist Party, Democratic Socialist America, and the Communist Party USA. Okay. So, I mean, if you're not lumping in the Democrats into that, then do they? I mean, they pose a threat. I think it's much smaller. Okay, here's the issue. Look at who the right has elected. Obviously, the left and the right both have insane, dangerous people on the extremes, right? But the Republican Party is obsessed with Donald Trump. Fucking Joe Biden is the president. He's the leader of the Democratic Party. Joe Biden. He's he's relatively moderate. The left has the Squad, which is 8 relatively semi-progressive people. Even the American Communist Party they probably don't even like the Squad. They probably don't think that they go far enough. Versus the right has the Freedom Caucus. They're way more insane. Prominence have fluctuated over years. There's been a resurgence of interest in socialist and communist ideas, I'm aware, among some segments of the population, particularly amongst younger people. I'm very much aware, trust me. I did in fact go to school with many young people. Unlike far-right counterparts, these organizations are large and rapidly growing. I mean, okay. Proud Boys members. Number of members. God damn it. Proud Boy to find them now. How many people on the Proud Boys? But I don't consider the American Communist Party, the one that fucking has and Jackson Hinkle, is that the one you're talking about? Because I agree that one's insane. I don't think the DSA are at all equivalent to the Proud Boys. Proud Boys have all races in their ranks. Okay, dude. But he abandoned the U.S. to train for Osama bin Laden and fight for the Taliban. West agreed to defend a traitor, arguing that Lincoln was no terrorist. He's not a terrorist. He did not go to Afghanistan to kill Americans. Faced Jesus fucking Christ, I can't speak. He faced 10 federal charges, including conspiracy to murder U.S. citizens and contributing services to Al Qaeda. He was offered and accepted a plea deal in 2002, which had him admit supplying services to Taliban and carrying an explosive during the commission of a felony for which he served 17 years of a 20-year sentence. The Biden administration came under fire this week for offering plea deals to 3 alleged plotters in the 9/11 terror attacks that would have spared them the death penalty. I mean, I don't know specifically this guy, but I would imagine you could argue that he was working under coercion. Was he captured by the Taliban? I only skimmed through this Wikipedia article, but I thought he was captured by the Taliban. He was detained. Surrendered to Afghanistan. Oh, but this is who we were allied with. How did he start working for the Taliban? Is what I want to know. Convert to Sunni Islam. He went to Afghanistan to aid the Taliban in fighting against the Northern Alliance. Oops. After 9/11 attacks, he remained with the Taliban forces despite learning that the U.S. had become allied with the Northern Alliance. Lynn had previously received training with the Mujahideen, an internationally designated terrorist organization based in Taliban. Jesus. Shock move. Defense Attorney Secretary Lloyd Austin announced Friday that he had revoked the pretrial arguments he handed to, I'm assuming that's one of the 9/11 guys, the accused mastermind of the Al-Qaeda attacks, yeah. Two of his alleged helpers. Left-right simplification, anarchy, so, I mean, well, yes, it's obviously simplification. In addition to West, Harris has made a number of new hires in recent days with ties to former President Barack Obama. David Plouffe, who was manager of Obama's 2008 presidential campaign and a senior aide to the former president during the 2012 campaign, has joined Harris as a senior advisor, according to Reuters. Also joining the Harris campaign are Stephanie Cutter, Obama's White House communications director, deputy campaign manager. Okay, well. Okay, I mean, he's just a lawyer who defended a guy. Are people, I mean, this article's not like that outraged about it, but are people upset about this that much, or is it just like a run-of-the-mill scandal thing? There's someone on my server who didn't like it. People don't seem to care that much. Okay, good. I mean, if he's qualified, he's qualified. I mean, if you're a good lawyer, technically, you know what? It actually, if you're defending a guy that worked for the Taliban, you know, that probably just makes you a really good lawyer, right?
Next question, Bimmy, who is gay on?
Yeah.
That's the question. That's
I'm pretty gay.
Okay, Bimmy is pretty gay. There you go. Turbo, do you have any response?
For what?
Just the question. Just answer the question. Next question, Bimmy.
Okay. Glad he admitted it. All right, screw you, fucking Windows. Wrong fucking side. Mike Pillow explodes, confronted by voter fraud expert. Why would he agree to do this? There's no, I can't believe that the My Pillow guy actually believes any of the voter fraud stuff. Maybe if he does, he's probably psychotic. But like, why would he? He has to know he's gonna lose this argument, right? He has to know.
Great to welcome to the program today, Ken Block, owner of Simpatico Software Systems and author of Disproven, my unbiased search for voter fraud for the Trump campaign, the data that shows why he lost and how we can improve our elections. And also Mike Lindell, CEO and inventor, founder of MyPillow, known almost just by the single word pillow increasingly in modern society. It's really incredible. Listen, gentlemen, I know that you two have different perspectives on what happened in 2020. And as we think about what may happen in 2024, I think it would be interesting to have a conversation about it. Let me first go, because to me, the default is the election was not stolen. So if someone is making the positive case that it was, I think it's fair to start there. Mike, at this point,
Google search
where do you look? Which
do a Google search is one of its arguments. No kidding. Awesome.
States do you point to?
Have you seen the video of the Georgia ballots to Georgia suitcase?
What is the mechanism through which you believe the 2020 election was stolen?
Well, I'm, as you know, since the spring of 2021, I've been all about getting rid of electronic voting machines and going to paper ballots and counting. It's all about the election platforms. The 2020 election was just the, I guess, the eye opener that there was problems with computers throughout our country, and that was everywhere. That wasn't a, I went and bought everybody's voter rolls for the 2020 election. And for example, in the state of Alabama, I went and met with that Secretary of State, and he had 4,600 and some people that voted that were over the age of 110. Now, that doesn't mean they voted for Trump or Biden. That just means there's a problem with our computers, because obviously nobody voted at that age.
Okay, so if maybe to focus this in a little more, because I think we would all agree that the rightful winner of Alabama was Donald Trump, and that had no real impact ultimately on getting to 270 electoral votes. Are there states, Mike, like, for example, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan?
What about the investigation onto the Biden Inflation Reduction Act, or Act Blue, who had been fraudulently using unsuspecting voters' names? You're quoting the fucking Jeff O'Keel guy, right? Wasn't he the one who did that? And then later, didn't he literally walk back those claims? I have not seen anything substantive about the Act Blue thing. I don't know what the investigation into the Inflation Reduction Act thing you're talking about is. Nope. Wait, what do you mean? Isn't it Jeff O'Keefe or whatever? Jeff O'Keefe, Act Blue? Several AGs have started to investigate. Isn't this is the like only James O'Keefe. This is the only person I've ever seen talk about it. And like most people don't seem to, he started it, yes. Didn't he literally walk back these claims? And like, I have not seen anything, substantive. If you can send me a link to something, that's great. And like, what am I even supposed to take away from that? Like, Act Blue, a PAC that is, yes, associated with Democrats, they're what, money laundering? Also, what do you mean investigation into the IRA? Has been giving funds to anti-American groups. What the fuck is an anti-American group? Like what? Like, just give an example. Anti-American groups of left-wing groups criticized. There's a 420 relation relating to weed or Adolf Speed Day. It's related to weed, I guess. I forgot that it's his birthday. It's because someone has the name Nonfon on Twitch, even though literally you can go to twitch.tv/Nonfon and there nobody has it. So, I couldn't be Nonfon on Twitch. Oh, someone does have it. Okay, well, fuck this guy. Whatever. Point is, I couldn't get it, and I added random numbers. Refer to my question above. What question? Did he put out a call for others to do the same, though he did not walk back the claims? Including the Ella Baker Center for Human Rights, the Climate Justice, the New York Immigration Coalition, radical left-wing beliefs that are being granted money by the EPA under the IRA. We could probably, I'm sure, listen, here's the thing. I'm sure if we went through all these groups, we could probably find a group that I disagree with some things on. But it is just like so not that big of a deal to me compared to compared to everything else the IRA did, which is probably good. Free Palestine is a climate yeah, see, like, this is like cringe or whatever, but like posting a cringe statement doesn't mean you're not doing good things for climate change as well. And what even, like, hear from Palestinian activists and U.S. environmental leaders and how our struggles are connected? Like, they're not even doing shit. Like, what are they doing? They're just letting a Palestinian activist speak to people. Like, big deal. Like, for you, I mean, as much as I might disagree with them on the Israel-Palestine stuff, like, you know, you have freedom of speech.
Michigan, Georgia, Arizona, which you believe were actually won by Donald Trump in 2020?
Oh yeah, they all were. And when I say they all were, when you have these computers, it's like when you skim off of a casino. You can't just skim one game or even the food or a slot machine. You have to skim them all, or it'll stand out like a sore thumb. As we went into the night of in 2020, got into the early morning hours on November 4th, they stopped everything. That was a deviation. I always look at deviation.
They who and stopped what? Hold on, Mike. They who and stopped what? Just so Ken can respond substantively.
The election officials in all 5 of them states stopped, including North Carolina. They stopped counting. They said, we're going to stop counting. It had never happened before in history. Stop counting. And then we've seen these deviations come down. I'll give an example. One deviation in Michigan would be 106,000 votes came down for Biden and 3,000 for Donald Trump. And they said that was because it was the mail-in votes, when in Michigan, they were actually counted on the morning of the 3rd, not in the middle of the night on the 4th. Then you had Pennsylvania.
Well, let's just work with that, Mike. Let's just work with that.
I do want to add one more.
Okay.
And because it stands out so big. Pennsylvania ended up with more votes than voters, which has never been addressed. And it's never been addressed.
Well, let's see if we can address it. Ken, Mike's made a number of specific assertions there. They stopped counting the votes. There were lopsided numbers of votes counted. There were more votes than voters in Pennsylvania. How does a guy like you, who was paid by the Trump campaign to look for some of this stuff, how do you react to what Mike says?
Yeah, so some of the claims require context, and some of the claims require proof that I have to take a look at. But I'm going to try and do them in the order in which Mike laid them out, just so I don't lose track of them.
Yeah.
You know, Mike identifies a problem that's a real problem, which is I like to call it crappy data, for lack of a better word. And he called out Alabama, which, by the way, charges $37,000 for its voter data, which I find
that's what I paid for.
it's an outrageous thing that they do, and it's wrong all by itself. But at least you can get your data from Alabama. You can't get it from Massachusetts or Indiana or New Hampshire or a bunch of other states. I like to pick on New Jersey when we talk about crappy data. New Jersey has 25,000 voters with a year of birth of 1800. 8,000 of them voted in the 2020 election, but that's not fraud. What it is lousy data. Computer systems, when they don't know what a date is, if they don't have a date, they will default in a date like 1900 or 1800. Mm-hmm. So it's important to have some context to what it really means when you have voters who are impossibly old. It often means that election workers don't have that voter's date of birth, which by itself is a big problem, because if you don't know when the voter is born, you can't determine when they die.
So that's super interesting. So on that first one, Ken, what you're saying—
a problem, but it doesn't necessarily mean there's fraud. You know what? Probably the biggest like actual arguable fraud in elections is probably the granny farming, where like you can go around the nursing homes and get people to like sign, like, not absentee ballots, like it's some type of ballot that lets like other people fill out the ballot for you, right? It's like, I'm too old, I can't be bothered to go to the polls, these people can do it for me. And other people just vote for the Republicans or the Democrats. I'm sure Democrats do it too, but they are absentee ballots again.
When Mike says this number of people over age 110 voted in Alabama, what you're saying is, by virtue of knowing these systems, there's some default birth year that's put in there for people for whom they don't have a birth year. It is a problem, but it's not fraud.
In the case of New Jersey's data, where all of those voters share the year of 1800 for their year of birth, that's what explains it. If you see 1901, 1900, 1850, more often than not, those are default years of birth that computers just—
Well, hold on, Mike. You laid out a few things. Let's let Len— so that's an interesting one on that, Ken. Fair.
Yeah. So, but I applaud Mike for bringing that up and talking about it, because to have really good election integrity, you can't have it if you don't have all of the necessary identifying information for your voters, and that includes having the date of birth. Okay. So, and we could have an entire show just about crappy data, but we're going to—
I want to bring up crappy data though.
But wait, Mike, I don't want this to get so lopsided an opportunity to speak. Let's let Ken at least—
this ties right into what this exactly before he moves on. One of the things he said, okay, when you say data, one of the things I looked at, this is very important, because this is why I'm involved with everything I'm involved in. in November and December of 2020, I spent every waking hour getting the voter rolls and stuff like he's talking about. Alabama cost me almost 40,000. But one of the things I found in the 2020 election that people had voted in other states or in other counties they didn't live. Now I had a hard time believing that people in Minnesota said, "Hey, there's 5,000 of us. Let's go jump into Wisconsin and vote for Biden." People are genuinely good people, and you had over 5,000 people that voted in Wisconsin that don't live there. And when they don't live there, these are the things. So is that bad data or what it is?
Well, that's a new claim, though, Mike. In order to try to keep this, I want to try to move sequentially through the claims. 5,000 from Minnesota voting in Wisconsin is a new claim. So let me go back to Ken. Ken, what about, for example, more votes than voters in Pennsylvania?
So I've heard that claim made before. I haven't seen, when you look at the actual number of votes cast, it's not bigger than the number of registered voters. I've never seen an actual official communication from a Secretary of State's office of Pennsylvania that shows that there were more votes that were cast.
I haven't either.
There are registered voters. So we're not going to get to the heart of that one here today. But Mike, I'd be very interested in talking to you offline on where you get that data from, so I can go deeper into it.
It's not the data. It's a fact. You could probably even Google it on the internet. There was over 400,000 more votes than voters. They certified anyway. And as it sits right now, it's about 80-some thousand in the 2020 election, more votes than voters. Like if we walked out of a room, there's 10 of us that voted. It comes back 15-5.
That would be an astonishing fact if it was true. I don't believe it's true, but I want to look for sure. I want to talk about the duplicate voter claim because in my work for the Trump campaign, not only did they ask my company to data mine for dead voters, to data mine for voters who were voting twice in 2 different states. We did this work for the campaign. We found hundreds of provable people who voted twice. And Mike, you used Wisconsin and Minnesota. Was that the?
No, absolutely not.
No, well, hold on, Mike. Not absolutely not. You said 5,000 Minnesota voters went to Wisconsin.
You're cherry picking. No, you're cherry picking out. I'm giving you examples, David. You didn't sit here and tell me I had to come with all these sheets if you want. I could.
No, present whatever you want.
Every single state in the 2020 election had people vote in.
There were 205,000 more votes than voters in the 2020 election in Pennsylvania. AP's assessment false. This analysis is based on incomplete data, according to the Pennsylvania Department of State. A misleading claim about the election results from a group of Republican state lawmakers in Pennsylvania circulating widely in social media a week before Congress meets to reaffirm Joe Biden's decisive presidential win. The claim emerged from a release of Republican State Representative Frank Ryan and several others on Monday. Comparison of official county election results to the total number of voters who voted on November 3rd, as recorded by the Department of State, shows that 6 million blah 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 people ballots were reported being cast. Well, DOS/sheriff system indicates that only 6.7 million voters actually voted. The claim was spread to several right-wing websites. Blah blah blah. However, these claims rely on incomplete data, according to Wanda Moran, communications director from the Pennsylvania Department of State, who called the lawmakers' release obvious misinformation. It was not immediately clear where the numbers cited in the release originated, and Ryan did not respond to a call seeking comment on Tuesday. However, the apparent reference to Sheriff's statewide uniform registry of elections in Pennsylvania points to state data on the voting history registered voters, which some large counties have not finished uploading yet. These counties, which include Philadelphia, Butler, blah, 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 account for a significant number of voters. Moore told the Associated Press in an emailed statement. Numbers certified by the counties, not the uploading of voter histories into the sheriff system, determines the ultimate certification of an election by the secretary. The numbers certified by Pennsylvania counties in November show that more than 6.9 million voters cast ballots in 2020. Okay.
That state that did not live in that state. That's a fact. You can check it out, every single one. Now, if you go to a county at the county level, maybe when I check counties, let's say there's 100 people in the county, in my own county, that don't live there, that voted. I don't believe that those people actually came in to commit a crime. I believe that their names were taken off the voter rolls. That's all, but done with computerized, done with computer.
Mike, you've made the claim. We have to allow Ken to address it. I think I was probably registered in more than one place.
Twitch. I do. You're into YouTube Shorts chat. I do stream horizontally on YouTube too, but
at some point, which is completely legal. As long as I'm only voting in one place, I think that's fine. Hold on, Michael. Hold on, Mike. Tiffany Trump, for example, I think was registered in 2 places. She only voted in one.
Vote in 2 places.
Ken, what about the voting where you don't live? Address voting where you don't live, Ken.
Okay, so there are 2 outcomes in voting where you don't live. One is you have somebody who lives in Idaho who casts a vote in Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
So that's one example of a type of situation. The other type of situation is you have someone who takes 2 bites of the apple. They actually vote in 2 different places. Both of these situations happened in 2020. And when people took 2 bites of the electoral apple, they were committing a felony. When somebody lived in one state and voted in a different state, and I evaluated this specific claim for the Trump campaign, they brought it to my attention and they asked me to review it and vet it to see if it was going to survive legal scrutiny. And the claim was that in Georgia, 15,000 people cast votes in Georgia who didn't live there. And while it's true that there were people who cast votes in Georgia who didn't live there, where it gets tricky is a lot of those people were members of the military, and they were serving at Fort Benning, which is one of the largest military installations in the country. More than 100,000 members of the military work there, and they cycle in and out of there all the time. And members of the military are allowed by law to vote where.
Many of those. Okay, well, I'll start off with. There were cases where people voted in counties they didn't live in, or in states they didn't live in, I should say. States they didn't live in. And some people who even voted twice in different states. I'm back with a curse. Well, welcome, Kinley. I do also, I don't know if you heard, I do also stream horizontally on YouTube. You are on the YouTube short chat. But I do also stream horizontally. You can go to my YouTube page and watch there if you want to. But some people even voted twice, but not to an outcome determinative extent. Also, many of the people who voted in states they didn't live in. For horizontal YouTube, the Twitch chat was a little zoomed in. What even the Twitch chat was a little zoomed in for horizontal on YouTube? What? Or it was about specifically Georgia. Many of the people who voted in Georgia, but didn't live there. Serving in the military. Maybe it's my phone. Okay. Please help. What's up, grilled cheese? What do you need help with? Alright, serving in the military and are legally allowed to vote in the state they are. So
they're serving. So that claim would never have made it very far in the legal system, because that's the only place where these claims matter. If you're going to contest an election and you're going to try to get the results overturned in the legal system, if the claim isn't going to survive legal scrutiny, it's not a worthwhile claim. In this circumstance, there were more voters identified in Georgia than any other state who didn't live in Georgia but yet cast a vote there, and that maps on top of Georgia having the largest military installation in the country in the form of Fort Benning. So,
so like Mike, do you believe when Ken says that? Do you think Ken's confused? Do you think Ken's lying? Because he was paid to find this stuff by the Trump campaign.
Well, you know, I got $30 million in this, David. I paid a little money out too. And here's what we did. I didn't concentrate on Georgia overturning any election. This has been 3 years where we're going, we need to get rid of the electronic voting machines, the computers. Here's what we did. Pick a county, pick any county. I'll pick Carver County, my county. We had canvassers go out. We got the voter rolls from the county, who voted, who was put on the voter rolls, and who voted in the election. We went out and it said, it was usually 6 people or more that says lived in a house. Now, I lived here all my life. We went down, the canvassers go down, they knock on Amy Schultz or whatever in her house and say, Amy, you're living here by yourself. It says 7 people here voted. Well, then we look at the names. She goes, no, it's just been me, like always. And we take the 6 people that voted. Now we investigate them. 4 of them live in another state. 2 of them are deceased, okay? So then we take those 4 and we reach out to them. Did you vote here? No. No, they did not vote there. The people, we contacted people. This is called canvassing to physically back up what the data is saying. And the data says they voted in that county or that state. I'm not here to tell you something to overturn an election. I'm here to tell you.
Yeah, and no one's brought that up at least yet, Mike.
Right.
Mike, in terms of the view that Ken is presenting, though, like, do you think Ken's just wrong, or he is incompetent and couldn't find the fraud you claim exists? Like, what do you hear when Ken says this?
This has took me 3 years, and we also have a lot of other data to back this up. Under the Freedom of Information Act, we were able to get the cast vote records, which come out of the machines for 1/3 of the United States. So we take the cast vote records, we take the canvassing, the on-ground canvassing, and then we take the voter rolls and we combine all three, and they all three match. Now, but the only thing that they match, but the people didn't commit crime. The people didn't go, I'm going to go vote twice. That's not true. You're going to have that, but these is at a massive scale using names with the dirty voter rolls. Like Wisconsin has 7.2 million names on their voter rolls, and if every registered voter voted in Wisconsin, it's 4.1 million. Why do they need those other 3 million names?
Okay, that's a good specific question, Mike. That's a good specific question, Mike.
So the
Ken,
camera's tilted, I didn't realize.
do you think Mike believes this stuff, or do you think Mike's confused?
Oh, I'm confident Mike fully believes this stuff. I mean, he has put his money where his mouth is. I don't think anybody can claim that Mike doesn't fully believe in what he's talking about. So
The riots in the UK today were crazy. I haven't heard about that. What's that about? Riots UK. Renewed rioting sweeps British cities in the wake of child murders. Is this like, did immigrants murder children or something, and now there's a bunch of anti-immigrant people? That's going to be my guess. Hundreds of anti-immigrant protesters who erupted in cities after false information spread rapidly on social media that the suspect in Monday's knife attack at children's dance class in Southport was a radical Muslim migrant. Okay, so it's not even, wasn't even true that they were an immigrant. Was born in Britain. The guy who did it was born in Britain. Oh, of course it's misinformation. Of course.
For that reason alone, I give him credit for his conviction for sure. You know, again, I'm trying to flow as we sort of jump from.
It's hard to do
one
so,
thing
yeah.
to another, but what I'd like, I'm just trying to pick the thing that I think will have the most impact as we talk.
Yeah.
I'd like to talk about electronic voting machines at a high level for a minute. Yes, if you don't protect yourself, you leave yourself open to either external forces hacking those machines or somebody slipping some code in there potentially to alter the count itself, right? There's some nefarious computer hacking things that you can do. There are plenty of protective steps that you can take to minimize and eliminate the possibilities for that. I turn to the casino industry.
Biden Kamala's policy towards Ukraine and Israel is fucking horrendous. Can't send us messages in Discord. You know why? No. Does Discord? What? Oh, is it the Israel's fucking horrendous?
To look for that. You have slot machines, which are individual computers, and I do a lot of work with the gaming industry. You can absolutely ironclad protect yourself from ensuring that the wrong software is not running in your slot machines and making other people rich who are just know how to game the system. You have no proof and there's no realistic outcome where a hand count is going to be more accurate than a machine count. And I'm just going to talk about, let's just talk about Maricopa County in Arizona, because that's been the punching bag for a lot of this.
Yep. There's
about 1.5 million votes cast in Maricopa in 2020. Each ballot that gets cast in Arizona has anywhere from 10, 20, maybe 30 different races on it. So imagine trying to hand count 30 million different vote tallies from 1.5 million ballots. It's a monumental effort, one that's almost certainly going to lead to errors because human beings can't do a repetitive process like that in general anywhere near as.
Why is it horrendous? No, I'm just saying, like, I think the reason Discord's censoring it is because it'll, like, quote, Israel is horrendous, basically handicapping them. I mean, they're handicapping them in order to protect civilians. Oh, not the Ukraine side. The Ukraine side is to avoid escalation. I mean, I think it's horrendous on Ukraine. I would like to see them do more to help Ukraine. But putting pressure on them, not the enemies. I mean, we're putting quite a bit of military pressure on Russia and Hamas, really. Again, I would like to see Biden do more to help Ukraine, but like, the reason to do it for Israel is because of the worries about civilians in Gaza. F-16 delivered words World War. Well, again, I would probably agree with you on a lot of the Ukraine stuff. I think we should be giving Ukraine more than we can. Although, to be fair, it's a divided Congress right now. It was a pain to get Ukraine aid passed in the first place. True. Thank you, Richard Hardy. It was hard to get Ukraine aid passed in the first place. So I don't really know how much Biden could do unilaterally with this Congress. And then also there's some point to be made about, like, you know, if like the student protests are going on, right? Like just a ton of pro-Palestine protests. Obviously, I don't agree with those protests, but I mean, like there's kind of an argument to be made that maybe you should want the president to respond to that type of stuff. Like if there are a bunch of student protesters protesting stuff, even if you disagree with the stuff that they're protesting for, you kind of do want a president to I break is going to be escalation. You kind of do want a president to respond to that stuff, right?
As capably and dependably as a computer to do it.
Well, let's ask Mike if he even would concede that. I'm curious, Mike, do you agree that the machines in general are more accurate at counting than people?
No, 1,000,000% no. I met with UK officials, France, Belgium, Germany, the Netherlands, met with them all, and we devised the best hand counting system in the world. It was used in Osage County, Missouri in an actual election 2 years ago. Democrats, Republicans working together. We got done at the same time in the machines with 100% accuracy. Now, Argentina last summer, a judge ruled there and said, hey, we got to go to paper ballots hand counting. They can flip their country over, and they did it in 4 months faster than the Netherlands, so it took 5 months. And Taiwan just did it. Ecuador just did it. All these countries have outlawed machines, computers around the world. The Philippines, they've all outlawed them. We just had, and when you talk about, he's using Maricopa County for an example, in the Kerry Lake race, remember, 242 machines went down at the same time. And that was impossible. They're not tied to the internet, so how can they all get done at the same time with the same exact problem? Yeah. You watched in Georgia this last fall, an Obama-appointed judge, the Curling case, 3.5 years ago, she finally said, you know what? These experts that looked inside these machines say there's problems. We're going to let this case go forward. Haldeman hacked in with a ballpoint pen into the machine and flipped the election, and it's still pending in court right now in Georgia. So
see, okay, Mike, there's so much that you're dumping on us that it's hard to keep up with each one of the claims. Even Republicans in Maricopa, to my knowledge, were satisfied that no one was disenfranchised. But like, Ken, how do you deal with when Mike goes, they all went down, disconnected from the internet, it's all crazy?
So I would ask...
We're telling them not to kill the Hamas leader. I remember after Iran attacked them the first time, we told them not to respond. Did we tell them not to kill the whatever guy that is killed?
Have you looked at what it would take to turn Maricopa County into a hand count county?
Absolutely, we have. We've looked at every place in the United States. Remember, we had that prior to 2000. This is what we had, Ken. You don't know what goes on to those black boxes that are sitting there. We just want a fair election in our community. No matter what.
A hand count wouldn't stop somebody.
Which guy was that guy? Was that guy in Iran? Because again, the escalation is going to be the thing we're really concerned about. Do you remember that people like David Pakman is saying people who can say men can magically transform into a woman? True. Lebanon guy. Oh, okay.
From voting somewhere where they don't live.
Yeah, absolutely, but it would stop for a computer where one guy can press and change millions of votes or tens of thousands of votes.
But that wasn't the argument you were making for what took place, though, Mike. That wasn't the argument you were making.
100%. I'm saying that people didn't do this. It was done with computers. You do understand that, David? I'm saying this was the uniparty, deep state, globalist, CCP. This is people.
Okay. Well,
I don't know who did this. Okay, and yes, it was computers that were used.
It was computers. Okay.
Do you know who Tony Fabrizio is, Mike?
No.
He's Trump's pollster. He paid Fabrizio tens of millions of dollars every election, 16, 20. I'm sure he's polling for him now. Right. He exit polled 30,000 swing state voters and asked them who they voted for and why. And what he learned and what he published in a report that everybody can see on Politico.com is that 1 out of 6 of the 30,000 voters his people interviewed were Republicans who ran away from Trump. 1 out of 6. Another 1 out of 6 who voted were first-time voters motivated to vote against Trump. And interestingly, in 2016, roughly 1 out of 6 exit poll voters were motivated for the first time to vote for Trump. So Trump motivated a lot of people to vote for him in 2016. And in 2020, I think because of COVID in particular, according to Fabrizio. So what Fabrizio is basically saying is the election was lost largely because rhinos, in effect, didn't vote for Trump after Trump told them to take a long walk off a short pier.
Where's your question here? Where's your question?
Well, so what I'm giving you is some hard evidence that
that's not hard evidence. That's not hard evidence. Well, let me see. Who is this guy? I don't get to see what his
literally. Who is this guy? It's Trump's own pollster, dude.
I give you hard evidence. You say, well, let me look into it. I don't see it. I don't know.
You should look into it. If you Google Fabrizio.
What's the question?
Well,
what's the question?
I believe that so I have 3 data points for you. The first one is his poll, which identified that the reason for the loss was the loss of Republican support from Republicans in the middle. Raffensperger, who I know you don't give a lot of credence to, but he identified.
Why did conspiracy theories ever become normal in the conservative community? It raptured their thought process. Yeah, it's insane. Half the conservative party is conspiracy brained. Even David Prager is conspiracy brained now.
30,000 Republican primary voters in 2020 who didn't vote in the presidential election. And another 30,000 votes were cast in Georgia in 2020 where all the down ticket Republicans received a vote, but the presidential race was left blank. And the margin of victory, as we all know, was just under 12,000 votes in Georgia. When I looked at county level statistics from every county in the country, and you look at red states and you look at blue states and you look at red and blue counties, purple counties, on average, when you look at Trump's share of the vote as a percent of all the votes that were cast, Trump did about 2.5% less well across the country in 2020 than he did in 2016. This is my data. 2020 than he did in 2016.
That's right. You just validated the skim. That's right.
Right. Mike's argument is this was done in every state to hide the states where it mattered.
Everywhere.
Well,
exactly. You just validated it for me.
So that's bananas. And the reason I say it's bananas
you can say that.
is because, first of all, most states have different voting systems than every other state, and many times counties have different voting systems. So to have a consistent—
What do you mean different voting systems? Do you know that all the computers they run up a thing called GEMS, and ES&S is the biggest computer company in the country that runs our elections? Out of Omaha, Nebraska, they are the biggest machine company. They haven't sued me yet. I wish I'll file them right on the file.
Oh, it's not even a full screen. Do all the states use the same voting machines? Because every state runs their own election. Do all states use same voting machines? I would assume that they don't all use the same voting machines. Some of them don't even use electronic voting, right? And mark paper ballots. It makes them so hard, dang near impossible to get through to them now, yeah. Well, like, the thing is, like, this happened in the debate already. Like, anytime, like, you disprove one conspiracy, they'll throw 5 more at you, and then, like, they won't like actually accept like any disproving stuff, because they'll just say it's all the deep state. It's all the deep, like, there's no evidence you could show them, because like all roads lead to the deep state. All roads lead to the CCP deep state.
Which would be fine. I want to ask you this. Let me ask something here. How do you explain? Let's talk about crooked Brad Rassenberg. If you're a Democrat in Georgia and you plan on winning, for me, this isn't about Democrats, Republicans, or Donald Trump. My whole life, since the spring of 21, that Jimmy Kimmel asked me, Mike, if the shoe was on the other foot and Donald Trump was selected like you say Biden was, would you still be sounding the alarm? And I said, yes, I would. And everybody knows I would. It doesn't matter. I think it's a blessing that Donald Trump, they did take it then, because what we've learned now in the last 3 years, in Georgia, in the summer of 22, 3 Democrats, this nice lady, her and her husband got 0 votes in her own precinct. Now how do you explain that? You can't. My question for Ken, how do you explain? I'm here to tell you that this was in every state. It was in every state, every county. And you're saying, well, they have different systems. No, they don't. They all run off GEMS. ES&S, we have the same ballot images that came out of Mesa County, Colorado, that came out of Smartmatic.
So how does he explain it? How does he explain it is the question.
No, I'm explaining to you because they're on the internet. They're all horizontal. Okay, they're all horizontal. ES&S was with me.
Why are they even on the? I don't even think they're connected to the internet. Oh, our voting machine's connected to the internet. I'm pretty sure they're not. No election or voting system has ever been the target of successful cyber attack. National Election Defense Coalition. Is this even about the U.S.? This is about the U.S. elections. Federal agency refused to issue guidelines banning the use of wireless modems. I don't speak Russian, dude.
Their owners were with me at a Senate hearing in Louisiana, and they were asked, are your machines more secure than Dominion's? They said, absolutely.
What's up, Shalom Bubbly? Welcome to the stream.
Absolutely not. They all have backdoors. They're all hackable. Now, they're horizontal hackable. Just because I have a computer at my pillow, one's a Dell and one's an Apple, they can be connected through the internet.
Okay.
Okay.
So, Ken, how do you explain that, I guess?
Yeah. So.
Oh, no internet modems. By state law, voting machines may not be connected to the internet. This is probably just one state. This is North Carolina. So, I mean, maybe there's other states where they are connected to the internet, but kind of doubt it. But, you know, maybe. How's it going? It's going pretty good. I don't know if you remember, but we've spoken before. I mean, you'd have to tell me this is a new account, right? Because you're a first-time chatter. So, debate deathmatch. Oh, what? When? What are you David?
I'm dealing with a lot of moving goalposts here. So
yeah, I know.
I'm struggling with trying to keep up and to, again, have trying to do something productive in what we talk about. So
let me frame it this way, Ken.
Let me say this. I have two things to say. The first one is, it's really difficult and frustrating to bring out pretty hard facts like I just did with Raffensperger's facts, Fabrizio's facts, my facts, and they're sort of brushed off, and what you're presented with are more hearsay type things that don't necessarily have the solid evidence, recreatable evidence that you need to survive legal scrutiny that you have to have. And the story that I'll tell you is that in my engagement with the Trump campaign, which started off with just find us the dead voters, find us the people who voted twice. And what the lawyers who I reported to quickly appreciated that we really understood what we were doing and that we were thorough. And they asked us to start performing their due diligence on the claims of voter fraud that were pouring in from all over the country. And we did that. And we were asked to basically vet each claim. And if it stood up and would survive legal scrutiny, they were going to go to court with it. If it didn't stand up, they weren't going to take it to court because they didn't want to be involved with false claims and bringing forward bad data into court. We looked at 20 claims from across the country. Every one of them was false, oftentimes because whoever did the analysis didn't fully understand what they were looking at. A claim of 750,000 duplicate votes cast in Wisconsin. Well, they missed all the online votes, all the in-person votes, and that was the difference. We had a whole bunch of claimed duplicate votes, deceased votes, where people matched on names and addresses and dates of birth and said, hey, it's a match, it's got to be the same. Well, it's not the same guy. It usually isn't much more than it is. And some of the claims were just bonkers out the gate and would never have survived because they had no data behind them at all, nothing recreatable, hearsay evidence, which no judge in the country is going to allow, right? So that's what we dealt with in November of 2020. And I was up pretty much the whole month as well, Mike, dealing with all that. And, it's hard to have a conversation where, you're looking at it, you're trying to deal with it scientifically, you're trying to deal with it with credible, recreatable evidence. And one of my favorite saying is actual fraud is detectable, verifiable, and quantifiable, right? You got to have those three pieces in order to be able to bring data into court successfully and not get bounced out on your rear end. So, that's really where I came at from it. And look, I believe strongly that we can and should be doing much better. I'm not so much focused on the actual execution of collecting votes on election day as I am on voter registration, the dirty data that sits around, all of that sort of stuff. Right. I believe we can and should do it much better than we do. And I think that's the most productive place for everybody to turn our attentions to try to increase our election integrity moving forward.
Mike, I've got a question for you, and this might require a little soul searching. Let me get the question out, and then you can take it wherever you want.
Okay, all right.
You had, at least for a period after the 2020 election, what we might call access to the former president, Donald Trump, at least to some degree, if not directly, it seems to be reported at least indirectly. Why do you think that the guy who had the biggest incentive to find the most direct path to identifying the fraud, why did he take Ken's word for it rather than yours, if the case you're making is so convincing?
David, you'd have to ask him that. But I will say this is, I look at the 2020 that it didn't get overturned back then because I believe we would have lost our country forever if it would have been flipped back to Donald Trump. And I say that with all sincerity because of so much we have found over the last 3 years. And now we can be proactive. You fix things like my company. In 2012, we took in $100 million, but we were $6 million in the hole, employee-owned company. But we learned from that. We pulled it all in-house. We took apart what went wrong, deals that went wrong, betrayal, all these things. And by the way, if you want to help my company today, you can use promo code David or Batman. The last time I was on your show, they all wanted a deal. But I will say this is my company. We've been attacked by all these machine companies, and you kind of wonder why are they still attacking me now when obviously we're not going to overturn the 2020 election. I quit. That ship sailed a long time ago. I'm going. This opened the crack. Going, hey, we've got some serious problems, and it's with these computers.
What's up,
and what I'm doing now, being proactive, we're going to request that everyone in the country at LindalePlan.com that they go there and they request their mail-in ballot. Even if they're going to vote earlier or day of, they request their mail-in ballot. Then if they get there whenever they vote and they say, I'm sorry, you've already voted, now we have evidence that everybody can understand. Do you agree, Ken, that would be identity theft? If I got there and someone said, I'm sorry, Ken, you've already voted.
I don't know if that works, Mike. I'll let Ken address it, but it seems that if you request such a ballot but don't turn it in, you're still allowed to vote on election.
Do you mean the My Pillar guy or Pac-Man or what's his name? Ken Block? We should read this guy's book. 10% off penis enlargement pills. Not How many pages do you think this is? We can find a PDF of it somewhere, but I would never do that.
So Ken, would that be the ironclad way to find fraud that Mike thinks it is?
You have to, now you're dealing with the rules and regulations that every state and sometimes every county puts on top of it. And that's one of the things that makes giving an answer here very difficult to do because you're probably going to be wrong in some places. Generally speaking, if you have requested a mail ballot, you are expected to turn that mail ballot in with you when you go to vote in person. That's
correct.
usually
That's correct. And if they say you've already voted, then you can say, no, I haven't. It's right here in my hand. That's what we're saying. It's a very easy way to say if there's something wrong. If my name was used, I'm protecting my name from the voter rolls.
Yep.
They can't use my name because this happened in the 2020, especially the 2022 election in some places. In Democrats in Kansas, were getting their votes were getting flipped to Republican in Kansas. And this, my teams were on the ground. And I said, you know what? They couldn't say, you've already voted. And I said, they say, no, we haven't voted. But having that mail-in ballot in your hand, that's kind of a good evidence that no, I haven't. It's right here. And
let's talk about the mail-in ballots a little bit, and then we're going to kind of be getting to the last thing here. Mike, I saw a video where you seemed a little bit rattled after Donald Trump did a 180 from the 2020. This is total fraud, even though he voted by mail. Mail-in is bad, early is bad, absentee is bad. Then Trump, I think, realizing that he needed to say something different. This year, he said, vote however the hell you can. I saw a video of you, Mike, where you seemed quite rattled and suggested
him saying that is actually evidence that Republicans are rigging the election
is this backdoor way to find the fraud or whatever. Bottom line, Mike, and then I want to hear from Ken. Do you believe that absentee, vote by mail, and early voting inherently increase what you define as fraud?
You absolutely, you should vote same day, and that would ideally same day, paper ballots hand counted precinct level. I have said that. I will never get off. It's hard for them to steal that day. Now, when I'm going, well, the RNC and all of them came up and the president, they said, well, vote any way you can. We're going to too big to rig is what he called it. Now, too big to rig. I'm saying that people are going to do that. This is what I'm encouraging people to do. At least protect your name. Get that mail-in ballot. Get your ballot so that you have it. And then when you go to vote in person, maybe you can't vote the day up, but you go vote in person. And if they say you've already voted, they're going to download them to my app, which is Frank Social, my election app, and we're going to take all this evidence.
You've got an app for everything.
His election app? If no one believes in the electoral process, why have elections? That's a good question, dude. Who knows at this point, man?
Absolutely. We got, this is where my thing is. I want to help save our country. And
okay, but so your answer to this question.
Whether you are David Packman or Mike Lindell, whatever you're at in politics, remember, I never was a Democrat or Republican. I was an ex-crack cocaine addict. I had never voted in my life.
I got
you.
So Mike, but right so your answer is yes, the mail-in leads to fraud, but protect yourself by requesting your mail-in ballot. Ken, systemically, is there evidence that anything other than voting on election day in person increases what we define as fraud in elections?
So it is a fact that it's harder to commit voter fraud voting in person than it is voting by mail, where you do so anonymously and in a great many states without showing any real identification that really helps everybody ensure that the person who cast the vote is the person who should have cast the vote. Looking at voter, see, to me, if we're talking about something we can do to fix the biggest problem we have in elections, I think the biggest problem we have is that we have 50 different states doing voter registration 50 different ways, oftentimes not coordinating with each other, doing it differently, doing it poorly in a lot of cases, and some places do it better than others, right? I think we should have
states can run their elections however they want, and there's no federal, or I shouldn't say there's no federal oversight. There's no, it's not really strict federal standards. Except for the 14th. Apparently states aren't allowed to enforce the 14th Amendment. Anything else states can do however they want, but they're not allowed to enforce the 14th Amendment, because why would they have that power?
Federal voter registration, one place. You do it that way, we don't have the mistakes of 50 people, right? We don't have any of that problem. And if you do it federally, you now have an identifier that everybody would have to use when they vote by mail.
You don't like that idea though, Mike?
No, that would be insane. That's probably the most insane idea. We need to decentralize it down to the precinct level, where you're down to your own community, where you see yourself vote. That's what needs to be done the way it was before. Sometimes the best things are done by hand, and the people at that level. You do it at the federal level. Now you have one machine. It's just like all of our UACAVA votes now. All of our UACAVA votes are done by mail-in. There's no IDs whatsoever. This is our military. We have places like in Idaho or in Utah where they try texting in your vote and texting or emailing in your vote. Now, come on. You have a federal thing there. You're going to trust one person now on these computers. Okay, we're supposed to trust that. Why not trust in our own backyard at the precinct level and do it at that level?
What about that, Ken? What about the single point of failure of that?
There's no single point.
No, I'm asking Ken. Does Ken agree that there's a single place where this could go wrong?
So, my question to both of you is, do you trade stocks?
No, I hold low-cost index funds for a really long time.
Mike, do you trade stocks at all?
I hold low-cost index fund for a really long time. The first benefit would be holy shit, why my stream is lagging. Sorry guys, I think our Wi-Fi is probably fucked. First benefit would be the Republicans are at it again, with stop being an excuse for everything. True.
Okay. Do you trust those? Do you trust those?
Absolutely not. If there was something wrong, I would check it. And I would have a way to check it. You can't trust computers. There can be mistakes in all computers. Let me tell you something, Ken. When there's a hack or a breach in computers or a mistake, it can be, you hack in, you get people, you fix it, you have better control, you fix the hack, and then your insurance covers it. It's a money thing. When it happens in our elections, you can lose all your freedoms. That's the difference. And we should not be using them. I would not trust any computer in our elections ever again, knowing what I know now. You can't do that.
So what makes this so incredibly difficult is I think Mike believes that Trump's voter fraud investigator, me, Trump's pollster, Fabrizio, and Secretary of State Raffensperger, all three of us who, using different methodologies and using different data sets completely, all were able to show that the reason for the election loss wasn't fraud at all. It was literally the loss of moderate support from Republicans that caused the loss, because it was a narrow loss, and there's not that many rhinos, let's face it, but those rhino votes mattered in the close races. Mike keeps claiming his basic premise is fraud is everywhere. There are small amounts of fraud everywhere. There is no evidence at all that massive amounts of fraud were everywhere. I gave that message to the top Trump campaign attorney that I reported to, Alex Cannon. He brought it to Mark Meadows, who, in response to the finding, hey, we looked and just didn't find any fraud to change the results. His answer was, well, that means there's no there, referring to the claims of voter fraud being relatively empty. So I get your zeal, Mike, for solving a problem. The problem is you have to make sure the problem exists before you go to.
Well, that's what I think.
Wait, hold on.
Hold on, we're giving Ken the last word here. We're giving Ken the last word.
You have to, before you go to extremes, like we're going to roll back computers and go back to the Stone Age in terms of counting votes. You better have solid evidence that there's a problem then you haven't shown me that evidence. It has to be verifiable, quantifiable, and I haven't seen it, and I'm happy if you want to deliver me a whole bunch of stuff, I'll go through it. But to go there without having the evidence, I believe is dangerous, and it's leading us on a conversation that moves us away from addressing the things that we really should be fixing.
Gentlemen, listen, Mike, I'm so sorry.
All you have to do is go to frankspeech.com.
The evidence you claim is there. I got you.
It's all sitting there.
I got you. I got you, Mike.
Record. This is about a lady that got 0 votes in her own precinct, you guys.
All right, we're going to look at it. At some point, the conversation must come to an end. Ken, real quick, you don't want to melt down the machines to turn them into prison bars the way Mike wants to do, right?
I think that we would find that it would be incredibly difficult.
People say the JFK election was also fixed. Have you heard of that? Well, people compare the Trump electors to the JFK electors, but they're not really comparable.
To do our elections,
because the JFK electors were certified by the state, and Trump's weren't. They were just lying. And
it would take far longer than we think. And who's to say that those people who are counting late at night aren't going to make their own errors? So,
not to mention, we have better ways at this point of making prison bars than melting machines down, I would say.
Exactly.
Listen, gentlemen, Ken Block, Mike Pillow Lindell, you really said it all. I hope that the audience gained some insights here, and I really do appreciate you joining me.
Promo code David Pacman.
I haven't tried, nor am I in a position to endorse any of Mike's products at this point.
Does he actually have a promo code of him? That'd be funny. Was it actually fixed? Well, what I'm pretty sure what happened was in Hawaii, and I think maybe this happened before, but in the JFK election in 1964 or whatever, or it would have been 1960, I think, or whatever. I think initially JFK's opponent won the state, and then the Hawaii state legislature certified a slate of electors for JFK's opponent, and then afterwards they did a recount because the margins were close, and it turned out JFK had won, so the state certified a different slate of electors who then cast their ballots for JFK. Trump's electors were just lying. They were not certified by the state in any way, and they also weren't doing it based off of any recount. They were just doing it based off of frivolous claims of election fraud, none of which were ever proven, as we just saw in the fucking debate. Yeah, I think Wikipedia has it. Like, we literally go to Wikipedia. People make this argument all the time, but it's obviously dumb. 1960, the presidential election in Hawaii came down to just 115 votes. In the original count, Nixon had beat Kennedy by 141 votes. The official Republican electors were certified by the state legislature and sent to Congress. Legal challenges led to a recount in which Kennedy won by 115 votes. So the state then certified the Democrat electors and sent them to Congress as a correction. This was the correct legal process. Congress then accepted Kennedy's electors. In Trump's case, he lost the election. And by the way, Trump's position was also just that Mike Pence unilaterally could have decertified a vote. in this case, I believe all of Congress had to agree. Like all of Congress had to dispute. It had or had the opportunity at least to dispute which electors were legitimate. Trump's position, Eastman's position, was just that Mike Pence could just decide which slate of electors was legitimate, or just decide not to certify the vote at all for states that had alternate slates of electors or states that had allegations of fraud. Trump's case, he lost the election and decided that he would secretly have fraudulent electors convene and submit their votes for Trump in battleground states that he had lost. They were never certified with a state and were done entirely through a process not within line with the law. They had no legal basis to claim to be the official electors after results had been certified for Biden. This came after multiple recounts, multiple court losses by Trump, and multiple agencies confirming that Biden had won the election. 1960 was a legal process using certified electors, choosing the official winner. It was completely within line with established electoral procedures. In 2020, it was a fraudulent process using fake electors, Trump fictitiously claiming the official loser, Trump was the official winner. It was conducted with no legal standing and outside the established electoral procedures. Oh, more porn bots followed me. Let's go. Dude, awesome. Dude, sick. Fire. 141 followers. All of them are porn bots except like 5 of them. Let's go. Let's go, people. Woo! I love Twitter. Elon Musk really got rid of the bots. I'm following a core bot too. At least the bots are hoes and not blokes, true. Hold on, I'm arguing people in my general chat. I don't know, JFK, like erection, the rigging thing was mainstream. Well, they don't claim the election was rigged. They just claim that Trump's electors were equivalent to JFK electors when they weren't.
This is what Donald Trump posted in 2022. Quote, verbatim, a massive fraud of this type and magnitude allows for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. Our great founders did not.
I gotta get in with sound so I can start talking to bigger people, bro. I saw he was on this panel about Kamala Harris's border policies. Hold on, this person should just come in my chat. I don't like. Can we do that? I mean, I guess I can do this. You guys can see the arguments I'm having in Discord chat on the side. Mr. Trump could reestablish peace through strength. Here's how a successful plan for Ukraine might look like. I think this came from Trump's aides, right? No evidence as part of Mr. Trump's policy. It was Mr. Trump who lifted Political coup by House Speaker Mike Johnson when he maneuvered. Ukraine builds up substantial defense, blah, blah, blah. So Russia never attacks again. No one recognizes Russia's occupation and annexation of Ukraine's territories. The last thing Mr. Trump did in the second term is a foreign policy failure to distract from his domestic agenda. See, my comments were showing. I didn't realize I was spamming. Oh. What happened? Also, Golden Snakey. Dude, maybe it's not worth it to stream on shorts, because people seem to be just like clicking on a short stream. Golden Snakey, I need your help here. Did you find a short stream through your shorts feed, or did you just like click on it like in your recommended? Because sometimes people click on it like from the recommended, and I that should never happen. YouTube needs to fix their thing. The horizontal stream should be in the recommended, and then the short stream should only show up on the actual shorts page. Scroll live streams one after another. Okay, thank you. Hold on, this guy was involved. This is the former Secretary of State. So, like, this was the Secretary of State under Trump. Found you first relating to Destiny video. Scrolling short today and your live stream came up. Based. Listen, the reaction content is it. Then I hit the jackpot, you know what I'm saying? Oh, true. Yeah, I like if this guy, like, this is Donald Trump's former Secretary of State, and is this guy a official too, or is he just a writer? American lobbyist and political commentator for CNN. Okay. Like, see, this is the big issue of Trump, is that even if I don't agree with everything what Biden does in Ukraine, I don't really know what Trump would do. Trump hasn't laid out like a super cohesive policy. If his former Secretary of State is saying we're going to give $500 billion fucking dollars to Ukraine and we're not going to give up any Ukraine's territory at all, and I'm talking to a Trump supporter in my chat who says that Trump won't even give 1 cent to Ukraine, like, I'm pretty sure I remember this quote. And he's also saying that he would let people invade. Turkey Tom Destiny content is meta right now, yeah. Jesus, why? Didn't Trump say he would give loan? I don't like. Trump will not give a penny to Ukraine. Hungary PM Orban. Trump will not fund Ukraine's fight against Russian invasion if elected president. Hungarian PM Viktor Orban has said. Hungary PM, yeah. Don't take this guy seriously. Well, I'm aware who Viktor Orban is. But like, if you look at what Trump himself has said, the only thing I've seen Trump himself say is the war wouldn't have started under him, and that if he gets elected, he'll have the war end before he's even the president. Those are the only things I've seen Trump say. That, like, I don't actually know what he would do on Ukraine, because on one hand, this person who's relatively, I mean, he's not like a Trump, he's a PM of a different country, but this guy saying he wouldn't give 1 cent to Ukraine. The guy in my Discord saying Trump won't help Ukraine. This guy says... Why is he laughing? No one even knows what Trump's doing, not even himself. Yeah, exactly. That's the issue. Although he probably would be more supportive of Israel. I mean, if you look at Trump's peace plan, it's pretty pretty biased towards Israel, I would say. Biden administration sanctions sound good on paper, but are hollow. Treasury, for example, exempts Russian banks from sanctions with transactions related to energy production, the most important revenue source for the Kremlin's war machine. I'm sure he's given more statements on it, but the only thing I've seen him say, again, Trump Ukraine interview. I think it was with the ABC interview. Not this. It was more recent than this. Oh, it might have been this. It wasn't that.
Now to an ABC News.
Was probably
Like, I don't know. Half of the Republicans don't support Ukraine funding, and half of them do. So, like, I don't. It's hard to know what it'll do. Obviously, Ukraine cannot stand its own 2 feet.
With that, so they tried to put him in prison. They even tried to kill him. With that, so they tried to impeach him.
True. Were you able to see my earlier comments regarding the previous section? Previous election? I don't think so. Okay. RIP, hold on. I want to know Kamala Harris's border policy. Is it a success or failure? Called the immigration notes.
Okay. Welcome, one and all, to yet another episode of WIC TV, a cross-ideological space where we come together to talk about issues both political and cultural, from the silly to the serious. Today, we're going to be debating, right, on Kamala Harris and the border. A lot has been said about whether or not she was, quote unquote, the border czar, in charge of immigration, all these things. We're going to talk about what she has done as vice president, what she advocated for, what she advocates for now, and whether or not that will be good for immigration, and just talk about Kamala Harris, and her positions in general. But we're going to start with the border. We got quite the lineup. We're waiting on one more person. When they get here, we'll just slot them in. But you'll notice that we have the banned man himself. He just recently got unbanned from Twitch. Okay, Saul is back with us, and so we're going to give him the mic first.
Congratulations.
To start us off.
I'm 1v2 and give me the last word here, okay?
Give you the last word.
Give me the last word. Yeah, I'm the only one on my side. I didn't know what they're going to say.
So far, I mean, look, Portland's on your side too.
Also, not too knowledgeable what happened in relation to the last presidential election
Up there in
issues.
Washington.
Okay. Well.
Hopefully he's okay. Hopefully he's okay. I haven't heard from him today, so we'll see. Okay, well, with that, let's get started. And I guess if you want to go last, I can make you go last. Gibbs, do you mind going first, and then we'll.
Yeah, I'll go first. Sure. So the Democrats have been wholesale gaslighting the United States for too long. First, they told us Biden didn't have dementia and amnesia. Now, after calling Kamala Harris the border czar for 3.5 years almost, and having her take over for the woman that was originally titled the border czar before, take over the responsibilities, sending her down to the southern areas to see about this migration crisis and all these things.
They were like,
Hold
it's
on.
a really good
Portland,
thing
you're hot micing. You're hot micing. I don't know who that is.
Like, why? And so she said, well,
We're gonna-
my brother.
We're gonna get him.
What the hell?
Sorry
Okay,
about
sick,
that.
dude.
Yeah,
He
no
can DM
problem.
me when he's better.
Yeah,
Go
so
on. Go ahead.
yeah, sorry for this. So yeah, so basically for 3.5 years, she's been called the border czar. She replaced the border czar. The left leading media is the one who's called her the border czar for all this time. This czar thing, like, it's not even like an insult. We've had czars of all sorts of shit, and Republicans and Democrats, but she's just done such an abysmal job. Even if we wanted to rename her the migration czar instead, which is why she was supposed to go find the root causes or some shit like that. Listen, she failed at that. There's nothing she's ever actually accomplished as this border czar person.
This panel got off to well, holy shit, O'Connor boy. Is that the real O'Connor boy? This panel got off to a slow start. Welcome to the stream, O'Connor boy. What's up? O'Connor boy, wait, you didn't answer my fucking question, dude. Hold on. I need to know. I need your advice, okay? I want to make a video. I have like a few notes written down about Trump's contradictory economic policy. I'm gonna rip you off, okay? I'm gonna do one of your monologue videos. I don't see why that if Trump restricted capital inflows from China, I don't see why that wouldn't increase your trade deficit, right? Maybe this is just my like high school macro econ brain working, okay? So like there's probably shit that I don't know, but like I was taught any decrease in capital account is just going to go to current account, so it would increase the current account deficit. Okay, anyway, thanks for being here, O'Connor boy. What the hell? I love your stuff, man.
It's an utter failure. That's why they want to separate the name from it. But it's another example of just outright dishonesty and gaslighting by the Dems, trying to convince you all of something that you all know is true. Just like when they tell you inflation, is not that bad, jobs are record high, even though everybody's got to work 3 things. It's just dishonesty. It's hypocrisy. It's disgusting. And I think the American people are sick of it, hopefully.
Okay, well, thanks for being here. Looking forward to the debate. Average debate enjoyer. Tyler, please.
All right, well, I'd like to start this out here for you guys by just kind of telling you a story.
Not sure my dude. Trade accounting isn't my thing right now. Okay, you're good, but I'm gonna make the video to assume I'm right, and I'm sure a commenter will point out if I'm wrong. But thank you.
Walking around.
Good question for ChatGPT. I did ask I asked Perplexity, which at least like has sources. Perplexity said I was right, I think. If Trump enacts a policy limiting Chinese ownership of U.S. firms, it would likely decrease the capital account surplus, and assuming trade volumes stay constant, this would lead to an increase in the current account deficit to balance the payments, because balance of payments has to equal 0 in our long run, at least. Yeah. Talking out.
My parents took me to Oakland as a baby, and we went to a civil rights protest, and I was in a stroller with no straps on it, and the adults were really caught up in the protest. At some point, I fell out of the stroller, and they just kept marching. Well, eventually, they doubled back, and they saw I was really upset at that point. My mom, when she tells the story about how I'm fussing, she asked me, "Baby, what do you want? What do you need?" And I looked at her and said, "Freedom." Kamala Harris is a terrible candidate. I don't like her. I don't think she was a good border czar, which she absolutely is. The term is colloquial. I'm going to go through the definition, historical uses of it, people that embrace it, didn't embrace it, and kind of what...
Did people use the term border czar before Kamala Harris? The only how do you spell czar? Isn't it there's no such thing as a border czar. This is just the left-wing media gaslighting me. But like, didn't Biden just say Kamala Harris was in charge of border policy? And then I think there was some media company that called her the border czar, like colloquially. But like, I don't know. Again, like I don't know. From all the immigration research I've done, it doesn't even seem like the president can do much. And but what the president has done is probably illegal. From my knowledge, the executive order, the asylum ban that Biden did, it's like, it's probably illegal. Like, I don't. It's just that no one wants to challenge him on it because no one likes immigrants. But unlawful border crossings have fallen in recent months. Oh, this also, by the way, the border crossings have fallen to about what they were before Trump left. This is the preliminary data, though. Since the new data has come out, it is still higher than when Trump left office. But I mean, they have fallen back to what they were. And then there's this really good article. If you take into account the fact that our border security has gotten a lot better in the past, like, few decades, and you include the number of people who got away, are you more for PPG in this country? Are you for more PPGs in this country? Not quite. I don't know. Well, more people pissing on the floor, and that's just that's competition for my Twitch stream, because I'm not willing to piss on the floor for subs like he is. So probably not. So no, racist. Oh, you're saying because he's Mexican. I always forget he's Mexican. He acts so white. So I'm for greatly making it a lot easier to come in here legally. I think immigration is mostly good. I mean, there's some small trade-off of wages, but it's probably a positive trade-off. He's proud he turned out to be white, low.
What she actually was tasked with by Joe Biden.
Okay, thank you for being here. Looking forward to it. You're not going to go last, but you're going to go second to last, because I'm going to give Portland as much time as he needs to make sure that he's not hot micing and things like that.
I mean,
So,
I'm
Sans-
cool with I'm cool with going here.
Go
So
ahead.
I read through Tyler's document. It was really enlightening on what the borders are situation is, like the naming convention behind it. It seems like it's actually a neutral term, kind of, over the course of history, but we'll get into that. After reading some articles, I'm not
Are
actually
you
sure
for a
if
primary? What do you
should
mean?
call her a border czar, but we can get into that. It's not really the biggest issue on this topic here.
I'm not too sure about Kamala. Well, listen. The thing is, I have Trump derangement syndrome. I'm relatively agnostic about who the Democratic candidate should be. I think Kamala has the claims to the funds, right? Although it could be converted into a PAC if it wasn't Kamala. The support for Kamala Harris is a lot better than I expected. We've seen her go up a ton in the polls. What if Pete is stronger? I don't know. People are already saying it's a coup. So maybe it wouldn't be a big deal to go with Pete. There are probably things with the open convention that are not good, but I do really like Pete. Listen, I wanted Roy Cooper as VP, okay? Because I'm from North Carolina. I wanted Roy Cooper, but holy shit, Pete versus fucking JD Vance would be so funny, dude, with how charismatic and how well Pete controls the conversation compared to JD Vance. American hero JD Vance, as the Econo Boys has rightly pointed out. JD Vance is an American hero. It would be so funny to watch, dude.
Topic more has to do with what her what's the word I'm looking for?
Pete and Shapiro
Record on the
ticket.
border
I don't.
is.
I still was it Shapiro or who had the sexual assault allegation that just came out against them? Shapiro, sexual assault, sexual harass. Shapiro in the IDF base. Shapiro, okay. I think we should run a Harris Shapiro ticket. Sam Harris and Ben Shapiro. That'd be the best ticket, dude.
And so what she was tasked with was very specifically working with the Northern Triangle in Central America, Guatemala, Honduras, and El Salvador, I think. And over the course of the time that she's been in charge as the quote-unquote border czar, or whatever we want to call her, those three countries have seen a dramatic shift in the amount of people coming over. I think from Guatemala, it's down 50%, from Honduras, 19%, and the other one, I can't remember the number off the top of my head. We can get into it. It seems like, in terms of what she was specifically tasked with doing and what she was given the powers to do, it seems like she actually did a pretty decent job. In terms of anything else to do with the border, we're going to have to go into policy regarding Joe Biden, the Republicans, the Democrats, and everybody else, not just Kamala Harris per se. So we can get into that, but yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
You wrote an essay?
Okay, excellent. Now,
another thing, I think I don't know how much Kamala has been involved in this. I think Biden negotiated with Venezuela to hopefully, with Venezuela, and geez, I can't speak, to have elections. Now, obviously, we saw how they turned out. But he at least tried to negotiate with Venezuela for sanctions relief in exchange for the free and fair presidential elections that turned out were probably not so free and fair. And then also, they did actually end up getting $1.5 billion to invest in their smart border technology from Mexico. They did actually make They did actually make Mexico pay for the wall. Unlike what Trump did, which was tariffs.
Hopefully he's ready. Hopefully he's set. We're gonna try. Okay, Portland, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you guys, but
yes,
we can hear you.
Okay, we can hear you too. Go ahead, give us your opening thoughts.
Opening thoughts. I think that it's both disingenuous and deeply misleading to refer to Kamala Harris as the border czar, and it's nothing more than a Republican talking point to take a very complex issue, condense it down into a very simple soundbite, and spoon feed it to people that aren't going to critically engage with it. That's pretty much all I have for opening thoughts. Look forward to chatting with everyone except for Gibbs.
I think Roy Cooper gave a really good answer on Palestine as well. Although I guess Shapiro, if he wrote an essay, he probably wrote more about it. It's wonderful to live in a democracy where people's voices can be heard and they're unafraid to protest. In many countries, that's not the case. That being said, the war is devastating. We're seeing innocent civilians being killed. I think Biden knows that. There needs to be a two-state solution here. We need Arab countries to come together. Pro-Hamas people supporting Waltz for some reason. I don't know. Listen, I don't know anything. I don't know anything about anyone. Okay, I wanted my man Roy Cooper, and Roy Cooper withdrew. He's gone, and I don't care anymore. Kill the astronaut would also be badass. True, although I don't know. One of the things for Roy Cooper is that he doesn't risk losing a Democratic incumbency, whereas most of the other people do. Shapiro doesn't. He has a Democratic lieutenant governor too, so the Democratic lieutenant governor would just become governor. But Roy Cooper could at least finish his term. Josh Shapiro can't. He'd have to resign. And also, the thing I always mention, Shapiro had already won his election, right? Or who am I? Or is it Beshear? Wait, which one's Kentucky? Shapiro's Pennsylvania. Never mind. I don't know. I don't remember Shapiro. Beshear is Kentucky, right?
Okay, well, wonderful.
He already won his election, whereas North Carolina has their presidential election at the same time as the governor election.
Love the energy.
It would have down balloted a Democratic governor, which would have been nice. We'll probably still have a Democratic governor. We might even go blue. I'm manifesting it. Okay. What are the highlights about Cooper? Okay. The best thing Cooper has done is veto bills because North Carolina has like a super majority legislator, right? A Republican legislator. So he's the Democratic governor. Like the best thing you can do is like veto bills and try to negotiate with the Republican legislators for better stuff. Okay. So one big thing he just did, first of all, he vetoed a lot of like anti-abortion bills. But also he just passed some legislation to forgive a lot of medical debt, and he also helped expand access to Medicare, which the Republicans were initially hesitant to do. But they, this program has the potential to raise up to $4 billion in existing medical debt across the state, according to Cooper. The best thing he's done is like veto bills that are anti-abortion, and also he's done things to expand access to Medicare and to forgive medical debt, like he just did. That's what's good about Cooper. He's North Carolina is a red-ish state where it's really fucking gerrymandered. We're like 48% Democrats, 50% Republicans. But since we're so gerrymandered, we're really red. But he's never lost an election in our red state. Yeah.
See how it goes. So I guess we can just open it up to the floor. Go ahead, gang. The floor is yours.
Well,
is the Connor boy still here? Because I'm tired of these fucking Texans pretending like they're battleground state. Okay, NC is the real battleground state. We may not have as many electoral votes, but at least we'll actually go blue. Watch. It'll happen. I'm manifesting it.
I was saying I wrote a nice document up to kind of get all my notes and ideas all in one area for everyone to kind of review if they want to, so we can all be on the same page. I just took the history of the czars. There's a couple citations in there if you want to check them out. But essentially what they say is a czar is just an unofficial title, a nickname, a silly name that was given to make the point person that the president delegates a certain responsibility to. It just gave it a title, unofficial title. That's all it is. It's not an actual position. There's no swearing in or anything required. Sometimes they become official positions in different administrations and whatnot, but generally it's just kind of a brand that the media and both sides do. So in terms of, I guess I'll go with Portland here because this is our first debate together, even though we chat a lot. There was it was a bill. I don't know the actual term for it, but there was a bill condemning Kamala Harris for her bad actions, specifically using the term border czar, and Democrats were voting for it. A small handful of them, but still bipartisan. There, on top of that, you can go and look at almost every single media outlet, Axios, ABC, CNN, even MSNBC said it multiple times, called her the border czar. It's just a colloquial term. It doesn't have a set responsibilities to it. Where those responsibilities come from was what specifically Joe Biden delegated to her. And also in this links document I have here, I have the transcript of when Joe Biden delegated these powers to her. He gave her many more responsibilities than just the Northern Triangle, which he did give her those. But he also said that she was already working with Mexico, in talks with Mexico, and dealing with the surge currently at the southern border. So Joe Biden's own words, when he said, when she speaks for me, making her the point person, delegated the actual border to her as well.
And even in the press release and the transcript that you were so kind as to provide us all in the group chat, it's pretty clear, specifically multiple times cited as a diplomatic responsibility to engage with the people, the governing bodies of Mexico and the countries in the Northern Triangle to negotiate ways that that the U.S. could be party to improving conditions locally so as to prevent and stem the need for migration in the first place. She wasn't delegated any specific powers, any governing authority over the border itself. There was no level of direct involvement that was ever called out or intended to be outlined in any of those press releases or conversations. It was specifically diplomatic duties that she was tasked with, and I think that it's really about what people want you to think when they use the term border czar versus what her actual responsibilities were on the ground and in application. And I think that those two thought processes are pretty far apart in terms of her actual role on the ground, which was extremely minimal, if there was any at all, versus what people in the Republican contingent intend to convey when they refer to her as the border czar. They want to thrust the responsibility for the condition of the border directly onto her.
Yeah, I just want to touch on this. So in some aspects, I agree with Tyler. I understand that it doesn't mean anything, actually. It just means someone is in charge of a particular thing, and that's it. There's no other real qualifiers to it. The reason why I would kind of push back on the idea of border czar is because she was more tasked with the diplomatic side of things. Upon researching this, there was someone, and so sorry, I'm trying to remember everyone's names. Admiral Gibbs referenced this. There was someone that
Roberta Jacobson.
Okay.
Yes.
She was way more in what historically would be considered a border czar. They had a lot of leeway and a lot of power specifically at the border to do things at the border. Whereas what Joe Biden, even in the transcript of what Tyler sent, again, remember Portland said, it's mostly diplomatic stuff. And you're right, I did misspeak. It wasn't just the Northern Triangle. It also included places like Venezuela and Mexico and South America, but those were less of the focus since at the time the Northern Triangle was having such a surge in immigration.
I don't know if Kamala Harris was involved in this stuff, but one thing Biden did do is he started he resumed flights to, I think, Nicaragua and Venezuela to deport people to. Biden's transformed it to deport to Mexico, or obviously this is deport to Mexico. He's resumed deportations to Venezuela and Cuba. Okay, not Nicaragua. I don't know if Kamala was involved in these negotiations, but these are two things we did, or two things the Biden administration did surrounding or with these other countries.
Yeah, so I guess
I just want to cut to the quick of this, right? Regardless of what we call her, did she do a good job with the responsibility she was given? What do we think?
I don't think we really have enough information to make any kind of judgments as it relates to what she did specifically. I don't think that there's a tremendous amount of information available about what they were able to accomplish behind those closed doors, nor do I think we should hold extremely lofty expectations for what can be done to stem such a difficult problem and a complex problem in such a short amount of time.
No, actually, I have some
there's
stats.
Just a lot of jumping to the gun going on here in this conversation.
Let me just make sure I'm on the right article here. Let me see here. Blah, blah, blah. There is a lot of stuff in the Northern Triangle. Let's see what she actually got done. get to the right paragraph. Sorry.
I'll save you some time. She got done jack shit. That's how she got done. She failed like unequivocally
dude.
in every system.
Productive.
We could like sit here and do semantics over the borders are thing. Let's just cut the facts. Here's some quick facts. Fact one: Roberta Johnson was the borders are under Biden. She did have more roles allegedly, right? However, in the same speech, I posted the link on March 24th. He said, "I can think of nobody better to qualify to do this than the former," referring to Kamala Harris to take over for the job of Roberta Johnson. That is definitive proof that this is the person taking over this job. It's just like if I'm a CEO, I step down and someone else fills the CEO role. Guess what their title is now? It's a CEO. Now I get this is an unofficial title, but nonetheless. Now, if we want to talk if she's
Hold on. I'd just like to formally accept your concession on the first point, as this is a complete 180 from the conversation we had on Twitter no more than 4 days ago, where you steadfastly insisted that not only was she the borders, but that the media referring to her as the borders are was like your substantive proof of that claim. So
no, the substantive proof is Biden
also
had her fill in the role.
You're like just like 100% wrong on the quote that you just referenced. He
I
didn't say.
There's a whole thing.
Well, I'm looking at it right now, and I can think of nobody who is better qualified to do this than a former. Yeah, sorry, it's Biden, so it's going to be some stuttering here, okay? I can think of nobody who is better qualified to do this than a former. This is a woman who ran the second largest attorney general's office in America after the U.S. He didn't say there is no better person or qualified that is qualified to take over for.
This is the exact quote. It says, "I can think of nobody who's better qualified to do this than the former California attorney general." Biden said.
Yeah, but what you just said was to take over the responsibilities that this other person had. But that's not because the
paragraph
literally
says the paragraph right before he's taking over for these responsibilities.
Yeah, specifically
the two paragraphs before that say what he's
regardless. This is listen, y'all just trying to be Weasley. You're trying to get out.
Regardless, okay. I hate how much of the conversation is always going to be devoted to. Dude, was Kamala Harris as garbage as the borders are? I don't care. Please just talk about immigration policy because I think there's like please have a substantive policy debate.
I don't understand how you're confused. Saying the Biden borders are said now. All right, before she did, Biden announced in a news conference that Harris would be responsible for addressing the Southwest border surge that had already begun within days of taking office. That is the first part of the paragraph before the quote. What about that?
Yeah, so I said the several paragraphs before that. And so this increase has been consequential, but the vice president has agreed, among multiple other things that I have relating, agreed to lead our diplomatic effort and work with those nations to hold on. Let me finish the sentence. Let me finish the sentence. All right, those nations to sorry, he stutters, so it has all these dashes. Work with these nations to accept returnees and enhance migration enforcement at their borders. And then he reinforces at their borders. She's not in charge of directly the southern border. She's in charge of going out.
Hold on, true. Wait, let me find that quote.
Those nations to sorry, he stutters, so
Biden, Kamala Harris, border, diplomatic. Here we go.
It has all these dashes. Work with these nations to accept returnees and enhance migration enforcement at their borders.
Which it seems like, again, from the things I mentioned earlier, she probably did. This is my number. Okay, well, thank you, SRT Marcus. Great.
And then he reinforces at their borders. She's not in charge of directly the southern border. She's in charge of going after the root issues behind the push factors of migration.
Real quick.
This is just so dishonest.
Hold on. Let me jump in here because when I hear Democrats say they want to address the root issues of crime, that's their way of fighting crime. So is your way of fighting immigration just addressing the root causes of immigration?
That's not the only thing we should do. No.
Yeah, I'm just saying, it's still the same thing. She was still in charge of the border and the immigration. She was just doing
because there's several different ways that you go about curbing immigration. One of them is going to be diplomatic and working with those nations where all those people are coming from. One is going to be actual.
Also, I'm not too sure about Kamala's foreign policy. I mean, I don't think she's ever been involved in any position that has their. Jesus fucking Christ, dude, I sound like Biden after saying that. I don't think she's ever been in a position to really deal with any foreign policy stuff before. So other than, I guess, the diplomatic relations and a border. I've seen people say that she's more pro-Palestine than other people. And also thank you, Kinley. Kinley Kurtz to follow popped up. I don't know why the follow didn't pop up for Maxwell, but do you know where you are? No, I don't. Listen, I haven't streamed for 2 days. Okay, I did a thing where I mess up my sleep schedule, and I don't stream because my sleep schedule is messed up. Why did this not work? Okay, well, whatever.
Border control that you have
right
there.
He said
you're also going to have
I'm stuck in the loop of hell.
The asylum seeking process and the deportation process. There's multiple different things that we're looking at here. And she was in charge of one of them. She was in charge of one of those aspects. And as you can see, it's not dishonest. Because you can see all the policies that went at the border
all of you. Sansol, all of you. Okay. No one can hear you guys when you talk over each other. We do have to go one at a time. Sansol finished. Well, but he was talking over me,
1984.
right? But he
Sleep at
finished.
4
So
a.m.
now,
Well, that's
Gibbs,
what
now
I
you
do
can give your
now.
quote, but don't try to keep interrupting him to get the
Well, I mean, I got asked. First of all, I got asked a question by Portland here, and I didn't even get a chance to answer that because you tried to sit here and say I was backing up.
The floor is yours. Use it however you like.
I'm going to use it. So this is going to put both these things to bed. This is another direct quote from Biden. All right, when she speaks for me. She doesn't have to check with me. She knows what she's doing. I hope she can move this along. Parentheses to address the increasing challenges at our southwest border. No one who knows this better than the vice president. That's a direct quote.
Yeah,
so he directly.
Rest of the context of that.
Oh, there's more. There's more. I can keep reading. He keeps giving out specifics that she's going on further in the speech. This is what the problem is, right? You're being dishonest. She's clearly been put in charge by Biden to take over for Robertson or Jacobson. I mean,
That doesn't preclude that the way that she was doing that was through negotiations with other countries to address like the push factors that are causing people to migrate. When she speaks for me. Standards for presidents are not near death based. Work will not be easy. It's important. Harris is tasked with overseeing diplomatic effort. This like if you literally just read like the next paragraph, sounds like it's right. It like directly contradicts him. Harris tasked with overseeing diplomatic efforts to deal with issues spurring migration in the northern triangle countries of El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras, as well as pressuring them to strengthen enforcement in their own borders. Yeah, this does not support him at all. That's his Goldstein.
And sit here, take over for her as the borders are. Now, y'all want to sit here and say, like, she didn't go down the border, she only visited once. Okay, that's right. She's a failure. She should have gone down more. She should have done more about the border. Oh, she tried to address the migration issue. She failed at that. The migrants are coming in droves. Texas had to sit here and fight the U.S. government and put up the fence and was successful stopping 85% immigration because guess what? The walls worked. It's amazing how that happened. And she gets over here. The only credit that y'all are getting is because of Texas' success, despite the Biden-Harris administration trying to tear down those walls that have been proven to be 85% effective. So that's absolutely ridiculous that y'all are going to sit here and try to go, oh, well, she wasn't. Whenever Biden in his speech is saying she's in charge of the border, bro. Like, just come on.
True. Again, the wall doesn't really do anything because, oh my God, fuck you, Notion. Unless there's an asylum ban active, like there is now, then the laws on the books require that regardless of whether someone comes through a port of entry, they have to be granted asylum. The wall doesn't do anything because they could still just go up to Border Patrol at the wall and claim asylum. In violation of language of asylum law. Where's the actual? Where's the law? God damn it. Okay. The right to apply for asylum is irrespective of status and whether or not you arrived at a designated point of arrival. Any alien who is physically present in the United States or who arrives at the United States, whether or not at a designated point of arrival, and including an alien who is brought to the United States after having been interdirected in international or United States waters, irrespective of such alien status, may apply for asylum in accordance with this section. Yeah, like, am I wrong? Is Mayor Koss not in charge of the border? Is he not the head chief? Is that the Department of Homeland Security guy? I mean, it looks like Kamala Harris was put in charge. Yeah, that's Homeland Security. I mean, the issue is, like, this is the person who's in charge of enforcing the law, right? But the law in this case, the law is the problem, right? Like, the law states that you have to be granted asylum irrespective of your status as a legal or illegal immigrant and whether or not you arrive at a designated port of entry. Like, that's the big issue here, which is why we try to get bipartisan legislation done. But then Trump shot that down. Where can Americans get asylum? Asking for millions of people who had enough of this shit. I mean, technically, I'm sure you could go to Canada and claim asylum. It has to be like a valid asylum claim. Like that, like even we do like the fear test or whatever, right? Which is supposed to screen for a valid asylum claim. Now, technically, it's not, well, not technically. It's probably not very good, which is, I think, why the bipartisan legislation included better screening to see if they were valid asylum claims. But technically, I'm sure you could go to the Canada border and try to claim asylum. They just probably would not accept it.
Can you find me like a single instance in that speech where Biden says that Kamala Harris is directly in charge of the border, the operations, the policies of like immigration?
Yes, in that speech, he directly said,
Yeah, there's no one.
She's already been talking with Mexico. He says she's already working with Mexico and been in talks with them before March of 2021, meaning she's been delegating the border policy with Mexico to address the surge that was already here, as Biden said. I got that in my notes too.
How does that go against? Hold on, really quick. How does that go against the line that I read just a minute ago, where that I have her leading, and I appreciate it. She agreed to lead our diplomatic effort and work with nations to accept the returnees, enhance migration enforcement at their borders.
Which, by the way, again, happened.
How does that conflict? How does that change what I'm saying?
I don't think it does. I think those are two different responsibilities that she was in charge of.
No, you haven't shown the first responsibility that you're claiming. I'm showing in his speech the words that he is using to say that what her responsibilities were, or what he's putting her in charge of, right?
Let's get on the same page here about what that means. Is speaking to Mexican officials about returnee policy and strengthening their borders, is that or is that not a diplomatic mission? Can the two above me please answer?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's fully within her writ. And I would argue she did a pretty good job with the spike that she saw, even though the final results are still 5 times more than Trump's yearly average from all those same countries. But she's doing a good job with the spike she had to work with.
Gibbs, can you clarify for me whether or not you acknowledge that engaging with Mexican officials to discuss policies related to their side of the border is a diplomatic mission and not one where she has like indirect
What the
involvement
hell
with
is a non-fun anyway? It's just it's a name I came up with when I was like 10 years old. When I played PewDiePie Tuber Simulator, and then I named my real YouTube channel after it.
I mean, I'm going to just quote the next part of the
No. Answer the fucking question.
I have to answer the question.
No. Don't answer it with a rant. Answer it with a yes or no. Is it or is it not a diplomatic mission? Is it or is it not a diplomatic mission? It's a yes or no question.
Do you want me to answer the question?
I want you to answer yes or no to the yes or no question, not ramble for 5 minutes about Raytheon and your.
Listen, we can keep. We can get nothing done, or I can actually answer the question.
No, you can't answer the question. You're demonstrating.
You want to talk about? I guess I can't. All right. So, in the words of Joe Biden, you can chew bubble gum and walk. You can do two things simultaneously. So yes, she was doing diplomatic missions, and secondly, she was also, and I quote Biden on this, and I quote, this is the quote that he says right here. It says, "Oh, while we are clear that people should come to the border, we also stand. We will enforce the law."
What does the law say, buddy? I don't think he understands what the law says. I don't think he understands what the law. The law is on Biden's case in this side. Well, actually not, since he passed the asylum ban. But the law requires that all these asylum claims be granted, regardless of whether or not you arrive at a port of entry, regardless of whether it's a wall. Yeah, I don't think he knows what the law says, and also not just domestic law, but international law too, which technically I think it is the way our constitution. Okay, well, what I know is the way our Constitution works, or the way the Supreme Court ruled at least, is that any treaty that the federal government agrees to, that the Senate agrees to, does supersede state law. So, it becomes federal law essentially. We have to adhere to it, and we're signed on and ratified to the 1967 UN Conventions on the Rights of Refugees, which also requires the same things that our own domestic law requires.
Because we can chew gum and walk at the same time. So she's clearly talking about going to diplomatic missions and enforcing the law here in the United States. It's both.
How can you possibly think that was an answer to my question? Do you have Tourette's? Did those words spill out randomly?
It was pretty simple English. I mean, if you can't follow along simple English, then I guess the only
answer just from my understanding, Gibbs, can you read that quote one more time?
Yeah. So, okay, while we are clear that people should not come to the border now, we also understand we will enforce the law because we can chew gum and walk at the same time.
What does it have to do with Kamala Harris?
Literally
that's Biden referring to Kamala Harris as the border czar. Saying diplomatic mission, basically referencing that she's going to try to stop the migration and she needs to enforce the law here on the border. That is what he's talking about as her responsibility.
This is the same speech?
It's in an article, in the same speech. It's all in his articles I posted. You just scroll through.
Hold on.
And look, here's the next sentence. I want to keep going. Here's the next sentence. She walked at the same time. We must address the root cause that people to make the trek. That's part of it. Look, right. She's also looked forward to working with Congress to address root causes. Say the work will not be easy, but it's important work. So yeah, diplomatic missions and the law on the border.
Yeah, no, you're super right. She referenced Congress. She's talking about, and this seems to be a running theme across every single article that I've read, across every single ideological bent that they might be on, that the Biden-Harris administration, in terms of policy, in terms of enforcement measures that we could take at the border, they want it to go through Congress, because the executive branch doesn't seem like they're much in the business of trying to rule through executive fiat, right? So if we want a court, going by the way that they've been running the administration thus far, if they want there to be new laws, new things to be enforced at the border, a new law would have to be passed through Congress. And you can shake your head at that, but that seems to be the running theme across every single quote from both Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and the head of the DHS and every single person that has made a statement on the fucking border from the administration. It seems like the administration wants any kind of policy to not be executive fiat, but to go through Congress, which they have attempted to do, but it seems like the Republicans are very interested in passing that legislation. But we can talk.
It's not by fiat. You're only offering two different options when the Department of Homeland Services, the DHS, has almost complete control over the border. They can set the border policy. The Biden administration bragged about completely gutting the Trump DHS so they could implement their own border policy. And Biden, a quote from him is, he wants people, asylum seekers, to surge the border. So in 2010, after the Obama administration opened up asylum, the credible fear loophole was done by Obama in 2010. After that, Biden told people to surge the border. He got that surge and he started letting them in. Some months we have 80% of people that came to the border got in. And so like it was his intended policy. That's what he said during the primary.
Same border policy in the U.S. Not going to happen. It's like it's football for the two capitalist parties to play catch with. True. I don't like debate. I don't think any party has a big enough margin to do like even a bipartisan border bill. Like it did address some issues, but it wasn't like a super big comprehensive reform or anything. I don't know. I don't know for anyone. I don't know if we're gonna get it unless we get like a fucking super majority in Congress.
Is that he wants people to search the border. We're a compassionate nation. This is what needs to be done. So this is what they wanted. As far as Harris, the only responsibility she doesn't get to pick the policy. Kamala Harris was for decriminalizing illegal immigration, just turning it into a civil infraction. So this wasn't her policy because we kept illegal immigration.
Decriminalizing illegal immigration. What does that mean? Does that mean sanctuary cities?
Illegal under the Biden administration. This was his. All she did was so this wasn't her policy because we kept illegal immigration illegal under the Biden administration. This was his. All she did was and I'd say she did a pretty solid job at it if we're just judging her. Everything else is on the Biden administration because Harris would be far to the left of him.
So do we agree then that a person in the role of the border czar would probably have at the very least like direct input and
or would have helped since they get passed? Oh yeah, it definitely would have helped. It just was not like super big comprehensive reform. Like it should be federally legal. It's aiding and abetting. Localist party coming in on the side of the federal government for sanctuary cities. Decentralizing aficionado localist party is siding with the federal government when it comes to sanctuary cities. What you're telling me that you believe that the federal government should force states to hand over data or like force states to screen people who are arrested for if they're an illegal immigrant and then be forced to hand that information over to the federal government. That's what you're coming on the side of the federal government there. What?
Like opportunity to help craft policy and legislation around the border, or are we just kind of getting away from that term completely? I already accepted Gibbs' concession, so it's fine if we are, but if we're moving past like whether or not she's the border czar.
Texas shouldn't be able to ship criminals to Illinois. That doesn't have to do with sanctuary cities, right? That sanctuary cities is just whether or not like a given state or given city turns over I don't know what to call it, immigration background to ICE, to the federal government.
Nope. Okay. Check one for.
Well, we can ask that question. We can ask the next question. I thought we were done with that. It's not like you just gave it up.
We've already, hold on. This is once again just ignoring that Biden said when she speaks,
oh my God, he's going to quote the same thing that sounds already addressed.
How many times do we have to fucking
say? So she obviously has over the border, so she doesn't have to.
But you haven't pointed to a single quote in this that says that she has any kind of policy say or enforcement.
Because she's a failure. She wasn't put in charge of this.
That's not what a
How
czar
can she fail at something that she
does.
wasn't put in charge of, Admiral Gibbs?
She's the vice president.
Put in charge. She was told to do something. She was said, "You speak for me." But
yeah, and what he says
and
she's
her
supposed to
policy
do,
was have a
what she says she's supposed to do throughout the entire
Diplomacy.
speech is that Kamala Harris is supposed to be leading the diplomatic push in Mexico, in the Northern
And
Triangle.
she failed. The migrants didn't stop coming, did they? They're still coming.
No, they like in one of the countries that she went to and worked with to like build up industry to keep people from wanting to leave, the immigration from that country slashed in half. In terms of the places that she went to, the immigration has dropped substantially. And instead,
when she said do not come, they listened.
They listened. But the problem is that since 2021, the places where immigrants are coming from,
a city isn't a state. You should be even more in favor of it if it's a city. Holy shit, you're a localist, dude. Don't you want everything to be on the smallest level of government possible? You should be even more in favor of it then. What?
Have shifted from the Northern Triangle in Mexico and South America to places like Cuba and Jamaica and other places like that over there. I forget the third country. That's like
Venezuela is another one.
Venezuela, thank you.
Even China is contributing a decent amount of like border contacts.
Yeah, but that's like relatively recent. I don't know if we have a state policy like problem. Yeah, but in terms of like the massive waves of immigration.
The point is that the issue is extremely complex and that there is a fluid situation at the border that is going to be like, an ongoing issue for probably the next several presidencies. Whether you build a mega wall or not, you're still going to be engaging. You still have to engage with the asylum system in a pretty meaningful way to improve the infrastructure that we have to process asylum claims, hiring more judges, employing more attorneys to help adjudicate those cases. Like this is a long-term process and it's an evolving process that looks different every year.
The wall would not do very much. Yes, thank you. Yes, it doesn't matter if you literally build the fucking Gaza border wall like people suggest. It wouldn't do anything to change the actual laws in the books around asylum. This is the big issue. Thank you.
Really eager to see results. I understand that, but policies take a long time to materialize, especially complex policies that involve multiple nations kind of governing through aid and improving conditions on the ground to alleviate.
The choice of being a sanctuary city isn't democratically decided. I'm fairly certain it is. I don't know who. It's probably up to different people in different cities because I'm assuming all their systems work differently. It's probably either up to the sheriff or the mayor, right? Or like the district attorney, all of whom are elected. Sheriffs are elected. District attorneys are elected. The mayor is elected. I would assume this is a decision decided democratically. Like, that's why, like, left-wing, gay San Francisco, the city's council and mayor will usually declare itself a sanctuary city. Okay, so the city council is elected, the mayor is elected. Like, that's why super liberal San Francisco is a sanctuary city. There's other cities that aren't sanctuary cities where they're more right-leaning, right? A mayor's decree isn't democracy. Okay.
Alleviate the necessity for people to want to leave in the first place, and you're also always vulnerable to natural disasters, like producing more spikes in immigration and contacts at the border too, which obviously has been an ongoing issue as we continue to deal with the ramifications of climate change globally. So there's just not a specific policy that you can point to say, like, implement this X, Y, and Z, and within 2 or 3 years we'll see a significant downtick in contacts at the border, as long as the asylum process remains in relatively to the same state that it is, and it's pretty broken right now just from a manpower standpoint.
Manpower standpoint and the process itself, like, definitely needs an overhaul. These are rules from, I think the last time that they did change was sometime in the 1990s, early 1990s. But like in terms of like seeking asylum, these rules are from the 50s and late 60s, respectively.
Yes.
Treaty with the UN. So like, yeah, we need an overhaul, and we have the leeway to define how someone applies for asylum in our country. But nobody wants to touch that issue because everyone agrees that we should have the ability to bring in asylum seekers, people that are genuinely scared, but we have loopholes that nobody seems to want to fix. When we do have ways to try and go about fixing those things, people will tank the bills. I mean, again,
Trump will tank the bill, yes.
Earlier this year that a Republican drafted,
What about the one of the Trump that had everything in that bill but more? Like, so there's $500 million for the judges instead of $300 million. Trump went out and the Democrats tanked that one. Why don't we talk about that? What's the issue? What's going on there with that then? If y'all really want to change, y'all would have let the one that had the wall and everything y'all wanted in well, see, it's not though. Let me tell you why. We've had an 85% decrease.
Wait, what did he say?
That had the wall and everything y'all wanted in well, see, it's not though. Let me tell you why. We've had an 85% decrease in illegal immigration here in Texas when we built the wall, despite the Biden-Harris administration, which seems their only policy is to tear down.
Another thing you have to be careful about. So Title 42 gave us a lot of good data on this. Doing things like the asylum ban don't actually decrease illegal immigration that much. What it increases is the number of known gotaways. People who know that if they go up to Border Patrol and try to claim asylum, they'll just be turned away, so they try to evade Border Patrol. And since we have cameras almost along the entire border, you can see the number of known gotaways increase substantially because people would try to evade Border Patrol. And what that means is that they don't get screened for a criminal background, and they don't get an asylum court date. So they'll never be processed by the asylum system. And if they're a criminal, they're let into the country. Or not let into the country, they break into the country. Yeah, so like it looks like the data on this is not in favor of these types of like asylum bans. Like any harsher border policy is to an extent not just going to decrease the number of immigrants, but also going to increase the number of people who just come in illegally and evade Border Patrol entirely. Since Title 42 has ended, the gotaway rate has fallen dramatically to below 14%, the lowest level outside a couple months in 2019. Like you can see, during Title 42, we had a huge number of gotaways. Chicago is incapable of electing anyone to the right of Obama based.
Texas walls when we put them up. So once we started Operation Lone Star, I've already posted the links in chat in the Discord. They sit here. They've had an 85% decrease. I'm going to give you another example. Lieutenant Governor Dan Pan.
How much was that decrease compared to like neighboring states?
Interview. We were having up to between 1,500 and 2,500 people a day come just through Shelby Park. Since they put the wall up and the Texas governors and the National Guard stopped the Border Patrol from coming in and tearing it down, they're averaging 3 a week. I don't know. Seems like they're working.
85.
I don't know. I'd also be pretty careful this argument again. So one, because of the known gotaways, and two, because if you're implying that Texas has the right to do this, does California then have the right to take down the border wall and let as many immigrants in as they want? Is that because that would be like the opposite side of it, right? If you're saying states have this right, I mean,
5% decrease. First off, I'm sorry to source me, but source me on that one.
It's in the chat.
The chat.
I posted everything.
While you look at that,
while we're talking about real quick, I just need to know: is it the
like Russian election level? Unbelievable. True. This guy's awesome.
Okay, gotcha. You go ahead and read your thing.
$5 from Joe the Mig to say, per Pew, illegal entry of Mexicans was still 4 million in 2022. The last vetted data point, down only 300,000 since 2019. Thank you for the $5.
I can jump into some of those. So
please.
I have a Pew citation in there and a couple other ones that help kind of break down where the immigration's coming from and whatnot. It only goes to 2023. And the 2024 numbers for Biden's border have been looking better than the rest of his administration. That being said, Guatemala spiked to 40,000 people at most. I think it was a little more than that under the Trump administration. In 2021, it went to 420,000. So this is what Kamala Harris had to deal with as the czar. Now it sits at 200,000. So she definitely cut it down by almost 60%, but it's still like 5 times Trump's 4-year average. So it's definitely not fixed. It is better than she got. So you have to give her, in terms of did she do a good job on some of these countries, you have to give her that. I'd say Mexico is the one that spiked back down the least. And now we actually have, for the first time in like 20 years, we are no longer net negative migration from Mexico, I'm pretty sure. Trump's 4-year average for all of these nations, though, was like 5, 6, 7 times lower than Kamala.
Like how EU immigration policy works, don't they? How many people drown at that border every year? How many migrant? I don't know if that's exactly who we should be looking to. Migrant boat flips 300 dead or something. Remember this a few months ago? 150 dead, 300 migrants on a boat, 150 missing. I think I'm pretty sure Europe's border is actually more dangerous than ours because people try to cross the Mediterranean in makeshift rafts, and a lot of them will drown.
Kamala Harris's most successful year.
So
yeah, but throughout 2020, we had basically non-existent migrant flow because of COVID restrictions and the difficulty one.
Oh, you're talking about? I mean, I like the freedom of movement stuff. Yeah, I'm a free. I like free trade. Okay, I like the EU.
A group would have traversing the borders up to the United States. Like mobility was significantly decreased and obviously drug down the numbers quite a bit. Not to say that you could attribute the entirety of the statistical difference to COVID, but 2020 being such an exceptional year for a lot of really obvious reasons related to migratory ability, I think does skew those numbers quite a bit.
You're right. That's why I try to use the 4-year average.
Yeah.
So a question then for your side, Tyler. Given that you at least, maybe not Gibbs, but you at least admit that what she seems to have been taxed with, she performed well. What can we expect going forward if Kamala is elected as president? Do you think that she will carry on these policies, and do you think she will do a good job at the border, whatever that means to you, when she's actually not just the border baron, but the president of the United States? Go ahead.
As a Bill Clinton Democrat, I want me a Bill Clinton border, and I don't think she's going to be as tough as I want her to be. And like old Joe Biden, like 90s Joe Biden, that's the type of border I like. Not as tough as Trump, but still pretty tough. That being said, I don't think she's going to live up to that. So we don't know. Kamala Harris hasn't done a press conference since she took the supposed nomination. She's only been asked a couple of questions, and I linked one as the YouTube video toward the bottom of the citation. She got asked about inflation. She completely fumbled it. It was a terrible answer.
When does the border wall funding end? Because I know Congress approved the Trump border wall, right? And they funded it. And I know Biden continued to build it because I think he kind of had to because it was approved by Congress. I don't know though. When does the border wall funding end? Do they? Because I know like the Trump tax cuts end in 2026 or whatever. Does this end at any time?
So we don't know her immigration stance. We know her 2020 stance, but her staff has recently come out and denounced her 2020 stance and said she's kind of going to ride with the Biden agenda on the border, which would be smarter in my opinion. But still, I don't think it's strong enough. I think we need either that Senate bill Sanzo was talking about or HR2 from the House or something in between. Both of those bills would have addressed this asylum loophole with credible fear. And I would have been happy with either one, to be completely honest with you, as a moderate, but I can see why the GOP did not like instantiating catch and release into law and why they would have voted that Senate bill down. So,
well, to be really clear, the reason they voted that Senate bill down is because they were told to. But we know and understand that most legislation, especially dealing with extremely complex topics, can leave something to be desired, and it's understandable that you would have criticisms of catch and release. One thing that I want to try and understand from both of you, hopefully, although I'm not sure we'll get very far, is like, what exactly is your big fear with the status quo? Because I hear a lot of people talking about their problems with illegal immigration as it relates to crime and inflation. I hear a lot of bad numbers tossed out. Like, give me the elevator pitch as to why we need to urgently discourage the number of people we're seeing rather than just start expand our capacity to process them and take in the appropriate asylum seekers.
Gibbs, you want to go first on this one? Because mine's probably not partisan.
Okay, while you argue about that, $20 from Artemis Fowl to say what she was tasked with. She physically did nothing and was called out by CNN for not going down to the border for over a year after getting tasked. Border crossings are down, but illegal migrants are flown into the U.S. But go ahead.
Go ahead.
I think the flying in, it was less than 1 million. I think it was like 300,000 out of Cuba.
True, but I mean, they've already addressed this issue that like apparently she was in charge of diplomatic relations, right? And it seems like she did do decent with that. Like she got, I think Council said, I forget which country it was, immigrants from that country came down by half. And we also resumed flights to Venezuela, Cuba for deportations, and Mexico agreed to invest 1.5 billion. Although I don't think she was in charge of anything with Cuba, right? She was in charge of the relations with the Northern Triangle, wasn't it?
And that's a whole different. That's Biden's potentially illegal visa program that his DHS just made up out of whole cloth. Completely different subject. That's my beef with the Biden administration. That being said, my fear of the border is not that. It's the asylee process we have doesn't vet people the same way that our legal immigration system does. I think we should open up how many people we take in per year instead of trying to open up the asylum system and just let people in unproperly vetted, throw them into cities like New York, Chicago that are being completely overrun. Homeless people are having problems. Places where the asylees don't even have places to stay in some circumstances. I saw an article about a city in Ohio. There was 10 people from Honduras to a hotel room. Things like that, just inhumane treatment like that because we're taking in too many too fast with a system that isn't meant to do that. If we opened up our broader actual immigration system, I personally advocate for how many migrants we should take in every year should directly correlate with how many open jobs we have in the market right now. Try to match skill sets a little bit, but you don't want to play an economy.
Gibbs?
What is the question?
What is your main concern with regard to the people coming to the southern border right now? What is the threat that they present to the domestic population of the United States and its greater welfare that you think needs to be urgently addressed?
Yeah, so I'll definitely dive into that. So like I know people know that I'm pretty staunch on like I want the secure border. I actually want immigration overhaul as well. We need to like overhaul it. If people want to come here to work, I love it. Good. The more of them. You know, like we need bodies, we need people to work. That's
What does he think people come here to do?
fine with me. I'm okay with that. You know, I don't like the asylum process. You know, that needs to be overhauled. All the immigration needs to be overhauled. I also want a secure border. The issues that I have when it comes to the first issue, the biggest one we're having currently now here in Texas, is the infrastructure. We don't have the infrastructure. It's causing a very massive strain on the population down here. We're having like the homeless populations flying up, and it's a lot to do with the immigrants coming in and taking over some of the bedding. And it's not because they're specifically taking over bedding and stuff when they leave some of these centers, but it's just like, you know, they don't have any place to go, you know, so like they're all fighting for a certain amount or whatever. That's a big problem. Infrastructure is the number one problem down here. Number two, sex trafficking. That's a big reason I want the border wall up, and I want it to become through ports of entry because sex trafficking is such a massive issue down here. Just the other day, this is like a once a week thing. Where
If you want people to come from ports of entry and you want the border wall, that's going to have to be accompanied by, I mean, I think he said he wants to revamp it, but like, that's going to have to be accompanied by new legislation from Congress. The president or vice president can't just do that.
Stop at like a semi, and there's full of women and children. They're being taken God knows where. It's a problem. We have all sorts of these kind of things. The coyotes are all evil. Like, it's dangerous to cross. I feel like the reason why people cross is because it's dangerous, but it's worth the risk. If you have like something that's so secure that it's not worth the risk, you know you're 99% going to die, guess what? You're going to wait to do it the legal way. And then, you know, and I think that's going to be much safer for everybody because people are going to go through safe ports of entry. We're going to know who's coming. Also, we also have a lot of the drug problems. The fentanyl is real bad currently. We've always had drug
You know what's funny is that conservatives will say things like that, but they'll criticize Biden so much for that. Is it CBD1? I think it's CBD1. CBD1 one app order? Yeah, CBP1. This is the reason the app exists. It's for people in Mexico to like schedule asylum hearings. So he'll say like, oh, I want people to come from ports of entry. It'll be safer. And, you know, let's just manage it. This is the reason the app exists. Single portal, a variety of CBP services. 3 series of guided questions. The app directs each type of user to appropriate services based on their needs. Yeah, I think it, I forget where we read about this, but that's what that app does.
problems down here in Texas, just being on the border with Mexico. Those are issues. The gang violence has been pretty much an issue down here along the border cities. The Zetas are in a war with, I think, Sinaloa right now, and so they're in a couple. And I think there's a third party that's acting up as well, and that's spilling over into places like El Paso and in Brownsville and Laredo, especially Laredo. Nuevo Laredo, I used to be able to go to when I was like 8, 9. Now it's a goddamn war zone. These are problems. Like these are all major issues. Now, like I said, I don't have an issue with people wanting to come here. Like I think we're nation immigrants. I think we need immigration overhaul reform. But like if we don't secure the border, you know, it's just going to lead to more issues. And that's kind of where I'm at on that.
Well, you asked the question, Portland.
Yeah, and I'm digesting the answers. I didn't ask it for any particular lead into a retort. Okay. I'm just kind of wanting to get the lay of the land a little bit.
Sure. While you digest, $10 from Artemis Fowl. More Chinese spies, Iranian and ISIS terrorist affiliates, and Russians have been encountered at the border and released into the U.S. in the last 3 years than in the last 20 combined. What are
let me jump on that real quick. I'll finish. It's just 1 second. I forgot to mention that there is a.
That's another thing. Again, screening that's another big reason why the screening process is important, and arguably doing the asylum bans doesn't actually decrease the immigration that much. It just decreases the amount of people who get screened, so that would in theory increase the number of Russian and Iranian spies and Chinese spies coming into the US or whatever.
Like other foreign nationals not from Latin America, but it's a pretty small increase. Like I wouldn't list that as a top 5 threat, but I guess it only takes a few to cause September 11th.
Okay, Sansel, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask, like when it comes to like the foreign nationals, like they reference Russia. Is it not inconceivable that those are people that are actually fleeing Russia because they don't want to be drafted into the Russian army so they don't have to go die in Ukraine?
That's true as
like,
well.
I would, like if you see a foreign national that's claiming asylum in the United States, you can probably guess based off of which country it is why they might be fleeing that country, right? I don't think it's inconceivable, especially since we know about Chinese immigrants coming over through the southern border and other countries like that. I think it's some Southeast Asian country like Cambodia.
Foreign nationals does beef up the number probably.
But it's also fair to assume the opposite. We know that Chinese government has direct ties to the cartel, right? We know that. It's like an unequivocal fact. They're using Chinese chemicals that make the fentanyl. We've had reports of them like operating with cartels and all sorts of stuff. I mean, I can find some quotes if you want me to, like and stuff. It's not a big deal. But like we know they're working together. They're in cahoots. So like this is a foreign adversarial power. It's also conceivable that among these refugees, that they could sneak some baddies in. I don't know why that's a revolutionary idea either. And the idea that
what would the game plan there be? They're going to sneak in illegal immigrants, and then what are they going to spy on? Are they hoping that this illegal immigrant somehow like climbs the ranks and becomes like a U.S. military general? Like what's the? Like there's probably something I'm not thinking of that they could actually do. I'm not opposed to the idea that there are Chinese spies coming in from the illegal immigrant coming in as illegal immigrants. I actually don't know what they would do. I'm just asking that. Can we get some answers in your chat? What's it? Like what would the game plan be?
that we don't want these people to go through a legal port of entry and get vetted, and we're just okay with, hey, jumping el coyote, mijo, let's go. Like that's fine. Like that's a problem. Like that's a problem. Like we know.
My understanding is that even if you don't come through an official port of entry, if you encounter Border Patrol, I'm pretty sure you still get screened. They will set off spy balloons? Oh, they could do that, I guess, maybe.
Why would individuals with the backing of foreign governments use ports of it, like use the southern border as their like entry point of choice? Why? It seems like because people with the backing of foreign governments can do things like apply for visas, like
yeah, true as well.
No.
Well, it's funny that you mentioned that because you know who did apply for work visas and were here illegally because they overstayed them? The 9/11 hijackers, the people who were responsible for hijacking the planes and crashing them into the World Trade Center and the Pentagon in the first place.
That doesn't help your case. That makes it even more
E-Verify.
Yeah, like that doesn't help your case at all. We had a weak security system and it failed. Instead of what we got now is no security system. Like, good, yeah, you're right. They applied for visas. We did catch them. And so now we have a wide open stretch of land where you can just walk across. You don't even have to do that little bit of security. Like,
hold on. It's the exact opposite. We used to have no security system like that because we weren't expecting to get planes flown into our buildings. Sure. Whereas right after that, everyone complains about the Patriot Act and all of these different, security bills that we passed. So we had less back then, and now we have more. And we have
more specifically, to be clear.
Yeah, and now we have massive holes in the board.
Because it's a separate issue.
No, it's not. It's not a separate issue. This guy's point was
Islamic terrorism and immigration across the southern border are not separate issues.
Hold on, we have.
I just want you to say that. Immigration and Islamic terrorism are not the exact same thing.
They're tied together. Absolutely. We have examples of people like we can find prayer blankets out there. We have people from Arab countries coming across the southern border illegally. I don't know why you can't think. Oh, if they could, some people could sneak across using visas. Why wouldn't they just also use this open patch of land with no wall and walk across?
It seems like if we were to look back,
are you just like no common sense?
No, I'm just like trying to think like of a single time, and maybe you might be a little bit older than me. You might be able to remember this. Has there been a second 9/11 in the United States since any of those bills passed? Since we had these massive surges at the border, have there been any terrorists that came over the southern border and killed everyone?
I mean, the point is
he's probably going to point to a few isolated terrorists that have come over the southern border, but nothing nearly to the scale of 9/11. If I was an Islamic terrorist, it would be damn easy to get across. To be fair, maybe. But again, like this is why the screening process is important, and this is why this is one of the things that the bipartisan bill at least would have addressed is the screening process. Where's this? We would have hired like more Border Patrol agents. Would make USCIS handle all asylum processing from the border. Also would allow the president to expel people if border processing got too high. Where's the screening process? Also provides for the screening by asylum officers of immigrants who express a fear of torture or prosecution in the country to which they are being expelled, which should make the expulsion authority more difficult to use in Title 42. That's why it's so important, so you can control who flows to port entry, so you can process people. Like you're not okay. The problem is you understand. With our current law, it doesn't matter if there's a wall or not, because either way, right now it doesn't matter if you go through a port of entry. You're treated the same. You're treated the same irrespective of whether you come from a port of entry or just a counter border patrol to border. Biden issue. It's not a Biden issue. It's a U.S. Code Section 8C whatever issue. 8 U.S. Code, Section 1158, asylum. It's a this law. It's a 1980s law issue and the 1967 UN Convention on the Rights of Refugees issue. seek asylum in Mexico. But you're not, again, I'm obviously not disagreeing that people should be seeking asylum in Mexico. And the reason that they're coming here is for the greater economic opportunity here. There are probably some people who are legitimately worried to go back to Mexico because of whatever cartel violence or whatever. But again, this is not a Biden issue is all I'm saying. It's our current law issue. They come here because we have more stuff. Like, you're not wrong. I will point out that I think it's good, that I think immigration is generally good, for the economy at least. You can point to maybe some social issues, but like, again, I'm just saying it's not really a big Biden issue. It's just our current law issue that we need to fix.
The point is, it couldn't happen.
Could it happen? Yes, that's a really good question. And yet we've had so many people.
But you're just dismissing that
no,
out of hand.
I'm not dismissing it out of hand because it is something that we should worry about. And yet, when we have people that are on the terrorism watch list cross the border, we've had
92 people on the terrorism watch list. We caught by interactions trying to cross illegally.
Can I just throw something in here?
Yeah, they were caught. So it seems like we have some pretty good inspections. But yeah, go ahead, Jeff.
How many more getting through?
Let me throw one thing in here that might link these two. So one of the things in HR2, a provision that HR2 tries to correct is if you're going to fly in here after applying from the Biden's Immigration Act, the HR2 would make it so you can no longer use an ICE wanted poster to prove your identification before you get on a plane headed to the United States. So I would say the two are kind of related.
Fair. But yeah.
There's many perfectly safe, prosperous places in Mexico to seek asylum and settle. They want our $15 minimum wage. I mean, I don't entirely disagree with you. I will say there definitely are people who feel unsafe in Mexico who have some credible fear because of the cartel violence in Mexico, even in the supposedly safe cities or whatever. But again, I mean, you're not like wrong. It's just that like if you come to the border and ask for asylum, current law basically says, well, you have to be granted it unless there's something like Title 42 or Biden's new asylum ban executive order that are in place, which is, again, unlawful. It's not like Biden can't do that. He doesn't have the authority to do that. It's illegal, but no one cares. No one cares. If you have general cartel ties that you're escaping, that's the only real bad situation.
Like, sure. Here's the thing. The border needs some addressing, and I think that at this point, even the Democrats are on board with that. You can talk about hypocrisy all you want. You can talk about how they could have done something in the past, but they haven't. But it seems like in response to what voters want, it seems like they are listening, and it seems like they are wanting to pass legislation that would be codified in law and actually fix some of the issues that we have down there. I mean, even Tyler agrees that the bill that was written by a Republican, had Republican sponsors, was approved by the Democrats, right? Because they had to give a ton of concessions away, but they felt like politically it was a non-starter that they could continue down the path that we've been going with immigration. So they were willing to take a lot of right-wing, provisions into that bill as concessions because they needed to get it through, and yet it's still tanked. Why? Again, Mr. Trump, he's been cited by multiple lawmakers that are part of the Senate, like Mitch McConnell, said that it was because of Trump that it was tanked. It's not because they had specifically, oh no, well, this is actually like a nothing bill. It is a pretty stringent bill. Every single immigrants' rights organization thing that
so
was researching.
So why did shut down the better one? The one with the border security and all the things in
because it was too much for them.
Because it was Trump. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. They were just saying,
yeah, because maybe Trump is a little bit too extreme for maybe what the
but he gave everything in this bill, and he wanted security.
And then more, and he wanted to build a wall, and he was
why is that a bad thing when it's proved it works?
Because the border wall is a stupid meme.
It's 85% decrease.
It's obviously a fucking contentious issue. Obviously, like, you should be able to acknowledge that there's like no way that a lot of Democrats would ever vote for a bill that extreme. I totally forgot about this rule. Right after Title 42 ended, Biden issued a new rule. This rule that basically almost like reinstated Title 42. Non-citizens who cross the southwest land border or adjacent coastal borders without authorization after traveling through another country and without having 1, availed themselves of an existing lawful process, or 2, presented at a port of entry at pre-scheduled times using the CBP One app, or 3, been denied asylum in a third country through which they've traveled to, are presumed ineligible for asylum unless they meet certain limited exceptions. Like, yeah, I forgot about this rule. Right after Title 42 ended, Biden reinstated this rule. Yeah.
Why are we listening
to Texas? Why? Like you say, it's a meme. 85% decrease anywhere where there's been a wall put up in Texas.
That's not the thing that you just linked. Was saying was 85%.
Operation Lone Star saying 85% decrease.
Was Operation Lone Star just building the border wall?
Again, you'd have to look at the known gotaways, which presumably would also increase. Which I feel like I remember at the same time. If I look up Texas razor wire migrants drown, I feel like there was a I feel like, yeah, these 3 migrants drowned near Eagle Pass, Texas. Tragedy happened after state authorities blocked the U.S. Border Patrol from accessing 2.5 miles of the Mexico border. Yeah, like this is a case of people were crossing the border regardless, and they drowned, but presumably other people would have crossed the border and still gotten away with it. Wall should be paid for with national defense spending. The approval of the wall comes with many issues, environmental, socioeconomic, etc. Yeah, well, I totally forgot about that. Yeah, the environment. There are a lot of issues that people with the environment, because if you're building a wall across nearly the entirety of the border, right? There's obviously animals that don't care about the border and will migrate across it. Yeah, and it's just most, again, I think most illegal immigrants still, or maybe not anymore, but during Trump's presidency at least, most illegal immigrants came here legally and then just overstayed their visa. I think it was like 60%, so it would have only stopped 40% of immigrants, like at the most. Yeah, and then it's a national security interest, true. And then it's what else were we gonna say? Like people were already chopping holes through it. Not only do you have to build the wall, but you also have to have Border Patrol patrol the entire wall to see if anyone is cutting through it, which happened. People were cutting holes through the walls or building tunnels under it. And so it's expensive to build and expensive to maintain and expensive to have Border Patrol patrol the entire thing. Plus, you should probably just make it easier to legally immigrate because immigrants are pretty good on the margin. $800 every time I got repaid. Damn. Immigrants are probably good for the economy. I don't think there's any huge negative social effects from them, so I think the trade-off is probably worth it. You should probably just make it easier to legally immigrate, and then a lot less people will illegally immigrate.
It's trying to stop the U.S. government from taking it down, basically, yeah.
Fuck, I think my browser is crashing, which kind of sucks because I can't open up the thing that I just read that you sent. But what I was reading there is that there was a whole bunch of different things that they were doing. Like, again, this was like a big contingent.
Yeah, they sent the National Guard to enforce the border, to catch people and stop them from coming in and building walls and throwing up borders. Like, that's what they do.
Border fences and a continuous wall that runs the entire length of the...
So if immigrants boost GDP enough, it's cool for you? Yes. What? I mean, it depends how big the downside are, but like, if immigrants have this massive upside, it's cool of you? Yes. What? Yes. I mean, I don't know what you think the downside is, but unless there's some major downside attached to that, yes. This is how trade-offs work. Yes, true. Yes. What?
Major portions of it, like Shelby Park, for example.
Shelby Park is a major portion of...
It's a major portion because there's crossable areas, there's uncrossable areas, right? And they also have the buoys up, which just got ruled every Friday. That's part of the border wall. That's under Abbott. That's part of Operation Lodestar. These things are working. Like, they're working. There's Dan Patrick just gave an interview a couple months ago talking about it went from $2,500 a day, from $1,500 to $2,500 a day to $3 a day. Like, this is crazy. Like I don't know how you.
Fuck, I need to do more economic research today, but maybe we should read this too.
These things aren't working.
Fuck, I don't know why I'm trying to pull up the myriad of articles I have.
While you're trying to do that,
crashing.
$20 from Artemis Fowl to say the concessions mean nothing when POTUS is literally given the power to override the border lockdowns and maximums at his discretion. Walls don't work. Why are migration routes shifting to Southern California in response? Go ahead.
He's absolutely right. Border security does work. We know how to actually stop the flow of people coming in illegally. That being said, most of the people coming in illegally under the Biden administration are people coming in at non-ports of entry that are applying for asylum anyway. And all they're going to do is just shift to the ports of entry. Like, it's not going to stop the amount of people coming in as asylum seekers if we build a wall. We have to do something about the asylum system to actually change that problem. Now, it will stop the gotaway. We don't know how many gotaways come into the country any given year, but there's estimates. And under Trump, it was estimated about 600,000 a year came in.
We actually, in the past few years, we've gotten really good at knowing how many known gotaways got away because we have increased our border security, and that extends to adding cameras over the majority of the border. Or I'm pretty sure we have cameras almost the entirety of the border. So we by now we do have pretty good estimates of the number of known gotaways. But
on average, 4 years under Biden, I've seen estimates that it could be somewhere the same, or it could be somewhere 5 times higher. Trump would use the biggest number and say 22 million people are here between illegal visa programs, asylum abuse, and also the gotaways. But I don't think it's nearly that high. But we have no idea. So that's kind of why border security is important. Is the people that we're not vetting at all are the ones that could be terrorists or criminals or coyotes or smugglers, bringing children in and things like that. That's why. And it's not about like better or worse. I really feel like the left-wing argument of compassion over law and order is not a losing argument. You do want to enforce some laws, but how strict those laws are and who we let in is still a solid argument. I just think we need to tighten up the credible fear loophole a bit. Maybe not to what it was, but just straighten it a little bit.
Yeah, and see, like that's a reasonable conversation to have, but unfortunately, what we actually have is a
But
bunch
we
of people
can't-
saying
yeah, they
that
can't
instead
have
of
it.
doing anything that, people who study immigration know how to curb immigration, know exactly what's wrong with our immigration system, things that we could do to improve our immigration system, how to tide the wave of immigrants coming in from the southern border. All that. Instead, we're going to put up a wall, which doesn't work. It doesn't seem to. It doesn't
Stats
seem
say
like
it's working though.
It would work
You're
to
saying
prevent-
Oh, dear God, he's
attributing
even decides to
100%
say
of
the exact
gains.
thing again. Immigrants only benefits the employers, and the immigrants will having limited or negative benefits for the host country population. I don't think that's true at all. I don't think there's any good empirical evidence for that. The most you can say is that they depress wages for like high school dropouts or people with some other type of low education. That might change again on the margin if we start accepting way more immigrants than we already do, but like most of the data I've seen suggests that they have a very small negative effect on like high school dropouts wages or people without college degrees wages, and that's about it. Not all immigrants are low skilled though. Yes, but the majority of them are. The majority of my understanding is the majority of immigrants coming to the U.S. are low skilled workers who work in mostly low skilled businesses. That's why all the studies show that they have negative effects on low skilled workers' wages, but they still they don't have any effect on high skill workers' wages. The majority of illegal ones are low skilled. Not sure for illegal. I'm not sure either, but I would guess there's definitely a high percentage of high skilled workers that are legal immigrants, but I don't know the numbers there.
Stat that I'm not even sure if I necessarily agree. I only
if
saw
you're
this
having
when we
like
started.
1,500 to like
Hold on, just real
2,500,
quick.
But there's a- how
Just real quick.
much can you
Hold on. Just so I can be very clear from you, Sansel, and I'll ask you this directly. Is your argument that the walls don't work?
Yeah, it doesn't seem like a wall by itself is going to be anything that's going to stop anything going on at the border. Like, we would have to have the most technologically advanced, hardcore, constantly patrolled across our entire 1,000+
Gaza Wall, the
mile
Gaza
long border
Wall.
along the entire Rio Grande River. For what? Something that people could find a way around, for something that people could saw through, for something that people could dig under if it wasn't properly like staffed and maintained at all times. Like the idea that we would like sink all that money into something that like would still, guess what? You're never going to get rid of 100% of illegal immigration. That's just something that doesn't happen. You can say we should stop.
100%.
I hate to be a debate bro here, but this is the reverse Nirvana fallacy. And if you follow this logic in terms of lawmaking, you would say, well, we can't ever stop murder, so let's just get rid of
Well, no,
murder
what I'm
laws or
saying
loosen
is
them up.
no, like that would be like saying
If that's a cello, not a
Think on the
violin.
margin, dude. The margin.
Sorry, I don't understand the reference.
He's
It'd be
playing
more-
the world's smallest cello, and he doesn't understand. It's fine though.
What I'm trying to say is, why would we go with this thing that, number one, we don't even know if it's actually going to work if we do like the 100% go full tilt into it, when we do know that there are all these different avenues that we can work with that wouldn't be a constant sink of money, constantly repairing parts of walls that were destroyed, constantly patrolling the entire stretch of our southern border. Like, why can't we like do something that is proven to work, that we know would probably work a lot better, change the way that the asylum system, because that's the biggest reason that people are coming over here, because they know that they can do the, damn it, you've referenced it like 5 times, Tyler, the
Credible fear loophole.
They can come over here. I'm pretty sure that when that loophole came about, that was when we started seeing much more massive spikes in illegal immigration, right? So if we
I don't even think that loophole exists anymore. I'm pretty sure after Title 42 ended, a few days later, Biden did his new rule, which I'm pretty sure where is yours in this? Bill also provides for the screening by asylum officers of immigrants who express a fear of torture prosecution. The higher reasonable fear standard for asylum seekers has already been effectively in place since Biden's asylum ban rule and led only to a modest reduction in the overall fear found rate. Furthermore, the border requires that border officers screen that asylum seekers have reasonable grounds for concluding that they could not have relocated to a different part of their home country at their fear screening stage. This is the bill. This isn't the rule, but the rule does. Okay. Fear-free border crossers are subject to fear screenings. Changing the screening standard would not only lead to significantly more removals, the only way to increase removals is to increase screenings dramatically and then have the resources to expel people whose fear claims are rejected. It is already unlikely that the USCIS will hire and train nearly 4,400 new asylum officers in less than 3 years. Even if it does, ICE will not have the detention and will not have the attention and related resources to detain or remove them. When a high school immigrant comes, the primary benefits the immigrant and their employer unless they create a new company or product. I just don't think that. Do you think if a native person has a child, right, and that child becomes a high skilled worker, do you think the primary benefit is just their employer and employee and themselves, or like? I don't think that's. I just don't think it's true. Like, they boost GDP, they pay taxes, they buy products. Like, they have their own income which they spend on other people's products, which supports their income. You could say the exact same thing for native children, right? You could say, why would we let college educated people have children when their child is going to grow up to be a highly educated worker, and then the only people who are going to benefit is the employer? I just don't think that's true. And that, like,
he tried to actually fix those things, disincentivized through the means that we know how, without building one of the most expansive infrastructure projects of possibly human history, with the amount of tech and the amount of people that would have to be staffing it, and the height that it would have to be, and the materials it would have to be made of. Like, at that point, like, you might as well just create a Death Star.
Don't you like public works? There you go. Public works.
I like public works that actually serve a really good purpose.
Yeah, I mean, like stopping 85%.
It's a jobs program, bro. We should build a border wall just as a jobs program.
We could build like a 500-foot giant golden dildo in the middle of fucking Staten Island, but it's not giving anyone any benefits. So why the fuck would I do it?
Space.
Say I have a house, right? And I have a backyard. And I have these kids, punk kids, and they're always smoking weed in my backyard and not giving me none. Bastards. So what do I want to do? I want to stop them. So they're there every single day, every day. I build a fence. They're not there anymore. Would you say that it's likely that the fence had a significant impact on them not being there no more?
Do you think that your backyard? Do you think that your
no, because I'm going to make it exist.
Do you think that your backyard is comparable to the border of the United States of America?
In this situation, it is. It's ethical. Would you agree in that situation, me building a fence and then not getting my backyard no more, is the fence is the direct component? Would you agree?
What was that last?
Me building a fence and them not being in my backyard no more every day.
Words.
Would you agree that the fence is the determining factor in that one specific scenario?
In that one very specific scenario.
So, same thing, Shelby Park. They had 1,500 to 2,500 a day, built the fence. Next day.
It's so dumb because the evidence shows that in that case, yes, the evidence in your analogy shows that the wall there was responsible, whereas the evidence in real life kind of shows that the wall wasn't very effective.
Dropped.
And then
like
what else did they?
Zero.
Okay, in that one area, the border, 1,000+ miles long. They had
how many? They can't cross in every one of those places. There's some there's rapids in the Rio Grande. Some there's too deep, or there's alligators. Like there's areas.
There's so many things that you're not taking into consideration because it's so stupid. I'm so sorry. Shut the fuck up.
You're the one not taking it. You're the one not taking it.
Like, the teenagers that are smoking weed in your backyard are probably not as determined to smoke specifically in your backyard as the illegal migrants that are coming into the United States want to come over here for the specific purpose of either getting economic benefits or getting away from their oppressive regime. So the
wall going
idea
up and dropping the
that
next day.
teenagers smoking weed can't just find another easy place to smoke weed compared to people that are running from economic devastation or.
I wonder. I had kind of dealt with any data. Shelby Park known gotaways. I don't know if there's any data for this, but I don't think there is any. But I don't think we have it for specifically Shelby Park. But again, I would venture to bet it probably didn't decrease illegal immigration that much. It probably just increased the number of known gotaways, and then the drownings that happened. So it's kind of evident. This, like, the drowning is evidence that people, at least some people, are going to try to cross the border no matter if there is a wall or not, and it just incentivizes people to take more dangerous routes. Yeah, which leads to more people drowning. It also makes people more likely to like buy a fucking smuggling ticket from a cartel. Yeah.
Political devastation, like the idea that there's so many things wrong with the comparison. But if your mind is so small that you can only subtract things all the way down to the size of your backyard in order to make an analogy, sure, we can go ahead with that. A better analogy would be like, if there was like, for every.
Okay.
I mean, you're just spurting at this point.
All of you. Okay, this was fun. It was enjoyable. Let's get back to the conversation at hand, I think.
Does anybody else keep like letting their mind wander for a second and then looking back at Sansol and for just a second thinking he's eating a burrito? That keeps happening to me. Every couple of minutes, I kind of forget that he's got some kind of yellow cover over his mic. And I look back to him and I'm like, is that a burrito? Is this eating a burrito on the panel? It's so sorry. I just wanted to make sure.
$10 from Artemis Fowl, and then I have after this, I do have a question to get us back on topic, perhaps. $10 from Artemis Fowl. It's not comparable, Gibbs. You don't have an infinite amount of money and the largest surveillance apparatus in the world and military to guard your backyard fence. Thank you for the $10.
Well, welcome. For people that are new, if you're
real. No, why did last minute show? They never got back on topic. All right. Oh, come on, Windows. High constant diminishing returns to a border wall. Okay, I kind of want to read this. Fuck, but we gotta read. Okay. Okay, there's like, oh fuck, I should. Okay, okay. We got the wealth tax debates coming up at some point. This is not what I want to click on. Well, we do have to read the J6 report at some point though. To 17 days for my plan, and it'll be like 17 days of basically reading for half the stream for at least like 4 hours. It's gonna be annoying, but you know what? We'll get through it. Okay, how much stuff do we have to read here? This should go beat here too. I don't know. We probably won't read all that. Some of these are like actual studies that they're gonna have statistical jargon in them that I'm not gonna understand. So we might just do the classic read the abstract, introduction, and conclusion. Listen, last time I read the economic studies, I think it was on a business cycle. Some of the statistical jargon, I just don't understand. I gotta fucking take a statistics class when I go to college, man. So I understand some of the shit. Because some of the things that just don't make sense. This is just algebra. I'm able to understand the algebra, but I didn't take notes on what I didn't understand, obviously. So. Okay, how long is this? An hour, 42 minutes. All right, well, we farmed enough reaction content today, I think. Or, you know what, we'll add it to the react thing in case I need to farm more later. Statistics are pretty easy, actually. Everything is either true or not true, happening, not happening, literally 50-50 every possible assassination. True. Or situation. True. I mean, in my high school statistics stuff, I did good. I did really good in my high school fucking math class because I took I didn't take AP statistics. I could have taken the advanced statistics stuff, but I didn't. I just took the normal. I just took the normal class. I got a 100 in it. I literally never got below a 100 on any test or quiz or homework assignment or anything. Bugs me on how big an issue people make in immigration is when the majority of the issues they have are with non-citizens they already deal with at home caused by U.S. born citizens at 1,000 rate. Yeah, that's true. Like crime is done by more immigrants are not more likely to commit crime. They're arguably less of a drain on the economy because you can do the whole if a native born person has a child, that child has to be supported for 18 years through public money, through public education. In order to be a productive member of society, whereas there's a lot of immigrants who can come in and they're already ready to work, even if they're not high skill. High skill immigrants tend to accept lower wages, increase competition for jobs, which hurt American workers and the immigrants at home country as well as they lose skilled labor. There is a brain drain problem there. Like, I think that's a big problem for like India is that there's a brain drain problem because successful people will just move to America where they can make far more money. But I don't necessarily there might be a brain drain problem there that we can have a conversation about. But in terms of wages, again, the empirical evidence just doesn't show they reduce wages that much. And again, I'll admit there's a small negative effect on workers' wages, but that's probably offset by the increase in GDP, the increase paid in taxes, the increase in all these things that probably make it a positive trade-off overall. You're asking me, do I want to shift the production possibilities frontier curve to the right 10% for a negative 1%, for a 1% decrease in low-skilled workers' wages? Probably, dude. That's a trade-off I'll accept, probably. And you also, again, you have to look at the second order effects that immigrants have. So immigrants have their own demand. They buy products, they make businesses. So they support companies here and they make their own companies. That's especially true of high skilled immigrants. They don't just take jobs, they make jobs. Like, and again, I don't see how any of these issues wouldn't equally apply to a native born child. From how much do you know about the asylum issue New York is dealing with? Not that much. I know people get mad at New York because they give immigrants hotels or whatever, but immigrants just have limited or negative effect on a host country and its populations. You have not provided any evidence for that. I have evidence that they don't have that much of a negative effect. Like, unless they create a company or product. Like, you understand... Again, it seems like by that argument, would you not also have to accept that like a native-born child would have an even bigger negative effect on the native country? Barely boosting GDP is a limited effect. It's not barely boosting GDP. They boost GDP significantly. They also decrease the deficit significantly. According to CBO's own estimates, the immigrants are going to decrease the deficit by like $900 billion. So if you care about deficit spending, you should want immigrants. Again, yeah, like... The argument you haven't addressed is, would that not be equally true of a native-born child? In fact, more true of a native-born child because they're taking resources from the rest of the country for about 18 years. Don't immigrants drain welfare and not contribute? If they pay taxes, they contribute. Immigrants with work authorization, even some illegal immigrants have work authorization, or not illegal, but I should say even the fraudulent asylum people get work authorization, right? If you make a fake asylum claim, get here. And you have work authorization. You pay into Social Security. You pay taxes. You pay all these things. You pay excise taxes. You pay there's multiple different taxes you pay even if you're a non-citizen. But the majority of Americans, i.e., reasons why they're only 1,000 billionaires here, not 100,000 billionaires. But also, immigrants seem to take less in welfare. You pay taxes, but you can also get welfare. I mean, yes, this is how our system works. But there's a lot of cases we can look at where immigrants actually take less in welfare. Estimates that illegal immigrants consume an amount of Medi-Cal, which is California's medical insurance stuff, right? AFDC, NSII income transfers, and state aid for K-12 education, and general low-income assistance proportional to their population. This is a vast overstatement of cost. Overall, all immigrants consume 55% less in healthcare dollars per capita than natives, so they consume less in healthcare studies. I haven't read this study, but the fiscal burden of illegal immigrations. Oh, wait, this is saying it's high, and I think this is the Cato Institute's counter to the study. Fair blames the cost of illegal immigration, enforcement on illegal immigrants. Fair overcounts welfare benefits consumed by illegal immigrants by including benefits consumed by their U.S. citizen children. They especially overestimate Medicare benefits by counting U.S. citizen children. Fair also relies on old data for the amount claimed by illegal immigrants, and child tax credits that overstates the number by 800 million. Adjusting downward welfare benefits consumed by eligibility rules reduces Fair's estimates by 12.3 billion. They go through all these things. So what's their overall? What are their findings? There's big methodological errors that is not considered the extra economic activity generated by illegal immigrants that would not occur otherwise. The tax revenue collected through that extra activity cannot be adequately measured by looking at IRS forms, but it must also include taxes paid by U.S. citizens who also have higher incomes as a result. Since the economy is not a fixed pie, removing millions of illegal immigrant workers, consumers, and business owners would leave a gaping economic hole that would reduce tax revenue. The authors of the FAIR study concocted their own methodology that is uninfluenced by the vast empirical, theoretical, and peer-reviewed economics literature that estimates the fiscal cost of immigration. Like, it doesn't seem like immigrants really consume more in welfare, at least not for healthcare benefits. And then, especially if you don't count their children are U.S. citizens. And also, if you count the welfare benefits consumed by the children, you also have to count the future tax benefits that these children will then go on and generate. Right? This is a big flaw with a lot of studies, is that they'll say like this immigrant household is consuming so much in welfare, but then they won't count the added tax revenue that their children will go on to contribute. Right? It's entirely possible, and in fact is the case in some studies, that a immigrant household will move to America, right? And there'll be a negative drain for a little bit because their parents are low-skilled workers, but their children who go through the American education system then grow up to be high-skilled workers and actually pay back what their parents drained and then contribute more in tax revenue and to the U.S. economy in general, right? Definitely. I mean, native demographic whose wages dropped are high school dropouts who suffer a decrease in wages, approximately 2% in short term, alleviating the 1.1% over time. Even if they increase GDP, which they do, they objectively do. There's not really an argument to me that they don't. And participate in the economy, that doesn't necessarily make it a net positive. That doesn't necessarily make it a net positive, but considering how much they increase GDP and how much they decrease the deficit and how much they contribute economically, looks like it's leaning in a positive direction. Only economically at scale, which logic could be applied to any form of population increase. I mean, you're correct. It could be applied to any population increase. This is what we're talking about here. We're talking about an increase in the labor force, which shifts the PPF, right? And that increases the tax base and increases GDP and all these things. Correct. I don't know what your argument is there. It's just easier to accept immigrants than it is to try to make people have babies. Like, incentivizing people to have babies almost never works nearly as well as just accepting immigrants. Like, for whatever reason, people don't want to have kids, but people do want to come to the United States. So we should probably just let the people who want to come to the United States come to the United States. I think South Korea is giving people like almost $60,000 in benefits to have babies, and they're still not having kids. Like, the incentive to have babies is agriculture. Oh, I forgot. You want to go back to the fucking dark ages where people have to have children in order to work the farm instead of relying on the way more efficient farming technology that we have today. Only reason people aren't having as many kids is because they can only have so many as they can afford, and they work 40 hours a week. You understand the reason people had so many kids before was because they needed them to live. They needed them to work the farm to get the money, right? They couldn't really afford to have kids. They couldn't afford not to have kids. That's the issue there. Actually, centralized factory farming is much less efficient. You're just wrong. What do you mean by efficient? I don't like. They can produce it at a lower cost than, like, it's their fixed cost is spread out more. I don't know what to tell you. They produce at a lower average cost because their fixed cost is spread out more between the number of units they produce. They could have survived without the kids, but kids made it easier to allow you to grow more. A lot of people during that time couldn't make it if they didn't have kids. That's why they had kids, because it made it easier to work the farm. Like, yes, like they had kids because they made them more money on their farm. So I made a whole video about why it's actually less efficient. I don't know what definition of efficiency you're using, because, like, ultimately, if it was more efficient, local farms would be out competing bigger farms. You know that, right? If I could make a local farm that was more efficient than a big farm, I would outcompete them on the market. And then the market would correct itself and there'd be local farms everywhere. Like, I don't know, like, especially when you bring other countries into the mix, because the US, I don't know what percentage of big farms can buy the small farms and employ the farmer. Well, that's true, but that already that happens as much as it should already. Like, the free market system allows for that to happen. They have more resources they can steamroll. What? Are you saying the bigger farm, a country modernizes, child mortality goes down? Oh, that's true as well, yeah. People added more kids because someone died. This is true, yes. This is why in every developed country ever, the like birth rate falls. Except for like religious communities. That's why like Israel, I think Israel's the only OECD country that still has a growing birth rate, but that's because they have extremely religious communities who just study Torah all day and have a lot of kids. Israel. It's like Walmart moves to town, they buy mega bulk so they can... You understand that's more efficient, right? I don't like, what do you, like, yes, that's what, like, Walmart is a bigger company. They can spread out their fixed cost more. That's why it's more efficient. They can make more at a lower price. That's why Walmart outcompetes other products or other companies. They can negotiate with wholesalers as well to drive their prices down lower than their competition could because they have more bargaining power. It's a growing problem in Israel, in my opinion. Super Orthodox Jews have way more kids. Yeah, that's it. That's a big issue. Red pill video.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to another edition of the Orthodox Nationalist. This is
an hour fucking long, dude.
Matthew Raphael Johnson, which should not surprise you. Today is the 17th of March, 2021. Today I am coming from you on location. In international political economy is one of the things that comes up. It comes up for a couple of reasons. Number one, it's extremely important, and that affects us every single day. And number two, that most people don't know much about it, because it's usually very technical. It uses quite a bit of mathematics, and the vocabulary is usually...
All goods and factors of production in an economy are distributed, allocated to the most valuable uses, and waste is minimized. I don't... Can you address the argument of the smaller farms were more efficient? Why wouldn't they be outcompeting bigger farms? Wouldn't they be able to sell their products at a lower cost and they'd be higher quality? I'm vetoing this video if it doesn't come with a summary about what it is beforehand. This is wild, yeah. I'm not watching an hour-long video that doesn't even... It's just...
opportunity to order the new world of consumer goods, but slowly began to extend the possibility of the lower classes emulating them. Again, 18th century France, Kvass in 2003 wrote about this. Back then, ostentatious consumption was criticized. It was criticized as wasteful. But given the power of the new rich, it didn't last. Soon it was money that decided this. Consumption, far from being extravagant.
So every modern agriculture in the world is seething when they watch this video. True. And also, again, if you expand this to outside the U.S. to other countries as well, it becomes super hard to argue that they're less efficient, or maybe efficient when taking into account comparative advantage, because obviously Vietnam has a lower opportunity, or I don't know where you get our food from. Vietnam, Indonesia, all these third world countries or second world countries, developing countries, have a lower opportunity cost for making and growing food than we do, because our workers are much more productive. So literally, I've used this argument before and you don't seem to like it, but Tiger Woods should not mow his own lawn. The US should not be growing its own pears. It's the classic video. Grown in Argentina, packaged in Thailand.
Hello everybody, do you like fruit? Do you like consuming fruit in winter? Do you too live on a pathetic, godless, rainy island that cannot grow anything exotic whatsoever? If so, we need to talk about this photograph, because it's a day ending in Y, so somebody has to get angry on the internet again about one of 5 pictures. The implication of this image is that dumb idiot Argentinian pear plantation owners spend hard-earned, valuable Argentinian money to ship freshly picked pears all the way to Thailand to be packaged into these gross single-use plastic containers before again being shipped to, presumably, the United States. A near-complete navigation of the entire planet on massive container ships burning fuel and money. For some fruit? What's that all about? Long story short, it's this thing called comparative advantage, but the Wikipedia page for that is really dense and covered in equations and has only 4 pictures and 3 of them are graphs, so I'm not going to read any of that. Let's take a look at the supply chain of pears and figure out at what point exactly it becomes cheaper to do all of this than supposedly the easy way of just growing the pears in the USA and packing them somewhere in the USA. Like Iowa. And I promise you, I'll try and make it funny. I know it sounds really boring. I should know. I just spent several days reading about the f***ing pear industry. No, wait, don't click off, please. No, part 1.
Pears,
Growing
sadly,
a pear.
American pears.
Okay, some of you clever clogs among us may have already figured out that in most places across the world, you can grow your own pears in your backyard. Even in Sweden, where the average temperature is minus a billion.
okay.
But anyone with a fruit tree in their garden, or anyone who learned about seasons in preschool, will know that the tree doesn't always
There's
make
another
fruit.
thing, localist party. We've had this conversation before, but right now I can go to the store and get grapes or pears any time of the year because they're grown in other parts of in parts where they don't grow. In parts of the world where they can't be grown here, right? All year long. I worded that horribly. Whereas in your localist utopia, I really could only get grapes or whatever when it's growing season for them on my local farm. Like
all of the time. Usually for a few weeks in summer, it makes a lot, and then it dies off again. Pro. Some weeks a year, you get free fruit. Yay! Con. You have to eat like 100 pears in the span of a week, or they'll all go rotten and make your house smell worse than a university dormitory kitchen. Take the f***ing bins out, Jessica. For the other 300...
Wait, local when possible, international when possible. I don't even... True. In my view, the free market system accounts for this, right? The number of pears where it's economically feasible to grow locally will be grown locally, which is why you can still buy American pears. And the number of pears that is sufficient to grow internationally grows when necessary. Oh, okay. But what's your definition of necessary? What if I want pears all the time? What if I want the high quality Argentina pears all the time, and not the American crappy pears?
51 days per year. If you want a nice pear and sausage smoothie, you need to buy your pears from elsewhere.
The opportunity cost, the comparative advantage that Argentina has for growing pears, like any time the U.S. spends growing pears, it's the time the U.S. doesn't spend trading stocks and doing all our super productive,
perhaps a hot country where seasons barely exist and fruit grows on trees all year round, like Argentina, for example. But the United States of America also grows pears, more than Argentina, in fact. Why must the pears in this picture come from Argentina and not be homegrown, red-blooded, freedom-loving American pears? God damn it. Because while the United States produces pears, it also produces a lot of other things. Argentina is still...
I don't understand. What do you mean it should be? Like, buying small-scale produce is always more expensive than a factory wholesale farm, and making graphics cards. NVIDIA, the most valuable company on earth, making AI advancements. People have the option to make a local farm and sell their products to their local community if they want to. I live in a small town. There's a place called Ben's Pear Shop or something that you can go to, and you can buy or it's peaches, not pears. We're watching a video about pears. Buy Ben's peaches if you want to, but guess what? You can only buy peaches from Ben's for like 6 months out of the year, and they're more expensive than the ones at the grocery store.
Primarily, in fact. Yeah. Why must the pears in this picture come from Argentina and not be homegrown, red-blooded, freedom-loving American pears? God damn it. Because while the United States produces pears, it also produces a lot of other things. Argentina is still primarily an agricultural economy, and so naturally their government policy is geared towards specializing in farming and food transportation, making their pear
complain about NVIDIA. True. Well, NVIDIA's a lot more loved.
quality better and producing more of them faster, even if they don't produce as much as Americans. In the real world, it's kind of like getting your hair cut by your mum or by a professional barber. Your mum does loads of stuff, of which cutting your hair is a part. The barber does nothing but hair cutting. Ain't it just easier to get your hair cut by a guy who does it every day instead of someone who only does it once every couple months? Whoa. Is it worth the time and money for your mum to improve her skills in hairdressing when you're the only person who needs her services and only once every couple of months? No. Same principle with the fruit. The USA does not, or should not, give any more time and money towards fostering the pear industry, because it has more important things to focus on, like iPhones or $1,000 cup holders. They may produce more pears, but they aren't as efficiently made or as higher quality as Argentinian.
We do also like unironically have like a comparative advantage in military equipment. Like our military equipment is so much better. Like we can. This is why people people don't like this take, but like I honestly kind of don't care whether or not other NATO countries pay their fair share or not, because like if Finland spends $1 billion on a jet versus if the US spends $1 billion on a jet, I mean it would be more than that, or what? I don't know how much a jet costs. A lot more than just $1 billion. Our $1 billion jet is way better than Finland's $1 billion jet, like because we invest so much into our military spending that like realistically I'd kind of rather have us spend $1 billion on the jet and then just give it to Finland, like
pairs, because Argentines spend all of their resources towards their agricultural economy. If you're a supermarket and you want to get the upper hand over competitors, are you going to order the okay quality, reasonably cheap American pears, or the high quality, very cheap to grow Argentine pears? Yeah, that's what I thought. And that's why it's better to ship fruit from across the ocean rather than growing them at home. But that doesn't explain why they have to go all the way to f***ing Thailand to be packaged. Part 2, Thailand in packaged DIY. Good question. At face value, it looks like you should really just pack these in Argentina and go straight to North America rather than all the way across the ocean to Thailand. Why the middleman? It's at this point that we should probably take a look at what this product in the picture actually is. From a different angle, we can see that they are pears, yes, but chopped pears in a lemon-flavored syrup. Fruit in syrup products are popular in Southeast Asia because they don't require refrigeration and, more importantly, can be used to make ruyak, a Southeast Asian fruit salad eaten mostly in Malaysia and Indonesia. Having easy access to preserved fruits that don't require refrigeration is crucial to developing countries like Indonesia.
You also know what's funny is that like a lot of like Russian military equipment relies on US chips. Like they rely on fucking NVIDIA chips. Russia relies on NVIDIA chips. Maybe it wasn't NVIDIA specifically, but it's like US, like they rely on US designs. US microchips are fueling Russia's military. It's hard to like stop some of this from happening, but Moscow has been sourcing an increased number of semiconductors and other advanced Western technologies through intermediary countries such as China. A lot of like the more advanced Russian military stuff comes from us. You know what's really funny to me? Russia relies in vodka. You know what's really funny to me is that Russia is like asking North Korea for weapons, and the North Korean weapons are just old Soviet weapons.
The packing facility in Thailand.
And also Iran has US military equipment too. Like a lot of Iran's air force is all US planes. Like
is close to people who want
that we
packed
gave them
fruits,
in the 70s.
as well as other pear-producing countries like China and India. Again, though, why not pack?
What's the Iran Revolution? 1979. It was 1979. Yeah.
In Argentina and ship them directly to Indonesia. Because pears are picked roughly 1 or 2 weeks before they are ripe and then continue the ripening process off the branch in refrigeration. Coincidentally, about the time a container ship needs to get from South America to Southeast Asia. If you packed in Argentina, you'd have to wait a week or more for the pears to ripe, then make the 21-day trip to Indonesia. This would extend...
We give them stuff then too? Well, there was the Iran-Contra scandal, but same with Iraq, yeah.
Production time considerably.
When we supported Saddam Hussein.
It's a waste of time. Meanwhile, the inside of a dark metal shipping container is naturally cold. That's free ripening that can be done on the trip there, instead of paying millions for a high-tech, massive pear cooling facility in Buenos Aires. So how did these pears end up in North America? The majority of Americans don't usually eat ruyak and have refrigerators to store their fresh fruit. But there's still a demand, however small, for these packed pears. So to provide for this demographic, American supermarkets have two options. You could build a packing plant in the USA, take some American pears, and pack them yourself. But because fewer people want the product, the production process would require fewer people to operate, which is not only less efficient and paradoxically increases the cost, but also produces more carbon dioxide per calorie process. And believe
Wow,
me,
wow.
big fruit companies aren't going to be paying people because fewer people want the product.
I need you to hear this. Hold on. Just listen for a second.
Packing plant in the USA, take some American pears and pack them yourself. But because fewer people want the product, the production process would require fewer people to operate, which is not only less efficient and paradoxically increases the cost, but also produces more...
Oh, it's less efficient and paradoxically increases the cost? That's wild, dude.
More carbon dioxide per calorie process. And believe me, big fruit companies aren't going to be paying people to sit around doing nothing. These are the people who overthrew Latin America.
Marginal cost. You'll notice if we look at this. Oh, see how marginal costs start out high because they're dragged up by fixed cost. Hold on, where's one with fixed cost? See, this is your average fixed cost. You notice how they go down over time, and they're what drags the marginal cost curve up initially, and they fall. It falls, and then later it gets dragged up by the variable cost.
American governments for 2% higher profits. Or you could just buy from the factory in Thailand, which is better for your finances and overall efficiency. Seriously though, is it really that cheap to ship things?
Yes.
Pears are 178 grams.
I don't know how much we need to watch.
Each shipping container can hold up to 24,000 kilograms. That's 135,000 pairs.
Really
Shipping
efficient.
one container from Asia to North America costs about $2,500, or 1.8 cents per pair. And that's how it costs mere pennies for companies to lug vast amounts of food across the world, and how exotic fruit ends up on your dining table at any time of the year. Maybe you don't have a problem with that. Unless you're under the age of 12, we all like fruit, and there's nothing wrong with getting things from abroad that you can't get in your own country. But maybe your contention is different. Perhaps you don't like this supply chain because it is bad for the environment.
Actually, better
Part
for the
3.
environment.
Environment for the bad that shipping really is? Obviously, as massive coal and diesel burning machines, cargo ships produce a lot of greenhouse gases that are bad for the environment. The industry is trying to improve, somewhat, by slowing down slightly so that they burn less fuel, and ideas have been floated, no pun intended, for nuclear or electric cargo ships. But don't expect those ideas to take off. I mean, come on. Surprisingly though, despite shipping being nearly 80% of all international transport, it only makes up 37% of transport's carbon emissions. The king of pollution goes to road transport, which is crazily inefficient. Trucks and lorries are less than 10% of all international transport, and they make up over half of emissions? What the f***? If you're interested as to why this is the case, I put a little supplementary video on my second channel where I explain the maths behind it. Go ahead and look at it if you want. Ferrying pears halfway across the earth really is less carbon intensive than driving it in a truck to a packing plant in your own country. All of international shipping, with over 5,000 container ships, with a combined storage capacity of 714,000 cubic kilometers, is responsible for...
man growing up in modern day. Do you like vegetables and fruits? I mean, I'm vegetarian, so I eat quite a bit of vegetables and fruits. Yeah, I like vegetables and fruit. There's not really many... I don't think there's any vegetables and fruits I don't really like. Yeah, I like vegetables and fruit.
2.5% of global emissions. You know what? I don't think that's the biggest priority on the list of things that need...
Why you become veg? I became vegetarian like when I was 6. The reason I did it when I was 6 is like mainly because I like didn't like meat, and I probably heard about it being vegetarian for somewhere, and I just wanted an excuse not to eat meat. But I think the reason I keep doing it is mainly for the environment. Vegetarians are pathetic of vegan. Listen, I've heard a lot of good, strong vegan arguments recently. I don't know if vegan is still here, but morally superior vegan. So it might happen one day, guys. It might happen. I might do it. But the reason I do it now is in large part because of environmental reasons, and second, there's the moral reason. Obviously, I've been vegan for over 7 years. Based.
Decarbonizing? I think we can leave that for a bit. So until we invent a TARDIS or a bridge across the Atlantic Ocean, shipping is the best option, especially since only a tiny amount of a food's carbon footprint is in transportation to begin with. The rest comes from the farming process, and that's where we need to focus on cutting emissions. This is why large Argentinian farms are better than many smaller American farms. Larger farms can afford to invest in green technology and reduce...
Wait. Look what's... Oh, shoot, dude. Do you like collard green and cabbage? Yeah. I don't mind them. Like, as long as they're in something. I don't really like them on their own necessarily, but... Oh, shoot. Cows deserve more consideration? Cows definitely do, yeah. What was I going to say? Fuck. What was I saying? It's only about the environment. We should just make meat consumption so expensive, so less production, less consumption. True. Well, I mean, eventually, hopefully we'll get the lab-grown meat stuff. I'm not going to lie, so it's out of here. You know what food goes hard, though? Is Brussels sprouts.
Global emission.
Unironically. Hold on. Wait, Localist Party. If you're still here, Localist Party, I need you to pay attention to this part. I need you to pay attention. Pay attention. Pay attention.
You know what? I don't think that's the biggest priority on the list of things that need decarbonizing. I think we can
just wait.
So until we invent a TARDIS or a bridge across the Atlantic Ocean, shipping is the best option, especially since only a tiny amount of a food's carbon footprint is in transportation to begin with. The rest comes from the farming process, and that's where
we... Wait. Listen, Localist Party, listen to fuck up, listen.
Need to focus on cutting emissions. This is why large Argentinian farms are better than many smaller American farms. Larger farms can afford to invest in green technology and reduce their carbon footprint, and statistically, they do. So if you like buying things and you want to help out the economy of a developing nation while being the least environmentally damaging, be sure to buy foreign. This weird pack of pears may seem horribly inefficient, but it really is...
I actually have a buy foreign sticker on my phone. The sticker, I had the sticker on my phone. I can't show it to you because I use my phone as a webcam, but the sticker is on my phone. Like 12:31. God damn it. Okay, okay, so apparently the boss is having a debate in maybe 30 minutes. But industrial? True. If he might need me to judge for it, by industrial. Based. I need just a comparative advantage. Oh, fucking hell. Shirt. This skill is hard, and I'm gonna buy this, dude. The ability to produce a particularly good or lower relative opportunity cost than another producer. He doesn't need a judge, he needs an opponent? Oh. Oh, okay. Well, I'm not gonna be the opponent. Do you find fishing ethical, not industrial, but yourself with a rod? I had this argument with vegan, or not really argument, I was just asking his opinion on it. So, my position is that we should really only care about conscious creatures when it comes to like suffering. And it doesn't, most of the evidence I've seen is that fish don't really have a conscious experience. But I think vegan had seen some evidence that they had. What about hunting? Hunting, the problem with hunting, you could argue maybe is more ethical depending on exactly what you do it for and how you do it than factory farming. But I don't think it's that ethical. Hunting is better than animal. Yeah, you could argue it's more moral, but I mean, I go fishing still. I do catch and release every time though. Like I don't think I've ever. Or no, I was gonna say when I was really young, I think we did catch fish and fried it. But I always do catch and release, and my brothers also almost always do catch and release. Hunting is better than, oh yeah, other animals hunt. True, especially invasive species. There is that one. I think like there are like invasive species in Texas. Isn't there like an invasive hog species that people pay to go mow down? I think bro is a fisherman. I am, bro. But I always do catch and release. Brussels sprouts are so good, dude. They are. The moment I came in contact with air fry, it's true. In pack of Brussels sprouts, I've been busting them down big time. Yeah, you can either air fry them or helicopter hog hunting. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can do that in Texas. Or you can just, I like them because I can literally just like cut them in half and like put oil on them and season them and either put them in the air fryer or the oven, and they're goated, dude. They're goated. Don't listen to the anti-Brussels sprout propaganda, anyone. They are, in fact, goated. Would you slit a vegan's throat to show them that their moral country is gay? No, I don't think I would do that. Okay. Who's ready to read? Let's get hype. Let's get hype for more reading about border policy and then more reading about economics. Let's go. Let's get hype, chat. Let's get a twerk break for this one. Woo! That's not a twerk break. Twerk break. Woo! Let's get hype. Anti-Brussels sprouts propaganda was always just asparagus. So bug, true. The actual story behind that, I'm pretty sure, is that I watched the HAI video about it. Pro animal death. HAI. How do you spell Brussels sprouts? I don't know.
Just a few decades ago.
The actual story behind this is I think they genetically modify Brussels sprouts to taste better. Initially, they genetically modified Brussels sprouts to grow at the same time so they could all be harvested at the same time, but that made them taste bitter. But then they found out the thing that made them taste bitter, and they undid it.
Best known for how good the food was. When conventional wisdom said that ovens were for...
Or sorry, not undid it, but genetically modified them to get rid of that bitter taste.
Vegetables belonged over an open flame. And while that idea is superior to like sewage, preheating your oven to taste... It's slightly more complicated than boiling, but it's worth it to get these.
I'm gonna go watch PPG. every time I read.
Instead of stinky green mush balls that taste like regret.
I'll do a PPG debate about the wealth tax with him at some point. I'm here, you fuckers. Oh, PPG, we have to set up the wealth tax debate at some point. I haven't DM'd Mida yet. I told Mida I'd do it first with him, but I just got here. I need to do reading on that too. That's what we were supposed to read today, but we got distracted by the border wall. So I want to read this thing in a border wall first, and then we'll read some of the... I can show you what I have for our opening so far. I'm actually write the opening statement right now. This is what's it? Taxing unrealized gains. PPG debate TV and Taiwan. Does PPG even disagree about him in Taiwan? He needs an opponent. Wealth taxes reduce long-term growth and disincentivize investment/wealth creation. Laffer curve, hard to enforce, deadweight loss. And then this is the only one I actually have written out. I don't have the unrealized gains one written out. Corporate taxes may actually be the worst of all of them. Corporations are nothing but collections of people, and as such, the burden of these taxes falls on people, not corporations. The tax incidence of corporate taxes is divided between three groups: shareholders, workers. Oh, yeah. Okay. Shareholders, I should say, through lower returns and dividends. Shareholders through lower returns and dividends, workers through lower wages and higher unemployment, and consumers through higher prices. Whoever you want to tax, the corporate tax is not the best way to do it. If you tax shareholders, if you want to tax shareholders, tax capital gains. If you want to tax workers, tax income. If you want to tax consumption, there are a number of better alternatives like sales tax or a VAT or a Bradford X tax. Corporate taxes also decrease long-run growth, which harms everyone. Yeah. Gussels counts as she's come. Of course, you want Taiwan needs to be put in camps. Okay. Okay. Dude, I need fucking caffeine. But we don't have any. We don't have any caffeine. Hold on. I'm going to take a screenshot of YouTube chat because I'm just happy the Convoy popped in. I was gaslight myself into thinking this is caffeine. Is that an argument? Is that argument a form of trickle-down economics? People don't... what does trickle-down economics mean? It's everything is trickle-down economics if you want it to be, man. I don't think the problem is everything should just have to do with the benefits versus the cost. And I think there's obvious cases where the benefit of raising taxes on the rich is not worth the cost of the negative effects. Like with the wealth tax. I wouldn't consider it trickle down economics to not do a wealth tax because a wealth tax is inefficient. It doesn't raise revenue that well because people will avoid it. Exit taxes don't do anything to fix that. It decreases long-run growth. You're decreasing the loanable funds, right? As I learned about today from reading about Reagan's presidency. Yeah. The reason I wouldn't consider it trickle-down economics is really because I have no problem with taxing the rich in general. Okay, there are plenty of progressive taxes that I support, whether it be a land value tax or a destination-based cash flow tax. So Taiwan debate. I'm the most pro-Taiwan person. There's a Taiwan debate, but the boss is pro-Taiwan. He's trying to find someone anti-Taiwan. I have no issues with different taxes on the rich. I even think capital gains tax is probably not that bad. I'm in favor of capital gains tax. It's probably a limit on how high it should be, but yeah, it's just that there are just some taxes where the cost outweigh the benefits. There's no if that makes me a trickle down economics guy, then call me that. But I think it's pretty clear that there are cases where that's the case. Economic dependence on a government-issued fiat currency is technically enslavement to a government in techno-industrial system. We've been over this so many times. I don't think it's any more enslavement than having to work to grow your own food. Like, either I'm working, doing what I want to do to be able to afford to buy food, or I'm working with my local community to grow the food together. When you grow your own food, you are a slave to yourself, like your local community and yourself. Like, either way, you're doing coerced work, right? Like, you're literally working to, you're working to live. You can't get around. Like, you're being coerced by nature. You're a slave to nature. That's the unfortunate reality of the human condition. The idea of capitalism is if you don't produce, you depend on someone else who does. Growing food costs a lot of money. Way better to just buy. Yes! Tiger Woods should not mow his own lawn. Congratulations, you finally understand. Most Americans should not grow their own food. Oh, sorry, that's not from Localist Party. That's from Left. Yeah, true. Yes. I thought it was from Localist Party. Growing food is not cheaper. Correct. It's much cheaper. Not true. It's free. You're dumb. It's not free. It's not. It's not free at all. Not even considering the time. You still have to buy the materials, and then again, it all comes down to opportunity cost. It's like, motherfucker, can go buy a cucumber for 50 cents. True. Like we. I don't know. Maybe at the beginning. I guess it depends on how you grow it and what you grow. It's not free. There are costs that you have to buy. There's fixed costs in terms of the land you have to buy to do it. In terms of the equipment you have to buy to do it. In terms of the seeds, the seeds would be variable cost, but there's variable cost too, like the seeds and stuff. And then again, the big thing is going to be opportunity cost. Tiger Woods should not mow his own lawn because Tiger Woods specializes in golf, right? And his opportunity cost of mowing the lawn is super high. Most Americans should not grow their own food because they don't have a comparative advantage in growing food because the opportunity cost is too high. Everybody doing something is less offensive than a mega plant doing somewhere. No. Yeah, exactly. Yes. Localist Party will somehow disagree with that, but yes, it's more efficient for a big farm to do things than it is for a bunch of small farmers to do things, which is why big farmers outcompete small farmers on the market all the time. Like, yes. Welcome back, Kinley, by the way. Just plant some milk seeds and enjoy the butterflies. True. What is this? Somehow, according to Israel, the UN... Sorry. According to the UN, Israel's worse than North Korea, Russia... Oh, it's just the resolutions against Israel. Yeah. Plant some weed and enjoy that. That's crazy. Yeah, I mean, it's just because the Arab League can kind of strong-arm any condemnation through the General Assembly. Large-scale farms only win economic efficiency. It's less efficient and much more... How is it more wasteful farming practice? What do you mean wasteful? Wasteful how? Taxes are gay. I'm glad we agree. What time are you free, PPG? I need to work on my opening statement, and I wanna. No more taxes for state expenditure. Do we have MMT or PPG here? Do you get any international global pussy from any localist? This is how will I get Japanese hentai in a localist world? Tell me now. Seems pretty racist. I don't think I can today. I'm out. I mean, I can't do it today either. I'm just asking you. Well, I mean, his DM on Discord and set up a time to do it. Start stream maybe later, maybe 11 or 1. I'm just here. I'll just DM you in Discord and we'll set up a time to do it. Big reasons are inefficient and more wasteful, focus on monocultures and degrade soil. They're more economically efficient, but it's less efficient way of farming. Efficient? I don't know by what metric you mean efficient. When I hear like efficient at farming, I mean you get the most bang for your buck, right? Which is gonna be the case with big farms, and especially considering opportunity cost, that's gonna be the case with big farms. I don't more wasteful by what metric? I don't know. Man, Kama picks Shapiro. I can't support her. Really? What's so bad about Shapiro? Oh, is it the Israel stuff? Also, my understanding is big farms rotate their crops, right? Big farms have a lot of fields and they rotate their crops, so some of the fields are empty sometimes. My guess would be smaller farms have less of an ability to do that. Have much more productivity per unit of land than factory farms? I don't believe. If you can link anything showing that, I don't believe that at all. Productivity per unit of land? I don't believe so. Otherwise, again, they would outcompete. If they're more productive, they would be able to price their shit lower and they would outcompete big farms. Monocultures deplete soil. Monocultures is what? When you just grow one plant? Like one plant in a field, or like growing one type of crop? Yeah. My understanding, maybe I'm wrong, is that big farms have a lot of land and they rotate their crops between different fields. Whereas I would guess that a small farm it's not able to do that. And also, it doesn't actually Google why monoculture is bad. I'm sure it's bad. I'm pretty sure isn't this what fucking caused the big Dust Bowl, the Great Dust Bowl? Prairie grazers and planted dry wheat. Hero's best pick. Nice. I just don't like Wallace. Listen, Roy Cooper's out. I don't even care. Wouldn't mind the astronaut either. I think Pete Buttigieg versus JD Vance would just be really, really funny. But Shapiro would get more votes probably. I don't know what Shapiro. I know Shapiro's pro-Israel, but I don't know exactly what he said on it. Much more productive per unit area. 2 to 10 times more productive than larger ones. More productive per unit area, where other research suggests larger farms are more productive. My research shows that many small farms produce more output per unit of land, high yield, than larger farms, but they achieve that not because they are more productive, but by using more labor and other inputs. This implies their production costs are higher. Oh, well, there you go. What do you mean specialize? Can they code? Are you talking to me? By specialize, I mean like you specialize in doing one thing, which makes you more efficient at doing that thing, like division of labor. Are you going to join White Dudes for Kamala? I mean, I think I did sign up for their thing. I didn't go to it, but I don't know. I mean, I'm a White Dude for Kamala, maybe. If I could drive, I would do canvassing streams. I just can't fucking drive. I need to get my license, which really I can do whenever, but I'm the for Kamala. Okay. Building a fortified and impenetrable wall between the United States and Mexico is recurrently presented as a simple and universal solution to border security. The reality is that the construction of a border wall is not a meaningful replacement for more effective, cost-conscious enforcement measures. Those who persist in the demands for a wall ignore the financial, legal, and natural obstacles that make the wall an unviable option that would also lead to a series of negative consequences throughout the border region. This fact sheet provides a context to the border security debate by highlighting some of the existing imminent problems surrounding the construction of a new or expanded border barrier along the entire southwestern border. We just looked at that. Yeah, we just looked at this localist party. It wasn't exactly what we looked at. We looked at a study with a similar name. But you know what they found is that the production costs for big farms are lower. The production cost for small farms is higher. They achieve that not because they are more productive, but by using more labor and land inputs. One addresses the efficiency argument directly. It's probably using a different definition of efficiency. Small farms have time and time again been labeled as backwards, unproductive, and inefficient. Small farms are worth preserving. Second point is that farms are being provoked as unproductive and inefficient, when I was believed. Peasants have stubbornly clung to land despite more than a century harsh policies which have undercut their economic viability. The third point, okay, what's the second point? I care about the second point. Small farms clearly more productive than large farms. Claims are often made that the large farms are still more efficient. To start, this depends on the definition of efficiency one chooses. Small farms make more efficient use of land. Large farms generally have higher labor productivity due to mechanization, so they might be considered more efficient in labor usage. True. Which reduces the opportunity. Anyway, definition of efficiency, most widely accepted, is that of total factor productivity. Short of averaging the efficiency of use of all different factors that go into production, including land, labor, factors of production. Small farms have greater total product activity than large farms in sub-Saharan Africa, Asia, Mexico, and Colombia. In industrial countries like the US, the pattern is less clear. Oh, wow, that's crazy, because it's almost like the US has way more advanced technology. The conscientious problem is probably that very small farms are inefficient because they can't make full use of expensive equipment, while very large farms are also inefficient because of management and labor problems inherent in large operations. This peak efficiency is likely achieved in mid-sized farms that have 1 or 2 hired laborers. It would take a really anti-Israel position for me to vote for Trump. As long as Kamala sends Israel 2K balance, she's got my vote. Our concern is trade liberalization, the move towards global free trade policies poses a grave threat to continued existence opportunities throughout the world. You also understand efficiency isn't just based on efficiency, factors in opportunity cost too. It's possible that a small farm is more efficient, they have an absolute advantage, but their opportunity cost is larger. Comparative advantage contrasted for absolute advantage. Absolute advantage refers to the ability to produce more or better goods and services than somebody else. Comparative advantage refers to the ability to produce more goods and services at a lower opportunity cost, not necessarily a greater volume or quality. To be fair, okay. I think, like, what's the opportunity cost of working 40 hours a week to survive at a mid-job? For most people, not that high, because there's not much else they could be doing. Not in terms of work opportunity, at least. There are, like, some people who make it work not doing it, for them the opportunity cost is higher. Like if you're really self-motivated and you're able to teach yourself how to code and you're able to make Facebook like Mark Zuckerberg, then the opportunity cost is probably high. If you're someone who doesn't have that motivation, then like probably not. There probably are some criticisms of Israel you can make for the 2,000-pound bombs. Can you help me code? I know nothing about coding, dude. All I know about is the SAM roll. Which, by the way, if you haven't heard, we did trigger the SAM roll, which maybe could indicate a recession in the future, but also a lot of even the person who made the SAM roll said that it probably is not going to be super predictive in the COVID environment. So who knows? We'll see. You make notes using Emacs in org mode. Emacs in org mode? I don't know what the fuck that is, bro. That's nonsense. Nonsense questions. What the fuck is an Emac, bro? What the fuck is this? Computer program. I don't even like Obsidian. Obsidian's too complicated for me. Remember when this was supposed to be a reading stream? Emacs is easier? Okay. Okay. Extensive physical barriers already exist along the US-Mexico border. The US-Mexico border is 1,954 miles long. Border security involves managing the flow of people and goods across the border and preventing the illegal entry of either into the United States. The existing border security infrastructure includes physical barriers, aerial surveillance, and technology. First, you need to learn less. More than 21,000 Border Patrol agents, as well as other Department of Homeland Security and Department of Justice personnel, staff, ports of entry, Border Patrol stations, forward operating bases, and checkpoints. Border already has biggest bottleneck in economic production nobody talks about is a widespread inability to produce, people not having enough resources to open grassroots operations. True. Anyway. It already has land barriers. Aerial surveillance. Oh, it's spelled surveillance. A multitude of other technologies. More than 21,000 Border Patrol agents. Along with DOJ and DHS staffers, staff ports of entry, Border Patrol stations. Points of entries and operating bases. Imagine if everyone had the resources to start a business, how much untapped potential there is. I mean, like, I'm not going to say everyone has the opportunity to start a business, obviously, but like, Americans have more disposable income than any other country in the world. So you're not entirely wrong, which is why like I'm in favor of like welfare programs and like some type of UBI, because I do think there's a lot of potential in broke young men who shouldn't be broke, and we have the ability to have them not be broke. But also at the same time, again, we do have like the highest median disposable income in the world. Current physical barriers along the U.S.-Mexico border include those intended to prevent illegal border crossings by foot and impede vehicles from smuggling persons or contrabands, vehicle fencing, secondary and I don't know how to pronounce this, triatory layers of further fencing further impede illegal crossings. Physical barriers are in place to stop both pedestrian and vehicle crossings. How do I spell vehicle? As of early 2017, approximately 650 miles of border fence already existed. 650 miles of border fence already existed in 2017. Pedestrian fencing, 300 miles of vehicle fencing, 36 miles of secondary fencing behind the primary fencing, and 14 miles of terrestrial pedestrian fencing behind the secondary fence. We can just call it. Do that. The existing barriers include taller metal concrete posts, solid corrugated steel walls, metal fencing combinations of these designs. In addition to physical barriers, surveillance tools such as towers, cameras, motion detectors, thermal imaging sensors, stadium lighting, ground sensors, and drones are part of the vast existing infrastructure aimed at stopping the unauthorized entry of people, drugs, arms, and other illicit items. Is this linking the same report? Yeah. Towers, cameras, motion detectors, thermal imaging, lighting, ground sensors, and drones. What the fuck did I click on? All used. Stop illegal activity. In the past, is this in the thing? Okay, it is. Congress acknowledged that additional physical barrier was not necessary. Though recent oh wait, I forgot to hit play. Oh fuck, it's not muted. Though recent comments by Border Patrol Chief and GOP members of Congress show support for the wall, this is a change in tone from the past instances that this wall was not necessary. The Secure Fence Act of 2006, a law that passed with bipartisan support in both the House and Senate, required the construction of about 850 miles of double-layer fencing along 5 segments of the border. 2 years later, Congress recognized that 850 miles of additional border fencing was not feasible or necessary. Oh my god. Secure Fence Act 2006. Built. Well, 800 here. Let's see this about. Did Kamala husband cheat? I don't know. No clue. Doesn't she not have a husband? Oh, she didn't have. Isn't she unmarried? Is she married? I don't know. She's just childless, but I think she is married. Yeah. Hollinger's husband, Doug, and have cheated on his first wife with his daughter Ella's nanny and got her pregnant. Babies. I mean, this is the Daily Mail UK. I don't know. What about JD Vance's pal just before revealed his marital humiliation? Acknowledged long ago affair. Damn. So I guess he did. He built about 850 miles. A border fence. A fence along the border. It has how it broke down. Double layer fencing. Five points on the border. Two years later, Congress recognized that 850 miles of additional fencing was not needed. And the Consolidated Appropriations of 2008 Act, amended the 2006 law to reduce the required mileage of reinforced fencing to not less than 700 miles of the southwest border, where fencing would be most practical and effective. To require 700 miles of fencing where it was most needed. In addition, DHS is not required to install fencing in a particular location along the international border of the United States. Replacement of such resources is not the most appropriate means to achieve and maintain operational control over the international border at such location. It looks like Hitman Guy is an actual hitman. Really? Is it verified now? In the first two budgets passed under President Trump, Congress funded only 55 miles of new law, prompting a declaration of emergency from President Trump. Congress only funded 55 miles of Trump's new law. Law before his state of emergency. Border barriers are expensive. Part of the Turkish armed forces during the Pekin massacres and ethnic displacement against Kurdish civilians by Turkish military. He was deployed to the Kurdish region of Mardin as a corporal of the Turkish Armed Forces. He's part of the third phase of counterinsurgency operations by Turkish military against PKK and its military wing, the HPG. During the phase, the Turkish Army Forces were mainly focused on destroying any support base for the HPG. The Turkish military enforced by depopulating Kurdish villages and rural areas. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. The U.S. and Geohumanitarian Law Project sets it over. So it's just, okay. It's just saying that he was deployed for the Turkish-Kurdish, we'll call them military operations, you know, just a special military operation to get rid of some Kurdish people. Craziest Olympics, yeah. In 2009, the Government Accountability Office found that a single-layer pedestrian fence could cost approximately $6.5 million per mile. In addition, millions more would have to be spent on roads and maintenance. The easiest... Okay, shit. Governor Accountability Office was the boxing male or female. From everything I've seen, she's a female that just has the whatever condition where she was born with XY chromosomes. Can't figure it out. The issue is, I don't even think we know. I don't even think we know it. Like, there's no like solid proof either way. The most we can say is that she like identifies as a woman and has seemingly always identified as a woman, and she was it like we have the old pictures of her when she was like 8 years old being a woman. She was allowed to compete in events before as a woman. She lost many matches as a woman. Like, it's not like she's unbeatable and dominating. She competed last year and lost like 9 matches. There's just no indication she's a male, so she's a female, dude. Yeah, they're like the only evidence is just like a statement that like one guy made to like a Russian news site. Yeah. It's possible that she could have high hormone levels for testosterone, because again, I think she does have the when I put my fucking drink, dude, does have the whatever condition. Russians still infighting. Still infighting, true. Oh, and ironically, half the people virtue signaling about it are probably Russian bots on Twitter. Okay. 2009. Found that single layer. If I poop blood after 2 energy drinks, is that bad? Probably. I drink a lot more than 2, and I never poop blood. Single layer. Pedestrian fencing could cost approximately $6 million per mile. The extra cost devoted to building roads and maintenance. Estimated cost of the sorry. Okay. Easiest parts of the wall to build have already been built. Is this gonna like the same report? Oh no. The estimated cost of the remaining segments are between 15 and 25 billion, with each mile costing 60 million. Each additional mile is estimated to cost $16 million, totaling at least 15 billion. President's proposed budget in fiscal year 2020 proposes a total of $5 billion for wall construction. However, the GAO has said in the past that CBP evaluated and designed proposed border barriers without including sufficient analysis on their exact costs. This means that the wall could cost significantly more than CBP estimates. According to the FY, how the fuck does speed jump those cars? I honestly think that's fake. I haven't seen any conclusive evidence that's fake. It's just like seems like it's a fake thing. I'm doing my confirmation bias. So like, if a live stream is gonna be pre-recorded, like. I don't know, I mean, it could be real. I'm just... He's crazy enough to do it, that's true. Also, the cards don't like look super real to me. I don't know, maybe they are. I mean, it could very much be real. It's just my personal suspicion is that it is likely fake, just because it's a wild thing to do and stupid. Maybe it is real. I don't know. Doesn't look fake, but those cars had an extremely small amount of road. Looks like we're gonna slow about 10 to 15 feet, but I don't know, maybe. It could be real. According to the fiscal year 2017 DHS budget, $24 million was spent on a border fence maintenance. Based on that expense, one can extrapolate that if fencing is built on the final 2/3 of the southern border, the maintenance cost would be more than triple to $750 million annually. $274 million was spent on border fence maintenance in 2017. If the wall was built on the remaining 2/3 of the border, the cost could triple to $750 million annually. Can we print more money and invest it? I mean, you can't. I mean, you can. There'd be inflation, but I mean, you could do it. In fiscal year 2006, appropriations for buildings and maintenance border infrastructure were more than 298 million, and then jumped to, that's also, by the way, basically what quantitative easing is, jumped to 1.5 billion in fiscal year 2007 to pay for defense maintenance and the Secure Fence Act. Fiscal year 2016 appropriations were 447 million. Why is this, okay. Appropriations for building and maintaining defense were 298 million and then jumped to 1.5 billion to pay for defending mandated and Secure Border Act. Until recently, federal agencies maintain a wall as unnecessary. Though recent comments by DHS leadership and GOP members show support for a wall, this is a change in tone from their past insistence that a wall is not necessary. Former commission of the U.S. Customs and Border Protection, Jill whatever said in 2017, and that anyone who's been familiar with the southwest border and terrain kind of recognizes that building a wall along the entire southern border is probably not going to work, adding that he does not think it is feasible or the smartest way to spend taxpayer money. The head of the National Border Patrol Council, a union representing 16,000 Border Patrol agents, which has endorsed President Trump during his campaign, said, "We do not need a wall along the entire 2,000 miles of border." He went on to say, if Trump were to quantify an actual number, I would say that we need about 30% of our border to have an actual fence or wall. The existing 650 miles make up more than 30% of the border, or the 2,000 mile border. Which endorsed up in 2016. So that according to a U.S. internal government study obtained by Reuters in 2016, CBP indicated that more technology is needed along the border to create a virtual wall. The agency requested better radios and more aerial drones, but only 23 miles more fences. Internal U.S. government study. Suggested more technology along the border to create a virtual wall. And requested better radios and aerial drones, but only 23 miles of new fence. There are complications to building a wall. Natural barriers. The Rio Grande runs along the 1,254 miles at the border between Mexico and the United States and does not flow in a straight line, instead twisting, turning, and flooding regularly. Under the International Boundary and Water Commission, created in 1889 by the U.S. and Mexico, border barriers may not disrupt the flow of the River Grande. Your Destiny copy, true. Rio Grande River runs along 400 miles of the border. Twists and turns. And floods regularly. Bird. In addition, Jesus. Oh shoot, I need to do that so it actually includes the hyperlink. Requires that barriers not disrupt the flow of the river. In addition, the mountain range at Otay Mesa in California makes it extremely impractical to construct a wall or fencing. Also makes it expensive and difficult to build a natural barrier. Or sorry, build a wall. It is a natural barrier. Private land ownership. After the passage of the Secure Fencing Act, the government attempted to seize private property for constructing a border wall through eminent domain. These efforts lead to protracted legal battles, in some cases that lasted 7 years. The federal government had to provide monetary compensation to all landowners and agreed to construct several access points along the fence and not property. Some of the existing gaps in the fence are in affluent areas where residents fought construction. It would likely cost the federal government considerable amounts of money to purchase the land and build in those areas. I read that when they were building either the wall or new fencing, they extracted for the concrete, the water they extracted with concrete initiated a drought in natural habitats nearby. That doesn't surprise me, but I haven't heard that before. I heard about fucking... It wasn't... I don't think it was... Maybe it was coyotes. Some population of animals was a lot affected by it a lot. They couldn't migrate. It might have been coyotes, I don't know. Government would have to spend a lot of money and fight legal battles, lengthy legal battles, lengthy legal battles. Trump's wall / fencing. Which they were building Trump's wall, yeah. Purchase all the land on and near the border. As the 2006, or as happened in the 2006 border fence expansion. Native American land. I'm not even going to try. Runs along 75 miles from the southwest border, and members of the tribe have already stated they will not allow border wall to be built in a reservation. Members already stating they will not let a wall be built a wall would effectively cut the reservation in half and make movement across the border. Wait, what? Is this goat? Okay, sick dude. How would it cut it in half? Okay. And make movement across the border with and within the reservation difficult. It would separate families and make it difficult for tribe members to care for burial sites located in Mexico. Additionally, federal law requires the federal government to consult with tribes before construction on land. Without the tribe support, the federal government could resort to condemning the land and removing it from the trust of the Tohono domination or whatever. Federal government consult tribal government for extracting the land. Border barriers create a host of additional problems. Border deaths. History has shown that when barriers are not along the border, people tend to cross at remote and dangerous locations. When borders are... when fences are built, people try to cross in more remote and dangerous places, which leads to more migrant deaths. According to his border patrol statistics, the southwest border witnesses approximately 1 death per day. Over the past 20 years, 7,000 people have died. Harm to wildlife. The border region is home to many species, including some of the most endangered species, such as the Sonora pronghorn, the Mexican gray wolf. Oh, this is what I'm thinking of. Not coyotes, Mexican gray wolf. And the jaguar. If their natural habitat is divided by a large barrier, animals left with a smaller habitat may venture outside their usual ranges, causing potential harm to animals and people.
And then you open them up, and if you think that an oyster looks like a pussy, this would be the equivalent. Okay, I'm probably going to get myself cancelled, but this would be the equivalent of like an 18-year-old fucking fresh fucking pussy. All right, this is like,
Jesus
yeah,
Christ.
this is wild. This I don't know how else to explain this to you.
Boss unironically being like, yeah, I used to eat that barely legal pussy fish for breakfast.
It's not barely legal.
Was weird? It's a little weird, but I want to cancel him for it. It's just funny. Oh, are we...
A lot of 18-year-olds who are gonna have like their pussy is a lot more intact.
Intact? What
Oh,
happened?
for fuck's sake, bro! It's just age. It does that to people. It's like an old.
I mean, we all understand what he's trying to say, right? Border will separate the habitats of animals, many of which are endangered. He makes us look less crazy, yeah. And could force animals to venture outside the usual ranges, causing harm to people and animals. Damage to the environment. A wall could impede the natural flow of water, resulting in damage and erosion. Impede the flow of rivers and floodwater, causing damage and erosion. as happened in 2008. When it comes about border security defense and self-defense, damage that shows the structure is being built too quickly and found regard for the environment, critics say. Alright, sick. Alright, where did we leave off yesterday? I think we read this. We read that. Read that. Just these two things, okay. This one is relatively short. Alright, I need to pee. I'll be back. Short break. Woohoo. All right, I'm back. By the way, Golden Snake, I didn't realize you're in the YouTube Shorts chat. You know I stream horizontally too. You can go to YouTube, go to my page on YouTube if you're gonna if you like the YouTube Shorts chat. If you like watching the shorts, that's cool. Listen, I love my YouTube Shorts viewers. Okay. I'm just saying, just go to my go to my channel. Go to live. Is this? See how this one's the YouTube Shorts one, okay? This one's the regular one, okay? You can go to the regular one, and this one is not stretched. It's just not. It's nice horizontal. It's normal. This one, if you like watching vertical, okay, I love you. Okay, that's valid. But I'm just saying, like this one's all stretched. It's hard to read. But listen, if you like it that way, then more power to you. I'm just giving you knowledge. Just letting you know. Alright, give me a second. What the hell? What the freak? Okay. Steel tariffs and U.S. jobs revisited. The issue. It's been nearly 2 years since the Trump administration first imposed tariffs on steel and aluminum. New data and research are beginning to emerge on the impact that these tariffs, which are taxes on foreign steel and aluminum, have had on other U.S. manufacturing industries. Tariffs are often presented as trading off domestic producer gains against consumer losses, but applying tariffs on goods used as inputs to production may magnify losses as price distortions pass through the supply chain. Well, the 2018 tariffs did reduce steel imports, a stated goal. They also caused steel prices for U.S. firms to rise, putting downstream U.S. manufacturing industries at a disadvantage relative to foreign competition. The Trump administration has announced that it will now expand tariffs to cover certain derivative products that use steel and aluminum, such as nails, tacks, wires, and cables, to protect them against competition from foreign suppliers who do not pay tariff on steel. So far, the job losses created by these steel-using industries at risk appear to be substantial, and in well excess of any jobs that may have emerged from the steel production industry as a result of tariffs. Well, tariffs often argue to present a trade-off between protecting domestic jobs against consumer losses. Tariffs on products used as inputs like steel and aluminum. I don't know how to spell aluminum. Can cause the competitiveness of U.S. firms. Or really, I mean, increased cost for businesses and reduce their competitiveness. Compared to foreign companies, causing job losses. Also, Iowa car crop. Yeah. 2018 steel tariffs caused steel prices for U.S. firms to rise, putting downstream U.S. manufacturing at a disadvantage relative to foreign competition. The facts. Steel tariffs imposed under national security provisions of Section 232 of Trade Expansion Act of 1962 have now been in place for nearly 2 years. But it's like it's a hops in. How's the night been? Pretty good. We did a little bit of reacting. That was fun to do. And then we started some reading. And now we're continuing reading. The 25% tariff on steel products was first imposed in March 2018 in response to recommendations from the U.S. Department of Commerce. Canada, Mexico, and the European Union were exempted from tariffs until the end of May 2018, and the U.S. reached a deal with Canada and Mexico to remove tariffs in May 2019. South Korea, Australia, Argentina, and Brazil were granted permanent exemptions to the tariffs until December 2019, when the administration threatened to reinstate tariffs against Brazil and Argentina. Steel tariffs were imposed by Trump. Didn't have it in place for nearly 2 years. Then we can list the exempted countries. Here we'll do 25%. Additional Section 232 tariffs that covered derivative products made of steel and aluminum take effect in days. Additional tariffs. How do you spell aluminum? The effect on the took effect is this, we're past tense now. Derivatives like nails, tack, and parts for cars, tractors. According to the President's proclamation, the net increase of imports of these derivatives has been to erode the consumer base for U.S. producers of aluminum and steel, backfiring against the ultimate goal of protecting aluminum and steel makers. Wild. The steel tariffs were put in place to increase demand for domestic steel, but their impact on employment and steel production has been muted. Tariffs have had a small impact on U.S. steel employment. The latest data on the number of jobs of the production of new steel shows that roughly 1,000 more jobs in November than in March 2018 when the tariffs were implemented, the same increase reported by the U.S. Secretary of Commerce. The tariffs may have led to this increase in steel jobs, as well as prevented some additional steel jobs from disappearing during the recent softening in a global market. First, steelized trade tensions and other factors outweighed on global growth. Even should demand for steel strengthen, however, the effect on employment in steel production was likely to be muted by technological innovation. Technological progress plays an important role in displacing workers in steel production, similar to many areas in manufacturing, as new technologies have allowed steel companies to produce more with fewer workers. See here. Nice to hear. Nice was good. Just checking in, folks. I hope you keep having a good night. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks for stopping by. Okay. Roughly 1,000 more jobs. Were created. I was gonna say created. All right. So roughly 1,000 more jobs. In the production of new steel. November 2018 to March 2018 when tariffs were implemented. The growth in jobs is likely to be muted by increases in automation, which plays an important role in displacing workers in steel production, similar to areas of manufacturing. I don't know if I can just hit Control D and it auto does the hyperlink. I don't even have to hit Control K and then hit Control V. I didn't know that. She's displaced workers, steel production, as well as other manufacturing jobs. Higher domestic steel and aluminum prices have adversely affected other U.S. manufacturing industries that depend on steels and input production. Oh, also you should note, tariffs not only increase the price of like foreign products, but also domestic products, of the domestic steelware itself, because you're facing less price competition, right? If I'm Farmer Bill and I'm competing against Farmer Ted down the road, I'm also competing against Farmer Todd in Vietnam. Suddenly, if Farmer Todd disappears or has a tariff enacted on him, now I'm only competing against one other person, so the price competition has reduced. So now in theory, I can charge more for my product. So not only does it increase the price of foreign products, but it actually increases the price of domestic products as well because of the decrease in price competition. Higher domestic steel and aluminum prices have had negative effects on U.S. businesses that use them as inputs. About half of the administration's 25% tariffs on steel pass through into domestic prices of steel, according to a recent study by researchers from Columbia University. A study estimated that half of the 25% tariff passed on to into U.S. domestic prices of steel. Federal Reserve Bank in New York and Princeton University. Hold on, there's more people. This increase in the cost of steel puts U.S. exporters at a disadvantage as they compete against foreign rivals who paid a lower price in steel in a global market when buying materials for production. Indeed, increased cost of inputs into production due to recent U.S. tariffs, including steel, associated with lower growth for export sales in U.S. firms, according to recent research by economists at the Federal Reserve Board of Governors, the U.S. Census Bureau, and the University of Michigan. Increasing costs of inputs due to recent steel tariffs associated with lower export growth in sales for U.S. firms, according to recent research. obviously. The increase in the cost of steel also puts U.S. firms at a disadvantage when they compete against foreign rivals at home, as described in the administration's announcement of the additional 232 tariffs. Here, let's add tariffs put U.S. producers at a disadvantage compared to foreign rivals which encourages other countries to buy less U.S. exports and Americans to buy more imports. Also, I should add that to the... oh, wait, I'm already on a page. I forgot about that. I had added it to here. Also, tariffs incentivize U.S. consumers. Damn, you look like if damn, you look like if you ever got kissed, a princess turned you into the frog. True. Thank you, Gilbo Bob. To buy more imports over U.S. made products, which increases current account deficit. U.S. firms make products using steel have been seeking exemptions from the Section 232 tariffs to escape the cost disadvantage. U.S. firms making steel products have been seeking exemptions since the steel tariffs were put in place. Hundreds of companies throughout the country have filed nearly 100,000 requests for exemptions from the steel tariffs. The process has not been smooth. About 1/3 of the requests were still pending as of December, with bipartisan concern over lack of transparency contributing to the appearance of improper influence in the approvals. The 100,000 requests for exemptions have been filed with bipartisan concern or lack of transparency. But they were still pending as of December. Industries that use steel most extensively are at the highest risk of job losses and plant relocations due to steel tariffs. There are more than 12 million jobs in industries that use steel as production processes. In their production process, almost 2 million of these jobs are in industries that use steel extensively, where intensively means that steel inputs represent 5% or more of the industry's total input requirements. This criterion includes both the industry's direct use of steel products and the indirect use of inputs made of steel, like machinery and equipment. Steel-intensive U.S. industries. Oh, thanks for the follow. The real life little Gil. Sorry, I can't read. It's on a white background. Appreciate it, man. Thanks. Okay. Criterion, blah, blah, blah. Steel-intensive U.S. industries include manufacturers of auto parts and motorcycles, household appliances, farm machinery, Machinery used in mining, oil extraction, and construction, batteries, and military vehicles. See a previous Econofact now for more. This is obvious. Obviously the ones that are going to use steel intensively are going to be most affected. What has the impact of steel tariffs been on the jobs thus far? Estimates from a study released in December by Aaron Fallon and Justice Pierce at the Federal Reserve Board of Governors shows that by mid-2019, increased input costs due to steel and aluminum tariffs associated with 0.6% fewer jobs in the manufacturing sector than would have been the case without the tariffs. We compute this amounts to about 75,000 fewer jobs in manufacturing attributable to the March 2018 tariffs in steel and aluminum, not counting additional losses among U.S. exporters facing tariffs, other countries leveled in retaliation. Estimates that by mid 2019, increased input cost led to 0.6% fewer jobs in the manufacturing sector. This computes to about 75,000. Fewer jobs than otherwise would have occurred, been made, been open, been there. I was gonna say occurred. This is not counting the additional losses among U.S. exporters who face losses to here, you know what, maybe we should just add we'll add it down here first. No. Tariffs also don't help. Don't really help. To bring manufacturing home. As a result, increased input prices and additional losses among U.S. exporters facing tariffs, countries leveled in retaliation. Due to tariffs against the U.S. Levied in retaliation. Not yet possible to parse out exactly what fraction of the decline is due to steel versus the aluminum tariffs, but the higher duty in steel products, 25%, compared to aluminum, 10%. Hold on. Wait, I think I... %. Aluminum tariffs. And observations that the filings for exclusion for the steel tariffs far outpace the exclusion for aluminum suggests a substantial portion of the job losses were driven by the steel tariffs. Additional tariffs aimed at preventing imports of goods made with steel and aluminum that manufacturers turn to substitutes after the tariffs went into effect are likely to magnify these job losses. Increased uncertainty about by the rounds of tariffs and retaliation provides another channel by which tariffs can have negative impacts on steel-related industries. Tariffs retaliations. Also have a negative effect. Steel industries. Estimates from economists at the Federal Reserve Board of Governors, the International Monetary Fund, and the OECD and the World Bank indicate that tariffs and uncertainty about the trade war have weighed on investment growth and expectations of global economic growth. Weak investment, industrial production, and global growth are more generally appear to be depressing the global demand for steel and dampening steel prices. A recent study by the economists at New York University has shown a decline in domestic purchases of autos in U.S. countries, mostly affected by retaliatory tariffs of the trade war. The automotive industry is a major user of steel as an input into production. Estimates from all those people. Indicate that tariffs and uncertainty about the trade war depressed investment growth and growth expectations. Shows a decline in the domestic purchase of U.S. automobiles, of autos in U.S. counties most affected by retaliatory tariffs. Affected. Using tariffs to protect domestic steel industry fails to address the underlying problem of global overcapacity, which is the biggest challenge to the steel industry in the United States and the world. Global overcapacity? Previous administrations have tried to address this problem. President George W. Bush levied tariffs on a range of steel imports and focused attention on multilateral negotiations through the OECD, while the Obama administration used a multi-pronged approach with trade acts in 2015 to enable tighter enforcement of anti-dumping rules and countervailing duties. The Obama administration also intensified bilateral trade and multilateral efforts, helping establish the OECD Global Forum on Steel Excess Capacity. Although it was initially critical of the forum, the Trump administration more recently supported its work in Japan's efforts to prevent the distribution of the forum following China's planned exit. The aluminum industry has called for similar multilaterally to address market distortions. I don't know what it means by global overcapacity. What this means, tariffs on goods used by a large number of U.S. firms, like steel, made it difficult for U.S. producers to compete against foreign rivals, both at home and in export markets. Well, let's quote this. Tariffs may have led to About 1,000 jobs. And steel production. But led to 75K job losses in the manufacturing industry. In addition, press global demand for durable goods, consumption, and investment in goods related to policy uncertainty and increased cost from the trade war may have dampened demand for steel and weighing on steel prices. Tariffs on additional inputs made with steel are likely to exacerbate the adverse effects in the manufacturing sector. Tariffs and uncertainty about the trade war. Decrease investment and growth expectations. Okay, phenomenal. Okay, it's 2:13. Okay. I think the last thing we're going to read is just a quick blog post from No Opinion. Some problems with taxing unrealized gains. Oh, it's fucking paid still? Hold on. Fucking hell. God damn it. Hold on, that's just not. Internet Archive, Substack free. What's this? I need to figure out a way to bypass Substack's paywall. Gotta be a way to do it, right? I don't want to pay fucking $10 for this shit, bro. I think it's taken down of so wait, is there no other staff stuff from the tour? God damn it. Bruh. Fuck it, I'll fucking do it, dude. These other articles I can read now. Some problems with unrealized capital gains taxes. Putting a new type of tax is a risky political move. Here are some of the risks. Democrats are fighting to pass a big ominous spending bill that increasingly looks like a bunch of poorly implemented temporary programs designed to appease all of their various constituents while still walking away with a win. To do this, they need to appease many centrist, the centrist West Virginia Senator Joe Manchin, and to appease Joe Manchin, they need to pretend that their bill won't add to the deficit. And to do that, they need to come up with tax increases that Joe Manchin himself will not oppose. So apparently, they've hit upon a brilliant strategy for doing this, which is to come up with a new type of tax that's just too novel for Manchin to actually understand, in the hopes that he'll say, "Okay, sounds good." So they come up with, courtesy of the Senate Finance Committee Chairman Ron Wyden, is a tax on unrealized capital gains. Normally, you only pay capital gains tax when you sell an asset. This is when your gains and wealth actually turn into income so you can spend. Before that, whenever your wealth gains are just in the form of unsold stock or houses or whatever, you can't actually spend those gains because you don't use stocks or shares or houses to buy food or yachts or whatever. You can use the unsold stocks to collateral borrow money, and they use collateral to consume, but this is not income any more than borrowing on your credit card is income. So we normally tax people when they liquidate their holdings. Democrats have proposed a new unrealized capital gains tax. Which taxes? Wealth gains before you sell them for income. But for a while, people have been complaining about this, reading about how Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos got how many ever $1 billion richer this year, and then reading about how the rich guys don't pay taxes on their gains. To the many folk who are angry about the super rich tax dodgers, unrealized gains may sound like pretty much the same thing as income, although they might think twice if they apply to the concept to the own appreciation of their houses. Democratic politicians, meanwhile, have realized the differences between unrealized gains and income, but have been frustrated by their failed attempts to repeal the setup basis. The setup basis is a loophole created by people. It's a loophole by which people can avoid ever paying capital gains tax by holding assets until they die, and then leaving the assets to their kids. When the assets get transferred, the tax system pretends that the capital gains never happened. But every time Dems try to get rid of this loophole, they fail. So the solution they came up with is taxing unrealized gains. They're thinking will A, bamboozle / appease mansion, and 2, whip out some populist support, and C, actually tax the super rich. But just to make sure people don't think the government is coming for their pensions and houses, the Dems are going to make it so the tax is only on billionaires. I don't see why they think it's going to work. If they don't have the political clout to repeal the step-up basis, an obvious glaring loophole in the tax system that already exists, it's not clear why Dems think they have the political capital to create a whole new kind of tax, which is of its own new reporting system and a whole raft of unknown economic consequences. Mitch McConnell's already coming out guns blazing against a new tax, and it's only a matter of time before Manchin wakes up and realizes what it entails. Calling a whole new tax for a whole new tax cut because of special interest won't let you tweak the old familiar tax. It's a bold move, but I don't expect it to succeed. But suppose it did succeed. There are a whole bunch of problems and uncertainties with the idea. Much of the discussion involves the treatment of illiquid assets like real estate or stocks, and closely held companies, the latter which represents a big chunk of billionaires' wealth. These are a problem because you don't want to make billionaires dump their stake in vulnerable startups just to make tax payments. Currently, the best proposal I've seen to deal with this problem is a paper by David S. Miller. Basically, the idea is to wait until people finally liquidate their illiquid assets, analyze their total return over the total holding period, and then charge as if they had been paying an unrealized gains tax all along. This would... Okay, we don't want billionaires to dump their stakes in vulnerable startups in order to make tax payments on their unrealized gains. This would probably work just fine, but there's other issues with an unrealized gain tax that are hard to work around. All these basically revolve around the fact that a tax on unrealized gains is much less attractive, makes it much less attractive to hold risky assets like stocks for a long period of time. A really big capital gains tax hike. How's that in general? Tax on unrealized gains. Makes it less attractive to save money by sitting on stocks. The first thing to realize about a tax on unrealized gains is that it represents a big tax increase, even if the rate on unrealized gains isn't exactly the same as the rate on realized gains. The reason is compounding. If you only pay capital gains tax at the end of your holding period, your unrealized gains compound and compound each year. But if you have to pay tax on those unrealized gains each year, the portion that gets taxed away can't compound. Unrealized gains Or tax on unrealized gains, they say. It's a big tax increase. Even if the unrealized gains are taxed at exactly the same rate, or at the, I would say it's the same rate as capital gains. This is because the money taxed each year on these unrealized gains cannot compound. So let's also look at a simple example. Suppose you invest $1,000 and watch it grow for 30 years and sell it. And suppose it grows at 7% each year. Here's how much money you would have with the traditional capital gains tax of 20% versus unrealized. I should have this here. For this example, I might just quote it. As you can see, you end up with a lot more money under the traditional capital gains tax because the unrealized gain prevents it from compounding and ends up at 32% tax on your total FIDA wealth rather than just a 20% tax. That's a big difference. There's really no way around this unless you set the unrealized tax rate lower than the realized tax rate, which the Dems do not appear to be planning to do. Now, maybe you think capital gains ought to go up anyway, and so this is no biggie. But in a bit, we'll discuss why it combines and magnifies with other problems. Volatility in unrealized losses. Second problem raised by Tyler Cohen and many others is what it will do when people have unrealized losses instead of gains. Losses happen often quite risky liquid assets like publicly traded stocks. Obviously, having the government mail billionaires a check when they invest their money poorly is a political non-starter, but unless you have some mechanism to compensate people for losses, you end up taxing the exact same gains again and again as the stock bounces up and down, up and down. Secondly, unclear what will happen when people report unrealized losses unless you have some mechanism to compensate people for losses. You end up taxing the same exact gains again and again as the stock bounces up and down. Wyden's proposal basically doesn't deal with the question, mentioning only that losses could be offset could be used to offset gains in the same year, and that these gains would be subject to limitations to prevent abuse. This shows that they haven't thought about the issues of investors marking down illiquid assets inappropriately in order to offset gains in other assets. Any proposal to use losses to offset gains in other years or in the same year would open up loopholes. Investors mark down liquid assets. Inappropriately in order to offset gains in other assets. There's no proposal here for doing net losses, years into which where wealth people's drops. people's wealth drops. Sorry. David Miller suggested dealing with this by offering tax loss carry forwards. This is how we currently deal with the loss for traditional capital gains. When you lose money in the market, you basically get a special store credit with the IRS that allows you to get out of paying some capital gains taxes in the future. Miller writes, losses would remain on a realization basis, but losses would be deemed to have accrued over the taxpayer's holding period based on the asset's yield, could be used to offset deemed gain, and could be carried forward indefinitely. This would make take care of the mailing government checks to billionaires problem, but the losses aren't determined until realization, that is, you sell your asset. The benefit you would get from these doesn't compound over time. Suppose you hang on to two assets, one of which goes down every year and the other which goes up every year. You have to pay taxes on the one that goes up. Meanwhile, you don't get a compensation benefit for the one that goes down until you finally decide to sell it. This is asymmetry, basically makes effective capital gains rate even higher, but also discourages people from holding more volatile assets. And since more volatile assets tend to be higher returning assets, this means even a sophisticated mechanism like Miller's for dealing with losses will discourage people from holding high risk, high reward assets. Okay. Some suggest losses be dealt with by a tax loss carry forward. This would mean when you lose money, you get a tax credit for taxes in the future. Losses aren't determined until realization, that is until you sell the asset. The benefit you would get from these don't compound over time. Losses would be deemed has to be deemed an accrued taxpayer's holding period over the asset's yield, which could be used to offset gains. Suppose you hang on to two assets, one of which goes down every year, the other which goes up every year. You have to pay taxes on one that goes up. Well, you don't get a compensation for the one that goes down until you finally decide to sell. Meaning if one asset goes up and another goes down, you must pay taxes on the one that went up, or on the gains, but you aren't compensated for the loss unless you decide to sell. This discourages people from holding volatile, high risk, high reward assets. This asymmetry basically makes the effective capital gains tax even higher, but it also discourages people. Okay, oops. This makes the effective tax higher. Further, no lock-in. A traditional capital gains tax is a lock-in effect. The way you avoid having to pay taxes is you leave your money in the market, so your unrealized gains compound over time. This is true even if tax rates in the short-term and long-term gains are the same. This does several things. On the one hand, it makes the market less efficient because it discourages people from selling the stocks of companies that are doing badly and deserve to be punished by the market. On the other hand, it encourages long-termism and patient capital and discourages rapid buying and selling assets. If you think market short-termism is a problem, then you might see the lock-in as a good thing. We've realized capital gains tax. The lock-in effect. Which disincentivizes people from selling. Stocks they already own. One hand, just disencourages people from selling stocks. Stocks of companies. That do badly and deserve to be punished. Or it should be punished by the market. But also discourages the rapid selling and buying of assets. In addition, lock-in mitigates the negative effects of capital gains tax itself. Capital gains taxes discourage people from putting their money in the stock market, making low-risk bonds and cash more attractive as alternatives, but lock-in counteracts that incentive. Lock-in means that capital gains taxes don't really discourage investors from putting in their money in risky assets. This allows politicians to raise capital gains tax without fear of tanking markets. Lock-in also mitigates the negative effects of capital gains tax, as it counteracts the negative effect, or the disincentive. To put money, or to hold money. Cash, or buy bonds instead. Since it allows gain to compound untaxed. But unrealized taxes have no lock-in because you have to pay the taxes every year whether you sell or not. This means the financial investment disincentive to capital gains tax will be able to shine through. In fact, this is one way that a wealth tax is clearly a superior alternative to an unrealized gains tax. Wealth taxes tax stocks, bonds, and cash equally, meaning the lock-in effect still exists. You can't avoid wealth taxes by keeping your money under the mattress. In fact, wealth taxes could be used to make people more likely to put their money in risky assets due to the use it or lose it effect. But you can avoid unrealized gains taxes by keeping your money under the mattress because money under the mattress doesn't have gains. The danger, all ill timed cash. All these problems add up to one thing: the risk of an investor retreat from the stock market. Unrealized capital gains tax raised the effective cap gains tax rate substantially, while simultaneously removing the lock-in effect that shields markets from the effects of a high cap gain tax. And the difficulty of dealing with the losses penalizes volatile assets, which tend to be risky ones, like the stocks of auto companies and other manufacturers. So if we tax unrealized gains, people will pull their money out of markets. All these culminate in decreased level of investment in the stock market. And risky or volatile assets are particularly affected. That will do two things. For one, it will make financial capital more scarce, but it's been a very long time since financial capital was scarce in the US. Instead, borrowing costs at a near record lows, we're awash with the stuff. I don't expect financial capital scarcity to be a big problem anytime soon. To make financial capital more scarce. Bigger danger, however, is a stock market crash. An abrupt retreat from the stock market in anticipation of the creation of unrealized capital gain tax would wound the economy still recovering from COVID. It could hurt the Democrats' fortunes in the 2022 midterms and the 2024 presidential elections, but probably not the effect the Biden administration wants. It could also crash the stock market if investors dump stocks, especially risky ones, in anticipation of the tax coming into effect. Of course, proponents of unrealized capital gain tax argues that the tax is only on billionaires, the market impact will be small, but their rosy revenue numbers belie that argument. If you think the tax will raise a lot of money, then you also be prepared for having a substantial market impact. The real danger, furthermore, if an investor invests $100 million or $20 million, decide that they'll next on a chopping block. If that happens, there could be an even broader sell-off. Expectations of future policy are important, and opponents of the unrealized gains tax are working very hard to convince moderately wealthy people that tax base will inevitably be expanded. Even if tax is initially on billionaires, or initially only on the very rich, even smaller investors will be worried the tax will eventually be expanded. I would assume you'd also be worried that eventually the tax would apply to you as well, if you get that rich, right? In other words, it's not a strategy I would use if I were the Dems. Not only are they unlikely to muster the political capital for the creation of a whole new type of tax, they risk causing a stock sell-off that could hurt both the economy and their own electoral prospects. Perhaps the mere proposal of the tax will evoke some populist energy that the Dems can surf, even if it doesn't get implemented, but such speculations are outside my area of expertise. Unrealized capital gains taxes and make Mexico pay for the wall for left-wingers is hastily conceived, predicated on demonizing a disliked minority, or requires supporters to understand neither basic math or finance. True. I guess I can read these two things now that I fucking paid. Come on, Ocean. Don't care. Well, let's put these in the React Today thing. And we'll decide where to put them later. This will be interesting as well. Okay. Is there anything interesting happen in either the Bossa server or Bimmy stream? Because if there is, I might hop in for that. What's Bimmy doing?
Why would you say that, dude? It was an obvious smear. It was before South Carolina.
There's
Okay.
the line, like where like there's a line there where
TYT.
some intervention is acceptable, some isn't.
And
Well, yeah, it would depend on the level of intervention. So obviously there are certain things that are required. Like a great example of this is like certain fruits or certain nuts, like walnuts. You don't eat the flesh of the walnut. You disregard the flesh of the walnut and you eat the nut inside. So like it's the same way with like an animal. You don't eat like the hair, and in many cases you don't eat the skin. You eat the meat.
Yeah,
but you don't eat the organs.
Yeah,
so
because
like
that's edible. Yeah, you can eat that. Therefore,
They're not doing too much interesting. Okay. Thank you everyone for what nobody's watching. No, literally 0 people are watching. The econ made them all leave. Oh no. My friend set up a Minecraft realm. I didn't even play in it. I was gonna play in it while reacting to stuff, and I didn't even do it. I could. There's one. Nah, no. I gotta fucking edit, dude. Not worth it. Not worth it. Not worth it. Okay. I'm honestly just hoping somebody comes in. Oh, I have Rumble viewers. Thank you, Rumble viewers. Or any of some Rumble viewers, type in chat. Someone, please convince me you're real. Someone on Rumble, please give me a line of hope that someone is actually interested in this. Come on. Just one chat. It appears on screen. Like you guys know, you guys can type in chat and it appears on screen, and I'll reply to it. Come on, guys. Come on. I have 8 Rumble viewers. One of you guys got to be real. Come on. Damn. Okay. I don't think any of you guys are real. I'm so sorry if you guys are real, but like literally 9 Rumble viewers and not one of them will type in chat. So I don't think they're real. Okay, everyone. Anyone that is real is watching. Thanks for watching. Accountable came into my stream today. That was pretty cool. That was pretty sick. I don't think I can raid with no viewers. Good night. Oh, good night, Kinley. I see you went back to YouTube. I don't know, maybe I can. I'll try to raid the boss. Unable to raid, yeah. I can't raid. God damn it. Alright. See you guys later. I like streaming. Love you guys. Love that you watch me. See you tomorrow. Yeah. Thank you. I'm literally falling asleep right now. You're good. Alright. See you guys tomorrow. Non-fun out.